Everybody could find seats. I It's so exciting to see such productive conversations this early in the morning. Wow. Oh no, that was as earnestly. The truth is I'm tired. Good morning, everyone. Yes, I had the same thought. Good morning. We're okay. Chair is definitely on his way. Maybe. Yes, I know. As soon as I said find your seat, he left.
Good morning. We're going to go ahead and get started. And I need a volunteer for. Leanne, would you mind leading us in? Oh, let's see. Let me call the meeting to order. And let's just draw attention to Utah Highway Patrol is joining us at the back of the room there. And thank you for that, for the security and such that we have here. Appreciate it. And those that are in attendance, welcome. In case of emergency, use the two west doors leading to the hallway to exit the building. Just FYI for you. And then just asked Board Member Wood if she'd give us the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, yes, we do. You're right. I just see the names there. Let's do roll call. Board Member Rill. Board Member Hymas. Board Member Booth. Board Member Lear. Not yet. Board Member Bogus. Board Member Norton. Board Member Klein. Board Member Straight. Board Member Davis. Board Member Green. Board Member Earl is here. Board Member Carey. Vice Chair Hart.
Here.
Board Member Wood. And Chair Moss. Here. Okay, and now we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. And with that, I have the message this month, so this will be short and sweet. But just a few things that have been on my mind. But one of those, I got to go to the National Math Conference last week, and a couple things that I recognized there immediately. Sometimes the title on a particular course does not necessarily equal the quality of the course. And it goes both ways. Like there were a few courses I spent about 5 minutes in and was like, this was not meant for me, right? And being on a national level, you get a variety of, content. But there were some fabulous courses on math education there, and there were some incredible people that have some great things that they're doing within their states and the research that they're doing. So I'm not going to report out on all that, but I am going to report this. It was in the McCormick Center in Chicago, and there were thousands of people there, and their breaks were not 10-minute breaks to get from one place to another. They were 30-minute breaks. And the reason why is because of the massive building itself. In order to get from 202 to 402, you literally had to exit one type of a building, go through a open area, go up 2 flights, and head down a hallway. So if you were traveling from one extent to the other, it was going to take you the 20 minutes. Like, you got plenty of walking in. After being there for about, Thursday, and then it was Friday morning, I was headed to one of the sessions, and I was traveling through one of the hallways when I stopped and realized, just like we have here, that the McCormick Center is actually an art museum. And I didn't realize that. Here I'd been there for a whole full day and then a half of another day before I stopped to actually look around at what was around me. And in front of me was a picture of the harvest fields there. The artwork was literally it was 5 feet high, and I'm guessing 20 feet wide. So it was not just a small, um, situated item. And I just stood there and looked at it for a while and just observed the pink, the balancing, which normally it's usually a thirds, 2/3 they would do on something like that, but they did half and half, but they rebalanced it with the way they put the trees in, and it created that balanced look. And then went on to my other meetings, and as I walked through the halls, I realized behind each of the signs that were on every room was another piece, a masterful piece of art. And I did not see that. And it was interesting. At the very end, I had an hour and a half before caught the Uber back to the airport on Saturday. And the person I was with, I said, "Did you notice the art?" And they said, what art are you talking about? And I said, "Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. I think a lot of us went by and we didn't see the art." So we had an hour to go walk through the art museum. And anyways, it was fabulous, because I very much enjoy that, the observance of that. But this leads into another piece, and then my final part is I am increasingly, I don't know if concern's the word, but the observation of missing what's around us, and specifically the people. And rechecking myself frequently for that observation. How important is that? It is so important that we observe the people. They are a work of art. And with that, I'm going to close with a prayer, or open with a prayer, either way. And I told someone in the back they're speaking today, so I'll include them in a prayer. So, dear Father in heaven, we are so grateful today to be here. We're grateful for the opportunity we have to serve the citizens of the state of Utah. We are so grateful for the children, for their families, and for the educators. Help us that thou will pour thy spirit out upon us, that as we engage in the work we have to do, that it may be professional, that it may be thoughtful, that we may observe thy works of art. Help us that we can be kind to others. Help us to be generous and thoughtful. Help us that we may see things we haven't seen before, and that our eyes may be open. Help us as we engage with one another that we can be understanding. We pray for thy help, and we are so grateful for this nation. We're grateful for the liberties and the abilities we have to argue, dispute, and to grow closer to truth. We pray for the children in this state. We pray for the educators. We pray for families. We pray for those individuals that work at the state office. Watch over and bless them. We pray for those that are speaking today, that they may be calm and be able to convey the message that they've prepared. These things we ask and say in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Okay, let us go to Kelsey for the education highlight.
Thank you, Chair Moss. And thank you, Vice Chair Earl, for noting the importance of seeing all the wonderful people around us. And we have some wonderful people who are joining us today. And we love to take this opportunity at the Education Highlight to recognize some of the excellent things that are happening in the schools around our state. When, oftentimes in board meetings we get bogged down with the policy and the not problems, but the opportunities of the education system. So it's great to have this time to recognize the excellence that we have here in the state. So I would like to welcome up my three guests from Bella Vista School in Canyons District. We have Principal Barbara Winder. And from Edgemont Elementary School in Provo School District, we have Principal Harmony Karcher. Hopefully I'm saying that right. And then from River Heights Elementary School in Cache District, we have Principal Stacy Williamson. So I would invite them to come stand by the podium here in the middle of the table so everyone can see you and you have a microphone to talk when we get to that time. So the reason these three wonderful ladies are with us this morning is because all three of those schools that I read out were recognized as 2024 National Blue Ribbon Schools by the Department of Education, which is a huge honor, a huge designation for these schools to earn. I want to give a super brief overview of what being a Blue Ribbon School is and how that process works, and then I'll turn it over to our principals, who will speak a bit about what that designation means to their school and what some of the practices that they put in to help reach that excellence. So, in order to be a National Blue Ribbon School, you have to be invited or nominated in order to even go through the process of filling the hundreds of pages of paperwork out and doing all that application process to maybe be picked. And the number of nominated schools that each state can have is limited. It's based off of the student population. So larger states might get to nominate like 30 schools, and smaller states only get to nominate 3. So it is a limited selection of schools that really gets the top of the top. So there are 2 categories that schools can sorry, I'm losing my words. 2 categories that schools can qualify under. All 3 of our schools here qualified under the exemplary high performing schools category, which means they were the top 15% in the state on the English and mathematics, like state assessments, results and performance. There's also, they can be top 40% in the state for each subgroup of school subgroup, and they break that down. There's another category, exemplary achievement gap closing, which basically means they have to show like they're the top 15% in total or top 40% in each subgroup for closing those achievement gaps, for having go from lower proficiency to higher proficiency for each of those groups. So we have some excellent high performing schools here who are among, not just among, are some of the best in the state as far as academic excellence. And I would love to invite them to share. And I don't know who wants to go first. Okay, awesome. Yep. Hit the little person. Hit the person.
We're good. All right, I'm Stacy Williamson. I'm from River Heights Elementary up in the Cache County School District. And I think my hardest challenge coming in to share with you today was trying to keep this succinct. And Kelsey reminded you guys are going to be in process today and probably 9 p.m. So we'll probably make our comments quick, huh, ladies? There's so much that I think our schools are doing, and I think it's an honor for all of us to be able to come and share with you. Because when you get nominated for something like this is something that every principal wants to be able to do for their staff, because their staffs work so incredibly hard, from all the way from our custodians and our sweepers to our parapros to our teachers and our specialists, everybody, along with our communities and our parents that are working hard to bring their kids to school and make sure that they're coming and supporting us with homework. So when something like this happens, you really want to make a big deal about it and celebrate it. So thanks for having us. Thanks for having us come down. And in that, I think, okay, what can I say in just a few minutes about what is River Heights doing different? Because I'm sure as a school board, you're going, what can we replicate? What can we share? What are you doing that's a little bit different that we can pass on? Fortunately for me, River Heights is placed in Cache County, and we all know that Cache County is one of the highest performing districts in the state. We know this. One of the things that Cache County starts on this side of the coin is that we do a lot of things in a cohesive way. We don't kind of operate like our own little islands. We are very, very tied together with our research-based practices. I think we were doing science of reading well before it was called science of reading. And so there's a lot of those things that we do and we share across the district, and that makes a huge huge difference in my skills as a principal and what I can do with my teachers because I'm not just working with them alone. I've got a great administrative team. I've got great learning coaches, and we're doing things across the district in a very cohesive way. So that helps on the whole side of it, on the academic side. So then you say, okay, then why don't we see other schools that getting this award this year that are in the Cache District? Because on the other side of the coin is a lot of the work that John Hattie talks about with what's really effective, and that's relationships, it's teacher self-efficacy, it's culture. All of those have really, really high effect sizes that are higher than a year, and sometimes those kinds of things can be looked at like it's fluff, but it's not fluff. Because if you only focus on this side, if you only focus on interventions and data and assessment, you need to focus on this, but if you ignore this side, pretty quick, your school can feel like a military zone. And nobody wants to come to school in a military zone. So while you're focusing on this, you cannot let go of focusing on your culture. Your culture has to be a place where everybody wants to come to work. So not only your teachers want to come and your peers feel valued, but your kids want to come there. Because I always say there's some kids that school's hard every single day. Every single day school's hard for them. So you need to make sure there's other things happening there that makes them want to come. So that once they're there and we've got them there, we can engage them and help them learn. Same thing with your teachers. You've got to make sure that they're supported, especially with our uptick in behavior, that they feel supported. They know that they're not alone and isolated in their rooms and we're supporting them. So I always say a big, huge kudos and shout out comes to my teachers because they're a great group of triers. And I know triers is a totally made up word, which is probably not a word you'd use in front of the school board, but it's a good way of putting it. They will try things because if you don't try new things, you stay status quo and nothing improves, but they try. And some things we've tried and we've thrown them out. And some things we tried and went, that's awesome. We're going to keep trying those things. So in a nutshell, that's, I think, probably why this year my school is being honored because they're a great group of triers. They love each other. They work together. They work hard together. And we're just excited to be able to celebrate them. So thank you for having us.
I have to put this down. I'm Harmony Karchner. I'm the principal of Edgemont Elementary School in Provo School District. Thank you for having us here and recognizing the hard work that our schools and staff have done to be able to receive this National Blue Ribbon Award. A thought that comes to my mind, it's a quote that I have hanging on my wall in my office. I love Walt Disney and I love his innovativeness, and it says, we're going to do what we do so well that people will tell their friends and they'll keep coming back. And that's the kind of a theme that we use at Edgemont too, is what we're going to do. We're going to do it really well so that people will want to keep coming back and they're going to tell their friends about it and want to come also. This recognition means to us, it's a recognition of the hard work of our staff, our community, the support of our district, the hard work of our students. And so we are really excited. The best thing about this is we get to celebrate it all year. And so I know our students are really excited about that. We have some fun things planned to celebrate with them. Some of the things that we put in place at Edgemont that we feel help contribute to being a National Blue Ribbon school is our collaborative focus, and our focus on everything that we do is viewed through the lens of will it improve student learning and growth at our school. And so we view everything, we make all our decisions through that lens. Another thing that we feel contributes to it is we are a French immersion school. We also have a STEAM integration where we integrate engineering, science, technology, math, and arts. As a Beverly Taylor Sorensen school, also we have a strong emphasis on the arts, but we try to focus it on integrated through some of those science and engineering concepts that are really engaging to students. We were just we just received our Platinum STEM designation from the state this year also, so it's a good year at Edgemont Elementary this year. And then, sorry, I wrote a couple things down because then I'll hurry and get done here. Another thing that we do is we have a really good PBIS system in place that we call SOARS. It's for the Eagles, so we're soaring Eagles, to help kids know the expectations in all the areas of our school for behavior and academics. We also have a great system to try to catch students. We don't want to leave any child behind, so we have our student success team that teachers can bring their students to that they're concerned about socially, academically, behaviorally, and as a team we problem solve and help support the teachers in their classrooms so that they can do the work that they need to do in there. And there's a lot of systems like that in place at our school that we feel have contributed to this, and we're just really honored and excited about this school year. So thanks again for having us.
I need to go even shorter. Hello, I'm Barbara Winder, the principal at Bella Vista Elementary in Conwood Heights, part of the Canyon School District. And to echo what both of the ladies said, thank you so much for giving us the time to highlight our schools. This is such a huge honor and recognition that we've been given. So to be able to come and speak to you about all the amazing things that are happening in our school building is really quite the honor. So thank you. One of the things that I think makes Bella Vista really unique that helped get us this honor is our mission statement, where we are the Bella Vista Tigers, and we believe that every student and community member can be a respectful, kind, and safe learner. With that, we have some district supports that I really believe helped contributed to us being recognized with this honor. And some of those systems are similarly what Harmony said, was a focus on positive behavior support systems, multi-tiered systems of supports, high levels of training in early literacy instruction to really create that foundation for our students, as well as having PLC conversations where we talk about data on a weekly basis with each of our grade level teams, and having those mental health supports embedded in our school buildings. All of those are district systems that we utilize at Bella Vista that I believe really help to create structure and focus in getting the data where we want it to be, but supporting the students where they are. Uniquely to Bella Vista, we have some things that are just so special to our culture. We're a small elementary school, K through 5, and what we really focus on is STEAM as well. Science, mathematics, engineering, arts, and missed one there. Engineering. Technology, thank you. It's so embedded, it's natural. And so what we do with STEAM is we have an after-school program that our students can come and do STEAM activities. We also have weekly STEAM lessons for 1 hour every week where our students rotate between teachers, and it's really intergrade level, so every student gets to work with every one of our teachers within the school building throughout the year, working on STEAM projects and STEAM units. We also have Brain Booster special classes that are geared towards STEM, and then we also have a Beverly Taylor Sorensen art teacher as well. So something that I think really helps prepare our students for the world that they are entering into. And then ultimately, this honor really is for our teachers, our students, and the families that support us day in, day out. So I want to highlight a couple of specific people that really do the hard work. Parents for getting their kids on time, supporting them at home, having those conversations with us. They know their kids better than anyone, and so their partnership is huge. Students in showing up every day, doing the hard work, listening to their teachers. It's been so fun to share with them this honor and see their excitement. We've gotten some excellent photos in the media out there, so check that out. And then really our teachers and our staff, specifically our social worker, Gabby Ernest, is incredible in the hard work that she does to ensure our students come to school feeling loved and taken care of first and foremost, and she provides training and supports to our staff to do that. And then our instructional coach, Rochelle Peace, has done incredible works in looking at the data with our teams, really honing in on what their specific needs are, providing those tier 2 interventions and getting that growth that we're seeing. So ultimately, just so extremely proud of our Tigers, and thank you again for giving us this honor to share.
Oh, don't run away yet. Don't, come on back. We're going to open it up to board member questions or comments. I do want to note that, well, first I want to give a shout out to Miss Angela Holden, who was the principal at the time of nomination at Bella Vista School. So it's really a legacy of excellence there at that school. And then do want to note that these three and their schools will be honored by the U.S. Department of Education at an award ceremony in Washington, D.C., and that's where they'll get their plaque and flag. So this is just the starting point of their honor train as they kind of embrace this designation for 2024. So if there are any questions or comments from board members, now would be a great time.
We don't just let superstars run out the door. I appreciate you tried to preempt by sharing what made it work. I mean, that this is truly the best part of our day, is to hear what's working and how and why. So thank you. There might be some more questions or follow up. Did I see a light over there that might be hiding behind us? Okay, sorry, Randy, I couldn't see it, but yeah, you got it.
I am so excited that we have 3 blue ribbon schools and that each of you have recognized why it happened. You know that the team approach between parents and educators and students particularly, and your district support is so critical. And to hear that come out of all 3 of your mouths is so refreshing and exciting. And to know that it can be done successfully and consistently. What a great example to the whole state and to a nation full of schools, many of whom are struggling. And we're just so delighted that you're not struggling. Oh, I know there are days, there are hours, but you've determined that we're going to work together, that you're going to use all of the resources, particularly the human resources that you have, and we're so proud of you and grateful to have you in these leadership roles to orchestrate that effort so that all the parties are going to jump in and get wet all over, because it requires that kind of commitment from every single side of the environment and the culture. Thank you for the great work you're doing, and we're delighted to shout from the rooftops, look at these guys. They are really making it happen, and you can do it too, because we just believe so much in the power of public education, and you have reinforced our belief, and those long 14-hour meetings that we sometimes have make it all worth it when we can see this. Thank you very much. We appreciate you.
Yes, any other, Cindy? Member Davis, excuse me.
Thank you. Thank you all, and congratulations to you. That's exciting. It's nice to see you a little out of context. In my day job, I get to go in and out of Edgemont sometimes, and just as recently as last week. And I think it's important when we hear these kind of presentations to know that it's not just like data on the page that goes to DC. You know, just last week, I was just sitting in the hall waiting to do something in a classroom, and one of your teachers, doesn't even know me, like went out of her way to come up and welcome me and be just effervescent. And I'm like, she is a force. Like you could feel the energy and how welcoming that is to community and you know, parents and folks that are there. So thanks for creating those beautiful spaces for the children in our schools. And their families and their random visiting guests. All of it.
Any other thoughts? All right. Oh, Superintendent, excuse me. Go right over there.
Thank you, Chair Moss. Thank you so much for being here. I know how busy you all are. I just want to thank you for your daily work. Every year, seems like I have somebody reach out and say, how do I become a Blue Ribbon School? And it's not something that you just start working towards and show up for and apply. It's a way of being. It's the very intentional daily leadership that you've talked about, and just so grateful for your leadership as principals. We don't talk about the role of the leader very often, and not one of you talked about the things you do. You talked about all the community around you, but I know personally that you show up every day on behalf of your kiddos, and that you're super dedicated, and that you're very intentional about your leadership to sustain the culture, the work, the outcomes that you've all talked about. So thank you for being outstanding leaders who just happen to work in outstanding schools, and it didn't just happen. You were very intentional about it. So thank you so much on behalf of our families and our kiddos.
Yeah. Thank you all again for being here. And I know we just got started, but I think it'd be wonderful if we could have The board members whose districts are represented here, along with the state superintendent, maybe go out quick in the hallway for a picture so we can commemorate this. Just real quick.
Yeah, we can do it. Which we got Provo, we got Canyons. Okay, we got everybody. All right. Huh? I'm good, thank you. I'm great. Got my sugar.
Causing chaos everywhere I go.
All right. Where'd chair go? You know the old saying, never let a chair.
All right, I think we've got everybody back, so we're going to move on to our next item, which is public comment. Oh, no, I am sorry. We've got Employee of the Month.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, if we've got everyone's attention, I am so excited today to introduce you to Katie Jones, who you see on screen there. Katie Jones has been with us just a short amount of time, but she has been amazing. So we're excited to honor her today. One of the things that Katie has brought to us that we've talked about but haven't been able to really launch, and that is elevating the teaching profession. It's one of our goals. It's one of your 4 pillars. And we've done a lot of different things, but Katie has really taken this on wholeheartedly to elevate the teaching profession. She has been able to find ways to recognize outstanding teachers throughout the state, but connecting them with opportunities so that when we talk about teacher leadership, it becomes very authentic. And we don't just label them, but we give them opportunities to have their voices heard. She's done that through the Teacher of the Year program, and in 1 year, by working with all of our LEAs, she was able to double the number of nominations that we've had in 1 year. So really been out there building these relationships with our LEAs and helping them understand how important it is to recognize their teachers. She also has been doing a lot with teacher leadership initiatives like teacher efficacy and principal efficacy, and I've watched her present. I've been in sessions where I've heard her really help leaders think about teacher efficacy and teacher leadership and using teacher voice in different ways. We've started this tradition under Katie with Fab 5, and so being able to really honor the 5 finalists has been amazing. I've been able to go out into their classrooms, But it's not just, again, it's not just an award and I show up in their classrooms and give them a check. She's finding ways for them to connect. I'll give you one example. I'll later on today, when I share my remarks, you'll see the Fab Five. But one of the Fab Five, Mr. Jones, who teaches at Viewmont High, had a really big game coming up. He's also the football coach. And they'd been like just hanging on to the edge and losing a couple of games. And this was a really big game. And they came from all over the valley to support him in his game. And so they just have kind of found this bond, but their voices are being heard and they're finding ways to accelerate what teacher leadership can look like outside of the classroom. And they're so full of joy and excitement in the way that they're finding these new opportunities. So Katie has just really elevated the way we think about teacher leadership and honoring outstanding educators. And she just really deserves this. Think about the banquet. Everybody was getting butter knives. I'll just use this as an example. This just shows Katie's positive attitude. I'm sure behind the scenes somebody said, "Did you get the knives for the cutlery?" And somebody said yes. And then when they showed up, they were butter knives. And so Katie, instead of panicking and thinking, "Oh my gosh, this is horrible," she just smiled and we made the best of it. And that is Katie. She just has such a positive attitude and really looks at the positive in everything that she does. And we are so blessed to have her on our staff. She calls this her dream job, which I love. She works super hard at it and really feels honored to be able to work with our teachers. So to that, Katie, we are grateful that you've accepted your dream job, and we thank you for your daily work. Thanks so much, and congratulations.
That wrapped that part? Okay. Thank you, Katie. Thanks for joining remotely. Thanks for all your work. Let's see. All right. I think I'm just making sure we've gotten through everybody. Okay. That covers everything. Sid. Okay. We are to public comment then. All right. Appreciate, as always, our public members joining us and giving your perspective and insights and experience. So just a reminder, the public may sign up to share public comment at schools.utah.gov. The public may send written public comments to the board, also at board@schools.utah.gov. Public comments limited to 2 minutes per person. A comment can express support or dissent for regulatory action. Individuals should not use public comment to complain about personnel issues or attack or defame an individual. Speakers making a highly detailed or complex comment should also consider providing a written outline of their words to the board. Please remember that children may hear your comments. Be thoughtful and professional. Keep your comments appropriate for a general audience. If you have material with explicit language or content, submit that material in writing to the board at board@schools.utah.gov. So, okay, I think first up we have Carrie Fairholm in person. Corey. Did I say Kelly? Sorry, Corey.
Oh, can you guys hear me? Okay. Thank you for letting me come today. My name is Corey Fairholm, Utah PTA President. The mission of PTA is simple but powerful: to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. At the heart of this mission is a strong belief that families are the essential partners in education. Welcoming all families envisions the school treating families as valued partners in their children's education and facilitates a sense of belonging to the school community. Research has shown time and time again that when families are engaged in their children's education, students do better academically, socially, and emotionally. But it's more than just supporting students. It's about building a partnership between schools and families that include everyone. Every family, regardless of background, income, or circumstances, deserves a seat at the table. The PTA is committed to creating those opportunities that bring educators, families, and communities together, whether it's through school events, advocacy efforts, or providing resources. Our goal is to ensure all families feel welcome, valued, and heard. We must build a community of belonging by helping families feel respected, understood, and connected to the school community. By working together, we create a learning environment that nurtures not just academic success, but the development of well-rounded, confident, and engaged young people. Because when we strengthen family-school partnerships, we strengthen our schools, our communities, and most importantly, our children. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you, Corey. Sarah Jones.
Good morning, board members. I'm Dr. Sarah Jones with the Utah Education Association. The 2025 legislative session is just around the corner, and as you continue to work on setting your priorities for the year, I wanted to highlight a few of UEA's legislative priorities for the year because I know that we will share a lot of same goals. We are going to be asking for a 3% increase on the WPU above the statutorily required inflationary component. We know the WPU is the most flexible way for districts to be able to fund programs. We will also ask for an increase in the paid professional hours. That program has been so incredibly popular with educators and important, but we're asking for an increase to $100 million because as salaries have gone up, though it's just not purchasing as many hours, if you will. We'll be asking for the continuation of the stipends for future educators program to provide financial support during that student teaching year, which has also been exciting to see launch this year. And then we will be asking that there is no further no increase in funding for the voucher program for the private religious schools. In addition to funding priorities, just a couple of our policy goals, increasing resources for school safety, always an important issue, and student social and emotional well-being. So it's facilities, it's school psychologists, social workers, counselors, and so on. And then providing additional resources and supports for educators, for students and families to address issues about student attendance and engagement, which has been really critical since the pandemic. So just thank you so much for the work you do as board members. I know it takes a lot of time and effort and study. I think we are going to be sharing a lot of priorities as we move together into the legislative session and look forward to working together with all of you to advocate for all these great things that can help our educators and our students and our families. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. Lexi Cunningham, online, I believe. Oh, no, she's here. Yep. Lexi.
Chair Moss, Vice Chair Earl, and Vice Chair Hart, and members of the board, good morning. I'm Lexi Cunningham, and I'm representing USSA and USBA. I would like to request that you remove R277801 from the Finance Committee agenda tomorrow and R277123 from the Law and Licensing Committee agenda tomorrow. Both need further review and additional data. R277801, Services for Students Who Are Deaf, Hard of Hearing, Blind, Visually Impaired, and Deafblind, is creating an unfunded mandate for LEAs. There has been no communication with impacted LEAs. When I checked earlier this morning on the website, there's no documentation to show who the impacted LEAs are and the costs involved. Before moving forward with any discussion, we request that you meet with LEAs, gather data, and share this with LEAs who are impacted by this rule and answer questions as to why this rule needs to be changed. We wholeheartedly agree that providing an opportunity for parents, teachers, community members, and others to report violations is important, but the changes requested or suggested for R277123 process for members of the public to report violations of statute and board rules needs further review. It would be important to see data on the number of complaints broken down by LEAs. Definitions in the rule need to be clarified before changes. The rule is referring to positions that most LEAs do not have, and in some cases do not have the capacity to add. The rule seems to change the role of the parent engagement specialist. LEAs who previously had permission to post the USBE hotline number on their websites now have to create their own hotline number and appoint someone to serve as the hotline specialist. Local boards of education are now directed to hear appeals on hotline complaints. Superintendents and LEA leads are now adding monthly reports to board meetings. I am not sure if many LEAs have a committee. Please remove this from the agenda and continue to work with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Lexi. Todd Johnson.
Good morning. As said, my name is Todd Johnson. I'm Curriculum Director for Wasatch County School District in Heber City, and I appreciate this opportunity to address the board this morning. My intent is to offer feedback on 2 state tests given in our district and across the state. The first that I would like to address is the RISE test given to grades 3 through 8. We just can't say how much we love this test. Our teachers, as well as specialists and administrators, have participated in item writing workshops and are confident in the way the test is written, specifically in favor of Utah educators writing assessments that evaluate Utah standards. I'm pleased to report to you that we use this assessment to compare across our district and across the state, looking for top performers that we can learn from. By studying top performing teacher collaborative teams, we've been able to lead through this data in order to get more of our students to learn. In fact, I think you'd be impressed with the number of students that are learning in our district specifically because we've been able to look at RISE testing. I'd also like to address Utah Aspire Plus testing. That's not our favorite in our district, and I'd like to it doesn't quite match what RISE offers. First of all, it does not specifically address Utah standards the same way RISE does. There is an ACT component that presents an enigma, so Utah teachers cannot get specific feedback in high school against Utah standards. A specific example of that, 9th grade students who are in a biology class may not get specific feedback on whether or not they learn biology standards because those standards could not be directly assessed because all students in 9th grade are not taking biology. It would be my recommendation that we would consider extending these type assessments through high school in the state of Utah. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Thank you to everybody. I think I got through everybody. Did I miss anybody? Okay. All right. Thank you all. Appreciate your input. Let us turn to committees. And I think we had our break, so unless anybody's screaming for another, we're good to go. We just did for the other stuff. Do we need another one? We had one for the photos and stuff, but let's do a restroom break. 2 minutes, 1 minute. Anybody, whatever. We'll just Christine.
That's what I tell my fifth graders.
Anybody's free.
See what time it is.
Let's start with. I want to make sure everybody's here for discussion and vote. So we'll let's see. We have. Let's go to Chair Norton.
We're not taking, it looked like they were taking a break.
We took a I guess we are taking, we had a break about 10 minutes ago, but we got a few people, so 2 minutes.
Set the timer for 2 minutes.
Molly's in charge, not me, so it's 2 minutes, the timer. 2 minutes is real.
Oh, don't leave.
There you go.
Scott, don't leave.
Awesome for being totally ready.
Okay.
I needed to talk to him right then.
Okay, folks, Molly's in charge. We're doing an actual 2 minute limit.
Yep, let's go.
Let's go, except we don't have our finance chair. So. So noted. Chair Norton is ready to have some finance.
Okay, here we go. Rock and roll.
Let's see.
Unfortunately, I don't know that I have the most up-to-date list, but you'll guide me if I skip something, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're starting off on 4.2. Nope, sorry. Well, yeah, see, that's what I said. I'm not up to date. Okay. So the motion before the board is that the board consider the following actions related to the School Land Trust Program. Directing staff to consider and make recommendations to remove requirements through legislative code changes and rule changes to streamline the responsibilities of school community councils. And then I think, I don't know if these should be together or not. We're going to keep them together. Direct staff to work with the legislature to seek funding for an office specialist for school land trust.
Okay, we got a quick procedural point that we're making
'Kay.
sure we're on top of. Are we in the right section here? Okay. Yeah, two motions. Okay, so that's before the body. Comment or question to that motion from Finance. Member Bogus?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that. As I reviewed this last night and I went back and listened to the meeting, how does this office specialist differ from the one we currently have? What would be the bifurcation of responsibilities?
Good question. Do we have somebody who would like to address that point? I see Deputy Jones's hand up. Either he or a friend.
Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones for the Utah State Board of Education staff. Chair, the answer to Board Member Bogus's question is it differs remarkably in the sense of an office specialist. We've seen a just phenomenal increase in the administrative functions of the school land trust section. It would be a position that is there to support the other three positions in ensuring that they meet all of the missions, tasks, and requirements, codes, and rules from an administrative standpoint. The administrative portion of this, in a good way, because of the increases in disbursements to funds to the LEAs, and then our duty to ensure compliance by the LEAs it does warrant this position as more of an administrative support function internally to the staff as opposed to the one that is external in support. Does that help answer Board Member Bogus's question, sir?
Member Bogus?
Purposes. Yes, sir. Is this in response to the audit that indicated we have some problems?
Definitely part of,
Okay.
Chair, if I may,
I have no
definitely
other-
part of that, yes.
Go ahead. Please go ahead.
Oh,
I
okay.
apologize.
Sure.
No, I'm sorry, ma'am, I cut you off. So, yes, it's part of that. That's where I was keying in on the administrative portions in order to ensure compliance by the section so that the section can meet rule in response to the audit as well. The reason you may, some of the board members too, I think this is a benefit or value add to the group, is well, why are we, pursuing this position separately from, say, the critical FTE? That's because of the funding source. I mean, the funding source is unique. It's, typically this is the process that we've taken with the legislature in the past because of the uniqueness of the funding source, which is the school land trust funds. Sir, does that help answer Board Member Bogus's questions or address her
I'm
concerns?
seeing nods, so thank you.
Okay.
Yes. Member Lear and then, Norton's for after.
Okay, caught me in a bite of a donut. I'm usually sort of reluctant or at least cautious about adding staff members. Teachers are overwhelmed too, and the system is pretty tight, runs pretty tightly. But if Amendment B passes, and we're being a little anticipatory, but everywhere I go, Amendment B is the one amendment that is really popular and very well liked. That would significantly increase the work of the and the stakes for doing good work in this office. So I think this seems like a very wise thing to do, and I do think it's wise to anticipate that kind of increased need for cooperation with LEA. So I very much support this. I'm, again, cautious about increasing staff, but this seems a good one.
Thank you, Member Lear. And Amendment B for recall, I believe the board voted to support. it raises from 4 to 5%, correct? The amount of the underlying corpus that can be used and distributed to schools each year. So it'll flow more money out there into our community councils, land trust stuff. All right, seeing no other lights, let's vote. Do we have it framed up? We don't have anybody online today, do we? I don't think we do. Okay. Yeah. All right, so the motion is the board take the following actions related to the school land trust program, directing staff to consider and make recommendations to remove requirements through legislative code changes and rule changes to streamline the responsibilities of school community councils, and direct staff to work with the legislature to seek funding for an office specialist for the school land trust. And we will vote. What? We're getting there. It's okay.
Yep.
Yeah, we're all here. Let's see. Oh, okay. Voting is open. Good job. Thank you, guys. Looking for 4 more. 3, 2, 1.
You're waiting for me. Hold on.
Hit the screen.
Okay, that passes 14 to 1. No vote being Member Klein. Thank you. Back to you, Chair Norton.
Right, the next motion that I have is that the board consider taking the following actions related to the CTE add-on program, supporting the CTE add-on increase business case in alignment with the legislative funding request, supporting additional clarifying language for Utah Code 53F2-311-4B for growth identified in the statute to be allocated to USBE, and request the FTE to administer and support this program.
Okay, discussion on that motion. Seeing none, let us vote. There we go. That motion passes 10 to 5. The no votes being Vice Chair Earl, Member Green, Member Davis, Member Klein, and Member Bogus. Back to you, Chair Norton.
Here, so I show the unencumbered spend plans next. Is that what you show?
Anybody
Okay,
else? Am I
good.
on the right track? I got to make sure I'm on the right
Okay.
track before I tell you you're on the
yeah,
right track.
We're good.
Yeah,
Okay,
we're good.
so the next motion is that the board approves the spend plans for the unencumbered state fiscal year 2024 carry forward balances.
Okay, any discussion there? Member Davis?
I had my light on for a motion for the previous
Oh,
item, but I can do it
I
after
apologize.
you
Okay.
take this one if you want to, but I was just,
And feel free to yell at me or throw things at me, folks, if I don't see your light. Go ahead, though. You got the floor. Or did you want to do it
We've
for?
got a motion on the floor.
You want to hold? Right. So you don't want to make a motion to this?
I can do it after this.
Okay.
I can do whenever.
Okay.
That's what I was waiting for.
I got you. Okay. Any discussion of this motion? Seeing none.
I
Oh,
I have mine on. Yeah, that's good.
Vice Chair Earl.
I have 2 questions. We're approving all spend plans, right?
That's the intent, ma'am.
Yeah, okay.
But
There's a
there-
couple of spend plans in here that just don't have the detail. They weren't given in committee. And I didn't get enough information. Most of them I agree with. Yes. Scott, did you have?
Well, I'm trying to help. I don't mean to cut you off. So
Yeah.
go ahead, ma'am.
I'll just tell the 2 that I have concerns with.
Right.
The student services, I don't have any information on that.
So I
And-
thought we updated that for
Okay.
you, ma'am. So if
My apologies if I
if
missed
the
it.
public and the board members will orient themselves to the student service support slide, we did increase at the request of that the narratives in there related to the particular proposals to the board now from the finance committee to approve this. So there are more details in that slide.
In
than-
the spend plan slide?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
This is page 13?
My apologies, I must have looked way
Student
too
support services?
early in before everything got detailed on there. Let me look real quick.
Chair, does that help with Vice Chair Earl's question? or-
Yes,
Earl?
that
Madam
gives
Chair.
me more detail.
Okay. If I may, Chair, the other deliverable that we were asked for was what percentage of the budget are these carried forward amounts, or the aggregate of them? It's approximately 4.79%. That's the other follow-up. And then if I may, Chair, I believe Board Member Klein had some questions about CTE, about the 8. Did you, if you could ask her about that, I think that's a value add to the group as well, but we need Director Longhurst to answer the question on the 8 components.
Would you mind repeating the question for the record? Thanks, Member Klein.
So my question was, what are the 8 student organizations that the money goes to that are mentioned? They're in that middle box on the bottom, support the 8 student organizations. If we could get a list of those.
Deputy Jones or Director Talia Longhurst, thank you.
There we go. Good morning, Talia Longhurst, Director of Career and Technical Education. The 8 student organizations that we have approved here in Utah are, let's see if I can do them in alphabetical order. And now I can't that I've said that. Okay, DECA, FCCLA, FBLA, FCCLA, did I say that one already? They actually don't go by their full names anymore. Everything is pretty much acronym oriented. I know. It's because the acronyms relate to old terminology. So DECA, FCCLA, FBLA, FFA, HOSA, Educators Rising, TSA, and Skills USA.
Okay. We were trying, remember Booth, I think the question was what are the full names, but I'm not sure that's available because they don't go by those names. I heard Future Farmers in there, I heard Future Business Leaders, I heard Educators Rising, which is for teacher professionals in training. Anybody
FCCLA
else?
is Family and Consumer Sciences oriented.
Okay.
HOSA is Health Sciences. Skills USA is everything from hammers to hairspray, is what we like to call it. TSA is Engineering and Technology. And I think that covers all of it. DECA is marketing. They've been around for many, many decades.
Okay, back to you, Member Klein. That answer the question or follow up?
Yes, that's helpful. I don't know if I got all 8 down. Could you email those to us? Okay, that would be helpful. And I did end up researching one of those, and Educators Rising, and because I found it on an information item somewhere else on the agenda, and kind of went down the rabbit hole on that, and was not very happy with what I found. And so I don't know what these other organizations support, or if they're promoting the same kinds of things as Educators Rising. But based on that one being included and other issues and concerns I have about the CTE program going in that direction towards these subjective competencies, I will be voting no.
Thank you, Member Klein. Any further comment, question while we've got Director Longhurst? Seeing none, we can vote. The motion is that the board approves the spend plans for the unencumbered state fiscal year 2024 carry forward balances. Oh, do I see a light, a hand? Yes, you do. It's not on you. Vice Chair Earl.
This is, can I pull something and we vote on everything else? Or not really? Okay.
There's always
but I don't even want it. I don't even want it.
I think it would be a motion to divide probably in the.
Okay. I know. I just, there's a couple of items on here I would like to be different than they are.
Let me
I don't
ask
even
the
know how to
point
do
of
that
order,
right
I
now.
guess. I would suspect it's a motion to divide, but you tell me, folks. We don't really have a poll process like we do a consent calendar. Hold on, we'll only get, if you want to weigh in. What's what's the sense of what that would be? If the question is to separate out one or more of these departments' carry forward plans. Sorry? Motion divide? Member Bogus, any other?
Rules doesn't require a motion to divide, that you can pull those out as standalone items, just like the consent
Pull
calendar.
in which
I'm
way?
just going to make a, I'm
We're
going to
gonna
make
go
an
with the-
amendment.
Yeah, let's go with the amendment to, let me just get with the parliamentarian folks. Just on a motion itself, you don't have to move to divide first. You can just move and pull one, or do you have to have a motion to divide? Okay. All right, we're somewhat undefinitive on whether a motion to divide is required, so if we want to do it, it sounds like you might be able to pull one and bring it separately.
I just going to make amendment.
Chapter and verse? I would rather have okay. Well, I know. I was asking for chapter and verse on Robert's rules.
Oh, you're asking about Robert's rules? Say it again.
Well, I think that's the question, right? Do we have to do a divide, or can she just pull one and move on it separately?
Either way, but a motion to divide is not necessary to pull those items from a motion like this.
Right. Okay, we can look up chapter and verse after. I thought you had the tabs. Okay, go ahead, Vice Chair.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the competency-based learning to differentiated learning.
All right. Do we have that framed up? Let's close the vote out, and we have a motion on the board.
Amendment.
An amendment, excuse me. So this is an amendment to one of the items rather than pulling out separately. All right, let's frame up the language, and it would be, let's see, the competency base. So this is, what slide are we in? Let's make sure everybody's oriented to
I don't
the
know.
right
I don't know
stuff.
what slide. Yes, but this is additional.
It's not under CTE, right? Is this under student support? That might be
Yes, but this is additional funding.
slide 13, maybe? Student support.
Right, so they still have the funding to do what they've been doing. This would be additional funding.
Vice Chair Earl, we're just trying to orient. Is it teaching and learning?
It is
Okay,
under teaching and learning,
which is which
sorry.
slide?
It's,
That is
I don't,
slide
14?
There we go. Okay, sorry. We're just, all right, so the motion is in slide 14, teaching and learning spend plan to change.
Is that accurate or not? Without this?
Yeah, I'm trying to frame it up. Then we'll see if we have a second, then she can speak to it and we'll get some. Yeah.
It's additional funding for it.
We'll just pause for just a second here. We're getting some, they're getting some clarity here. Hold on. I have devious ways of meddling in the vote. So let's make sure we got it right, then we'll scroll it up top. I think we're just a little bit of clarity on what the motion might be. Do we have a song, fantasy football?
Okay.
Do we
So
have
I
language
just,
right?
I'm just trying to, so that section is titled competency-based learning, but to change where the funding would go, it'd be implementation of differentiated learning is what would need to be, and not a change, because there isn't a differentiated learning.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Let's get the language there and see if we have a second, and then we can come back and speak to the motion. So the language, I guess, would be. Okay, well, let's frame it up, and we can talk about it. I just want to make sure I'm
But this is
following all the rules here. So on slide number 14, it's titled Teaching and Learning Spend Plan. The second box includes competency-based learning with $110,092 in carry forward to support implementation of the PCBL initiative and grants. That's what's under discussion. Do we
Can I
have the
seek a
motion language framed up?
clarification on something? Is this, if I'm understanding from talking to superintendent, this is money that they, just didn't spend, so they have they have the money for this year for this program, meaning 2024, 2025. This is money that didn't get spent from last year. Right, so this would be additional money on top of what money is already in the program. Am I articulating that correctly? Did I miss anything? Okay.
Carried forward from last year to add to this year's allocation, right?
Okay.
So this is money carried forward to support grants which go under the name, I think, of competency-based learning, but or PCBL, is that correct? So there's a PCBL grant that's been awarded. There's carry forward amount of $110,000 being brought forward to support the implementation of that grant, which is a PCBL grant. So do we have did you want to go forward with a motion? Well, I'm not sure we have a motion, I guess, is my question. Did you want to do we got to frame it up and then speak to it, unless you wanted to speak to it before. Go ahead. You want Scott to weigh in first?
Yeah.
Okay. Deputy Jones?
So just real quick, both Deputy Stallings and I have just something to add for the good of the process. The competency-based learning is a legislative directed term as far as the funding goes. So, I mean, I think we can, but I just need to make sure that you're aware of that is how the legislature appropriated these funds, is under that particular program. And it's named competency-based learning in our budget, right? It's that thing. So I'm not sure if we'd have to go back to the legislature and say, well, or not change, but, alter the code to make it clear that this money is intended for what Vice Chair Earl is proposing today. So I think it's probably just an administrative type aspect, but I think the group needs to be clear that it's the legislature that titled that, not us.
So we really don't, we don't have a say then?
Well, I don't.
Right, this
I
is
don't
just a
think so.
formality?
Right, yeah.
Am I understanding what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am. I think it's a
But
formality.
we
and
could
yeah, go ahead.
pull it off if we
You could.
had it, okay.
Yes.
I think I just want to pull this item, and then people can vote how they're going to vote.
Okay.
So would that be to amend the motion to approve everything but this, or to be to pull this for separate? We don't have a second. I'm still.
Yeah, just a standalone. Just pull it for standalone. People can up and down, it's not,
So you
we don't
just
need to
wanna
make it
pull it out.
complicated.
Okay, and that's okay. That's good with our parliamentarian folks. Without a motion to divide, we can pull. Okay. All right. So this has been pulled. The teaching and learning spend plan has been pulled for separate consideration. So the motion on the floor then would be, I think that's still in force with the poll, would be to approve the spend plans for the unencumbered state fiscal year 2024 carried forward balances, with the exception of the teaching and learning, or just the competency-based learning part. Thank you, Angie.
Do we get to have a discussion?
I suppose we could. That work okay? I mean, this is kind of how it works in consent. If we're following the same rules as consent, then once it's pulled, we can do the one that's been pulled or the stuff that's left, right? So, okay. Remember, Real.
I have a question about the switching it to going away from the term or the usage of competency-based education. We're not doing that?
No, just pulling it off, you need to vote for it again.
Okay. Well, out of curiosity though, is there? Okay.
Well, I'd like to know too.
All right. Well, look, it's been pulled. It's been pulled for consideration, so we can. What's been done then is kind of like consent, right? We have everything but competency-based learning within the teaching and learning spend plan, and then we have separately the competency-based learning and spend plan. So we can consider either of those, the one on its own, and then the whole thing, or the whole thing first. Well, that's what Deputy Stallings suggested we do. That the poll just extended to that part of it. Does that work? Member Davis.
Just to be clear on what we're voting on, so the new motion is that we want to approve the carry forward spend plans, but can we vote on this first? Because if
Yeah, that's-
this doesn't pass, then we can vote on everything all at once.
Yes.
But if this
Well,
does pass, I just have a question on what the motion actually does.
Right.
So because we have grants in the field right now under the code language of PCBL. So do those continue? I mean, we're in flux in a lot of this. Or does the money then stop in support to the grants we have going on in the field? We've got several charters and districts who are doing this under this grant.
So it's been pulled. I guess my understanding, parliamentarian, is we can isolate this one as we do
But
with
what
something on the
happens
consent calendar.
if it doesn't
after,
pass?
hold on, yeah. So after isolating, we can vote on this one. So if somebody wants to bring up competency-based learning on its own for approval, we would address that. That would be the effect of Vice Chair Earl pulling it. So yes, we can vote on that element
first,
and then come back to everything else. I think just as we do with consent, right? Am I going the right way here? Okay.
And can someone just tell us what the effect of the motion is if it passes or not? I mean,
Yeah, is there a motion? I guess we need a motion. We've got it pulled, so as in consent, you can move to approve everything, you can move to approve competency-based. Is there a motion, having had one item pulled? Anybody want to move anything? Well, the original motion was everything, right? So now we've got one pulled, so we have one thing, we get the whole thing. The underlying committee thing has been changed. So having been pulled, if we're following consent process, you can move to approve the item that's been pulled. Member Norton.
I move that we, oh my gosh, now my brain just flew out. I move that we pass the remaining items. But what are we doing with them?
Okay, so leaving off competency-based, you want to approve everything else. Did you have a motion, Member Davis? The motion on the floor was to pass everything, right? So now we've separated. I'm just going to turn to
And
parliamentarians
I'm just saying,
here.
let's pass the remaining items.
Okay, so you can move either one. You can move for consideration, and then you want to come back to competency-based? Okay. So the motion on the floor from, amended motion from, actually it's having had a poll of one item, Chair Norton reverting to the
Move
original without
remaining
competency-based learning. The motion then is to approve the spend plans for the unencumbered state fiscal year 2024 carry forward balances with the exception of competency-based learning.
Oh, good
Any
job.
discussion of that motion? Okay, let's vote. Okay, that motion passes 10 to 5. The no votes being Vice Chair Earl, Member Carey, Member Green, Member Bogus, and Member Klein. That leaves the only remaining item. Do we have a motion on competency-based learning? No motion on competency-based learning. Member Davis.
I still haven't had my question answered. What is the money being used for, and what will happen if we take it away because we have grants going on based on code language, PCBL code language right now in the field?
So we may need a motion to address that technically.
Well,
Can
there's
I
a
make a
motion
motion?
on the there's a motion on the screen.
The motion on the floor has just been voted to approve everything but competency-based learning. So competency-based learning was pulled. It's floating over here. It's open to action if somebody wants to move to approve it, to not approve it. Then we can
Move
discuss
that
it.
we approve the competency-based learning.
Okay, so second. Okay, back to you, Member
So we
Davis.
can talk about it.
Go for it. Floor
I
is
just-
yours. as
same
the maker.
question.
Okay, so the question's been presented. Assistant Superintendent Nielsen. What happens if it's not passed, correct? Is that if it's not approved? Got it, okay.
Yeah, Darren Nielsen, Assistant Superintendent of Student Learning. When the personalized competency-based learning grant program started, there were $2 million that are awarded before the schools were selected, and then we have ongoing funding. This carry forward amount is the lowest it's been in those years since that happened because the additional funding has been distributed to the LAs that are part of the grant program. So these funds, if they're not advancing carry forward, that just means less funds for the LEAs that are participating in the personalized competency-based learning grant. If you carry them forward, we'll continue to award those because these are flow-through funds. They don't come to staff here at the State Board of Education or resources here. So if you allow them to come forward, we'll continue to try to distribute those through the formula to the LEAs that are participating in the Personalized Competency-Based Learning Grant Program. Correct.
So, okay, can
Vice
I?
Chair Earl?
Yeah, I thought this was unencumbered, and when, that's not considered encumbered? If we have committed the money already, someone,
Yeah, so if.
And Deputy Jones behind
and
you.
maybe I'm still,
After-
I'm
Go
not
ahead.
understanding that nuance, and
Okay.
I'd love to understand it.
Okay, so the reason why you're doing this is, well, two reasons. The board directs how money is spent, right? The second reason is we have to have adherence to the Budgetary Procedures Act and the Money Management Act. So we closed FY '24. It resulted in carry forward balances. Coming up in PEA, in the next PEA meeting, we have to demonstrate what balances are remaining and whether or not they're encumbered, right? So when this came, it wasn't necessarily encumbered, right? And it was over $100,000. So that's why it came to the Finance Committee. So if you approve it, it becomes encumbered and then is less a risk of being swept by the legislature, because if you don't encumber the money, and we don't spend money just to spend money, but if you don't encumber it, then it makes the list of unencumbered funds that are subject to being swept. So that's the reason for this process, the reason for this drill, if you will, and to Assistant Superintendent Nielsen, that's the point, right? Is that you're basically saying that we will, hey, look, we ended FY '24 with a carry forward balance in this particular program. We're proposing that we continue to use that balance in the next year in that program.
So in other
And,
words, we
yeah.
don't have the power to divert it to something else. We either use it or
No.
roll it back unencumbered. It can be
Right.
swept. Okay.
It could be
Vice-
swept.
Vice
That's
Chair Earl?
right. And I think that's what, Chair, through you, I think that's what Vice Chair Earl's point is
Right.
that she's looking at this as unencumbered funds, right? And so.
Well, and to
yeah, go ahead.
specifically to say that it's taking away from the LEAs, unless I'm wrong, it's not, this could be additional funding, right? But it's not encumbered as of right now.
Right.
I just wanted to be
Correct.
clear on that.
That's-
So
that's absolutely correct.
Okay.
It's not encumbered, but it's kind of restricted, meaning that it's available to be used for this
Right.
particular program, but for nothing else. We send
Yeah.
it back to the
And-
legislature.
And you, the board chair, Moss, cannot repurpose this money.
Right, that's my
Right,
point.
Okay.
Right, so it's unencumbered, but it is restricted. All right, anybody else, any other, member Straight?
So these two terms. Oh, that's pulled. I am done. Let's move on.
All right. I second that. Okay, no, any other comments? All right, so the motion then on the floor is that the board approves the competency-based education grant program carry forward spend plan. And I think, this raises a number of questions. I'm not sure they can be answered here. I guess if there's other ideas of how to characterize or spend. But I think, thank you for the clarification. We've got a pot of money that can either go here or back to the legislature. Any final, seeing no lights, let's vote. Okay, that motion passes 9-5. Six. The no votes being Member Carey, Member Green, Member Hymas, Member Klein, Vice Chair Earl, and Member Bogus. Thank you. Let's see, back to Chair Norton. No. No? Do we have, I'm sorry, Member Davis. I apologize.
I just don't know if I'll be here that long, and it also fits with the last one.
Is this on an item that's pending or point of order on
This
procedure?
was in the last one that was in SOEP. Actually, I'll just wait for 4.2 because it's right after this section. So I'll
Sorry?
just wait.
Okay.
So we don't have to switch
Got
the
it,
agenda.
okay. It's off, yeah, back to you, Chair Norton.
Okay, I move that the board approve spend plans for the unencumbered state, wrong sorry, let me back up. That the board approve continuing a contingency fund of $200,000 and a legal contingency fund of $250,000 and using $1,365,676 and 71 cents of state discretionary funds for providing funding to the state superintendent of public instruction of $75,000, continuing on-site and revolving security guard service at the USBE office, $180,000, paying off older agency vehicle leases to realign them with the replacement cycle, $40,000, allocating a building operation budget for various replacements and repairs, e.g. broken security cameras, paint and patch, update conference room furniture, etc., for the 2025 fiscal year, $100,000, and small district-based funding for administrative costs, $970,676.71.
Thank you. Hefty list, and I'm seeing no lights. No discussion of the motion. Let's vote.
Yeah, you could buy a Coke at Maverick for that.
Oh, Matt's out. Okay, that passes 10-4 with the no votes being Member Bogus, Member Carey, Member Green, and Member Klein. Thank you. Back to you, Chair Norton.
Okay, that looks like that wraps up our September 6th, 2024 meeting. And we are not taking any other, we're not taking the items from our September 11th meeting. Am I correct?
Yeah, we did have some specific action items. It looks like we have a CTE, well, yeah.
Okay,
From
I thought your
September
note
11
was
meeting?
like no ROI stuff, so that's what I thought.
No, I think
that
I was
not
just
it.
making the distinction that when we discussed the rubric,
Okay,
that wasn't
okay.
an action item, but those items for policy or funding recommendations
Okay.
were, so I think we have a couple of those. Okay.
Sorry, I was
No, I
not,
got it. I was probably unclear.
not clear with that. All right, so here we go.
Yes, Deputy Stallings.
Angie Stallings, Deputy Superintendent Policy. It appears that the board took action on 2 motions, but in 4.2 there are 6. And then there's also, I think Board Member Davis is also going to make a 7th motion. It appears that the board took action on 2 of the 6.
You mean the
And I just
committee?
wanted to clarify that the School Land Trust one is done, so we don't need to take action on that. And then I believe you took action on 1 of the 2 CTE. Is that correct, Sybil and Kelsey? So now we need to go to the motion on CTE add-on related to R277911. So you should go to number 3 out of the 6 that are in backup? And if that makes sense.
Which would be the top on part 4.2 of the September 11 meeting.
It's called the CTE add-on.
So the CTE
with
add-on.
the
yes.
various size geographical LEA.
Got it. Thank
Okay.
you, Angie. Okay.
Okay, we're all on the same page. I
Yes,
love
we
it.
are.
Really
Got it.
factually same page. All right. So the motion for the board is that the board consider taking the following action related to the CTE add-on program. Staff work with a variety of size and geographic LEA leadership to define the intended or unintended consequences if the board updated Board Rule 277911 from unrestricted to restricted indirect cost rate and bring that information back to the future Finance Committee.
Okay, discussion of that motion. Seeing none. Let's vote. One more. Okay, that motion passes 13 in favor, 1 abstention, 1 voting no, abstention being Member Hymas and the no vote Member Klein. Back to you, Chair Norton.
Okay. The motion before the board is that the board discuss and support a base plus funding formula for the Beverly Taylor Sorensen Arts BTSA program as part of the request for funding for the BTSA program.
Okay, discussion of that motion. Vice Chair Earl.
Yes, is this internal? We're doing this internal, or we're moving this to the legislature? Board rule, okay, that answers my question.
Okay, seeing no other questions, please vote. The motion is the board discuss and support a base funding formula for the BTSA program as part of the request for funding. Okay, that motion passes 13 to 2. The no votes being Vice Chair Hart and Member Klein. Back to you, Chair Norton.
Okay. The motion before the board is that the board consider taking the following actions related to the statewide online education program, SOEP, for home and private school participation. Request staff to bring back the following options for committee discussion: relationship between the board and the future contractor to administer this program, and research legislative direction on services delivered in a hybrid environment requiring physical attendance versus the statutory intent for completely online learning experience open to all students as described in code, and or moving the hybrid approach out of the SOEP program to its own line item for clarity and specific guidance on the implementation.
Okay, a couple lights. Member Davis, then Member Klein.
Yes, thank you. I have an amendment.
That's in order. Yes.
It didn't appear that the first bullet point up here matched with what she was reading. So I was just trying to reconcile.
Good question. Let's make sure we got in front of us what we're voting on. Let's see. There's an
Okay.
item, request staff to bring back the following items.
So that first, well, no.
Oh, you know
The
what?
work
That-
with
that may have just-
legislative experts, is that what you said? Okay. If that's what you said, then.
With legislative experts. I mean,
Yes, okay.
before that, but the first bullet
Okay.
point started
We're good.
with legislative
Okay, we're good. I think the bullet point might have been pulled up. Member Davis.
So if we can keep the language on this motion that was just made, and then change the word on the research bullet at the bottom. On where it says research legislative direction, instead have it say seek legislative change during interim. Yes. And then it would continue to read on services delivered in a hybrid environment. Yes, and then at the end of that bullet, are you ready for that? Oh, you're using my amendment language. I was just gonna add, I'm adding this to the main motion for the board that the finance committee made. Okay, so on the main motion that the finance committee made, up the last bullet of it where it says research legislative direction, instead it would say seek legislative change during interim on services delivered in a hybrid environment. You could just And then the rest of the language would stay the same. And then at the end of that bullet, added on to the end, would say, and rename the private school portion and keep the homeschool portion with USBE. And I'd like to speak to the motion if I get a second.
Okay, do we have a second? Seconded. Back to you, Member Davis.
Okay, thank you. I've had many conversations about this over the last month with our folks and experts here, with an SOEP provider, with a lobbyist for this whole move. So at the very end of the legislative session last year, one line was added into code that said that they were going to remove private and homeschool to a private vendor, a private contractor, to be sort of a middle manager or distributor, kind of like USBE does now for this, for SOEP. And what all of the folks, it was done so quickly at the end that they didn't really think about the fact that the private school folks that are using SOEP right now, the model looks completely different than what the homeschool students are using for an SOEP model. So the private schools are using more like materials or as digital assessment things, from what I'm hearing and understanding, and then using some of that money to go back to pay the teacher at the school. Whereas the homeschool students are using the SOEP model that has a licensed teacher through the state, a teacher and a course and a grade. So these are very different looks of things. And anyway, when I talked with someone who actually lobbied for this, he said, I never thought about that. But, you know, I've always just think of private and homeschool together. But he said, in fact, the private schools are doing this very, very differently than the homeschool students are. And so I think it would kind of dilute the communication with all of our stakeholders, because they're getting different things, and people should know what they're getting when they do the different things. And so they've already moved out private schools, you know, in code, but instead of, we only have like 150 homeschool students. Instead of lumping those with all of those private school students, they should be able to stay here because their model looks exactly like the model that public school students are getting in SOEP. It looks wildly different from the model that private school students are getting in SOEP. And this would also help address the audit from the ULead audit that came out that said that in order to use SOEP, you have to accept every student that applies, which is not, it possibly cannot, I don't know, happen with our private schools. I mean, that's a selective process. So anyway, for all of these reasons, I think it makes a lot of sense for the homeschool students to be able to continue. And I don't know if they're going to end up rolling the private school SOEP into the Utah Fits All funds or funding those separately, or how they're going to do that. But you cannot categorize them the same. In fact, in the coding for SOEP, once you take a UFA scholarship, you're no longer considered a homeschooling student. It's a new category legally in the state, and it's called you're a UFA student. While the homeschooling category remains the same if you're an SOEP homeschooled student using SOEP at home. Those students also have access, if they need it or want it, to speech therapy, special ed therapies, and such. Once you take UFA, you do not have access to those. But you might have more flexibility because you could use that scholarship for other things in addition, but you can only enroll in the course, the SOEP course, but you lose the services that would be extra with those. That's a lot of stuff. I've been talking for hours over the last month, but I can clarify. Those are the reasons why I think we need to do this.
Thank you, Member Davis. Member Bogus. All right, and thank you for the deep dive. Appreciate some of the discussion that's been going on around this. Vice Chair Earl.
I don't know that I have a question. I just know from whenever we legislatively met last, I don't know if it was interim, right? When did they discuss it? 2 weeks ago? I don't know. It's not been that long, but it seems like it's been a long time. That there was a question around what is the intent around SOEP, and it's taking all these different avenues and maybe strayed from its original mission. I'm not sure if this is it. I haven't done the deeper dive like Board Member Davis has. So I do think there needs to be some looks at it instead of all these branches. It needs to be, what is the intention? Is it fulfilling that intention, or is it expanded beyond the scope of what it was intended for? I personally have concerns that if we mesh the homeschool in with the others, that we may lose the ability for homeschoolers to access that funding. And maybe that's not the case. I just don't have enough information as we start separating those out that we begin to lose the value that's added to a number of families in our state. So I'm not voting for it. It's just because it's messy in my mind and I can't sort it out. So.
Okay, thank you. Member Lear. Or what? Sorry, did I skip? Carrie. Member Carrie. Then Lear. There we go.
But staff also has.
From Deputy Jones, did you have a comment first before we get back to, yes?
Chair, for the good of the group, I'll be the little brother that the big sister sent into the room to talk to the parents. So we have to move. We have to continue to. So if this motion were to pass, we still have to continue with the request for proposal process, the release of it, and what amounts to the privatization of the private and homeschool segments of the SOEP. So it wouldn't likely be until the legislative session that we could see a change from the legislature. I just want to make sure that you and the public are aware that the way the current law is written, I'm sure Board Member Davis knows this too, but I just want to put that out there, that we still would have to continue to release the RFP, to follow the procurement process, but subject to change, then, we have to keep moving, so.
Got it, thank you.
Thank
Deputy
you.
Stallings.
Chair Moss, thank you. One thing you may want to consider is adding another bullet after this amendment passes, or it could be added to this amendment that just clearly states and directs staff to continue with the RFP that's required in code. Just to make that clear to the public when they see and or other interested stakeholders,
Right.
They may interpret this motion as requesting staff to do something different, but we could add that. If you'd like, I could draft it.
Back to the maker, I would assume that'd be technical. And basically just saying we're going to follow instructions even while we ask for a change in the plan, right? We're going to do what we've been told to do. Member Davis? Can we? Member
I
Davis.
think that's friendly unless someone has an objection, but I would also add the words at the end, and or until changed by the legislature, because the RFP actually doesn't have to be filled until April of 2025. So, we need to start the process because it's a long process, but I would just add the words and or until changed by the legislature. And I just wanted to, really
we got other, I want to make sure we get you. We also got others.
Okay,
involved.
I
Does
just
this
wanted
go
to
to the same
quickly
point from
address,
Deputy Jones?
Chair, through you, Member Earl said if we mash them together, I think she's thinking that we're going to mash the homeschool students with the public school students, but that actually would not be the case. Maybe I misunderstood her. They have to stay separate because they're funded in a separate line item. And not only that, there are now categories that you can code for SOEP. One is a public school student, one is a UFA, but they're not, if it's a UFA, they're not an SOEP student. They can only access a course. But one of the big categories is a homeschool student, a homeschooling SOEP student. So they retain that homeschooling code separately. But the big difference is not that. The big difference is that they are getting a course where the private schools are through our state providers, where the private school students are getting materials through ASU. And it looks very, very different. So
Yeah.
Arizona State University.
Deputy Jones?
So just one additional point of clarification for all board members and the public is that the private and homeschool segments of the SOEP are funded in one line item. So the correct. And so if here's the challenge, right? If nothing occurs in the legislative session as a result of this or thing, then it would be illegal for me to disperse funds after April 1st to those segments, right? I have to do it to a private provider that's been identified in the RFP. So timing is critical too. I just, and I know Board Member Davis knows this too, right? I just want to make sure that it's really two parts, right? If we're going to continue to pursue privatization of just the private, and I say segment, I don't mean that, just for lack of a better term, we also need to make sure that the appropriation supports that, because right now that appropriation is one appropriation for both private and homeschool students. So thank you, Chair.
Okay. And I guess on the funding there, do we know the total number of private students using SOAP versus 143 homeschool students? On the private side, do we know? A slight diversion, but we got a number on the homeschool students. Do we have a rough estimate of the private sector? Sorry? A few thousand on the private side, 143 on the homeschool side. Okay, so that may have... Sorry? Right, okay. And I heard 143 roughly on the homeschool part?
Right, much smaller.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So there's an appropriation piece, there's a split out piece where their private goes separately and homeschool, currently scheduled to go with private, instead stays, but as a separate category within the public school SOEP program. That's what's on the table. Okay, member, oh, I see a light, no.
I gave up my mic so someone else could talk. But
Do you want it back, or do you want to take it? Yeah. You got it. And then member Lear. Oh, we're good. Just member Carey and then member Lear.
Yeah, I'm going to vote against the motion. Just I think there's too much ambiguity right now, and not necessarily against Board Member Davis, the concept that she's raised, but I just feel with the ambiguity it's not the best step to take. But I do have a question. In the motion, I think there was language about we're going to direct staff to speak with legislative experts. And typically, the language we use is we direct staff to speak with legislators. And I just wanted to see, are we asking staff to do something different? Because I always took legislators as the catch-all for everyone over there at the Capitol. But the phrase is different this time. Or do we want them to speak with different people?
Let's see, that came out of finance, I guess. So the question would be for finance proposal or staff. Was this meant to suggest elected legislators, legislative staff, both, one or the other?
So Chair,
Deputy Stallings.
no one is sure exactly what the intent of this specific language was, but we could amend the language to, if the expectation is for the staff to request a bill file, we could be more explicit and change it that way.
My only question is, I think every time we ask direct staff, I believe it's always to the legislator. This time it says legislative experts. I just want to know, are we sending people, do we want staff to see different people?
I don't know that it's clear from the context. We might...
I would just make a motion
An amendment would
then.
be appropriate
Yeah.
to clarify. It could be legislators or staff. I think we often work with both. There's a difference between talking to staff about technical elements and talking to legislators about a bill file. So, floor is yours. Yeah, if you want to.
I look at it just like
clarifying amendment.
we use the word parent, and the parent is the catch-all for a lot of different people. And I think we should just stick with that as we have historically done. So I would make an amendment that we, instead of work with legislative experts, it would be we direct staff to work with, as we typically do.
So what would the language be?
Legislators.
Legislators. So
work with legislator. I would
To develop
keep it exactly the
clarification.
same, and
Okay.
instead of legislative experts, it would say
Change
legislators.
to legislators. Now, let me see here. I think we're okay
Thank you, Chair.
on, let's see. Let me ask, let me clarify this. We had a friendly. I did not ask if there was an objection first to the friendly to Member Davis's motion that clarified we continue to follow legislative instruction until directed otherwise. That language is on the board on the fourth bullet point. Was there any objection? It was proposed as a technical friendly. Okay, so that goes in. So Member Carey's motion then is to amend the first part of bullet point 3 to state, let's see, the board replace legislative experts with legislators. This is in the second bullet point. Any second to that motion? Seconded. Any further speaking to the motion? Sorry? I suppose we could. It's fairly technical. Any objection? Is that seen as a friendly? No objection. Okay. Done. So back to Member Davis's underlying motion then. It was, yes, speaking to Member Davis's motion, underlying motion. Yeah.
As I reviewed this earlier, my questions were different, and I don't have, again, everybody has repeated this. Cindy did a lot of research for all of us. I don't have that kind of deep understanding, but what struck me is I recall you saying this happened at the very end of the session, and I think what got lost in this discussion is the USBE's role in all of this. Right. But seek a legislative change during interim on services delivered, but it doesn't really, nothing, in any event, regardless of what this amendment by Board Member Davis says, I don't understand the USBE's role in all of this. And as I do understand it, it's still public money. This is not money that's going to a voucher company like Utah Fits All. This is public money that still goes to homeschoolers, as it should, because they pay taxes and they're not taking a WPU. Apparently, it's going to it's being used differently per a bill or a legislative directive by private schools. But I think we need to know, and my whole explanation is to come back to the word where it says, request staff continue to work on the existing statutorily required SOEP RFP. That in that work, I want to read into that, clarify the role of the USBE. That's not on the board.
That ellipsis refers back to the motion and backup.
Right, which I did, now I've lost my.
The ellipsis refers back to the motion and backup. So the second bullet was left unchanged, which does what Member Lear is asking, work with legislators, I guess we need to change it, to develop clarification on the relationship between the board and the future contractor to administer this program.
Okay, and I do remember reading that. Thank you for calling that to my attention again. And for me, that is one of the very important pieces of this. If this is going to a voucher program, then the bill should say that. If it's staying under the direction or supervision of the USBE, then the bill should say that. And we'll need to assess if we have the monitoring capacity for that, because we've seen similar programs where there have been concerns about how that money was used and the accountability of it. So I just want to make sure and state publicly that as this develops, I would really like to have a clearer picture of who is guarding the hen house, so to speak, and who's watching the money, because again, this is taxpayer money. It's not been laundered or filtered through a voucher program yet. So I want to make sure this is not a different kind of voucher program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further lights? Member Norton? Chair Norton?
Yes, I am concerned with this, primarily because I can see so many possibilities that things can go wrong, and I'm generally not pessimistic. But in this, when we are making assumptions that the legislature is going to do this, and then because they did that, we will then do this, that's not a slam dunk. And I worry about those unintended consequences of what could happen if the legislature says, no, we don't want to do that. We want them left together. And that's why I feel like we need to maybe rein back and go back to the original motion, get that through. And then if the legislature does split it, then we've got a plan ready to go for that. But that's what I'm concerned about. And at this point, I don't feel comfortable enough with this amendment to vote for it, because I just feel like we're assuming that they're going to do that, and I don't believe in assuming in something like this.
Member Hymas, thank you. Member Norton.
Thank you. Can I just clarify or ask for clarity on the original motion is to send back, this is going back to committee?
No.
Can we pull
This
that
is to
up?
go to
The
the-
first bullet point says, request staff to bring back the following options for committee discussion. And then it goes, and then all these bullet points are under that. Am I missing something here?
Good point. The way that was phrased, I think, was left over from a point where it was sent for staff, then brought back to committee, and then the ideas were presented forward. So that is confusing. But am I getting the process right? It was brought.
Should be taken
it
out
was
in my
brought back.
amendment.
Okay.
But it would stay in the original motion, but it
Good.
should be taken out of my amendment.
Good point. Yes. So that direction was from a prior iteration. We did ask staff. They brought it back, and then what resulted from that were the bullet points below that in terms of recommendations to the full board.
So this is not.
This is not to send it back to committee.
These bullet points, this is it today then?
That right.
Okay.
This would be to make recommendations to
I
the
appreciate
legislature
that.
at this point. So good point. Yeah. So that's another technical friendly. If there's no objection, first bullet point of directing staff would be pulled. Hearing no objection, we'll drop the bullet point. Or did I get that right? Wrong?
If you're talking about objection, I mean, we keep talking about this. Quite frankly, I'll speak against the motion. If somebody wants to take it back to committee, then I'll say, yeah, do whatever you want and take it back to back to committee.
That's a Freudian slip.
I don't know if that makes sense at all, but I'm telling you, I'm speaking against the motion right now. And if there's more work to be done, which it sounds like there is, if somebody says, hey, before you kill this, before it dies here, I'd rather move it back to committee. I'm just one of 15, but that's where my thoughts are. Thank you.
Got it. Okay. So the motion as brought out of committee did not intend to say bring it back to committee, because that had already been done. Just so you know, we did that work in committee. But I think Member Hymas's point is perhaps there's more work that needs to be done. So if that's a motion, that would need a motion.
Can I ask a question?
We've dropped that because it was an error, but that's an option for folks if they want to bring it. Yeah, Member Davis.
Well, I have a question and a point. My question is, if we send this back to committee, and maybe that gives us more time to talk with the legislators who put the one line in at the end of the session to get a little more clarity on intent. But if we do send this back to committee, what's the timeline? Because if we want them to discuss this in interim, will we miss the interim opportunities? We'll miss the interim opportunities. So,
yeah.
Look, I mean, I think they should have the discussion in interim. There's zero assumption. I'm not assuming, just to clarify, if anyone thinks I'm assuming, to answer Board Member Norton's question, when we make a request of the legislature, I mean, I'm assuming it will be no, 50-50, or yes. I mean, if they say no, they say no, and it moves forward status quo. If they say yes, then I think there's a lot of clarity to be had for our homeschool students.
Okay,
I
Member
mean,
Boggess.
they'll
sorry.
benefit from it.
Sorry, Member Boggess.
Yes, sir. I would speak in favor of this motion, but it seems like we still have a lot of stuff that is kind of still out there. And so as such, I'd move to table this motion until 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. And in the meantime, we can all seek clarity from staff and from each other.
I assume that's in order? Yeah. So that's in order. Is there a second remind me, the tabling, same votes, same procedure. Is there a second? Member Klein seconded. Do we have comment from staff? We can go back to Member Bogus to speak to it, or we can get staff
Chair,
clarification
may I have for
first.
some clarity?
Please.
Okay, so the reason why we have that in there, and it's at the direction of board members, is to ensure that the board is directing staff to engage with the legislature so that you have knowledge of our engagement, right? To do that. That's all that is. That's what the purpose of having that in there was because there's been concerns in the past of board members that staff are meeting with legislators or the legislature. We want to make sure that we're fully transparent, so transparent that you can see Sarah sitting behind me. That transparent, right? That's what we want. That's what we're doing here at your direction, is to ensure that. That's the clarity that I would offer to that particular point. Supportive of moving it to tomorrow, but we just want to make sure that there's no agenda here or anything like that, other than to be transparent about the fact that that we're engaging with the legislature on this particular topic. Thank you.
And I greatly appreciate that. I think that's helps keep the dialogue open. We know the channels it's going through. So I'm in support of Member Davis's motion. I think you did. Did you want to speak again?
So I did
Motion
not
to
speak
table?
Technically to my motion,
Oh,
but
I thought
did
you
want.
had? Okay, I'm sorry.
I
I thought
would
you
like
spoke to
to,
the motion to
without
table.
objection, amend my motion to tomorrow at 1:30 per the agenda, unfinished board business. I'd move to table it until that time.
Okay, so without objection, that's been amended. Did you want to speak further to the motion? I was going to speak to it, but go ahead if you haven't already.
Yes, so Member Davis and I have had, I don't know many, but extended conversations about this issue. And I support this motion, but I don't know that those conversations would bear fruit in this forum. And so I just think we need 24 hours to have those conversations, to direct our peers on the board to people that they can seek clarity from. We can come back to this motion tomorrow. I think it's important that we do this during this board meeting series and not delay it or send it back to committee. And so as such, I would move the motion.
Okay. I second or third. I won't speak to the underlying motion. I think it's a good one, but I also support addressing it tomorrow. It seems like if we're duly noticed, that doesn't put us in any jeopardy. OPMA, great. Any further discussion on the motion to table? The motion has been amended to say table it for discussion tomorrow at 1:30 in the continued business item. Seeing no lights, please vote. Correct. Yeah, this would take the whole item, as I understand it, correct, on SOEP. Yeah, that's what has been tabled is correct. Yep. All right, that passes 12-3. The no votes being Vice Chair Earl, Member Reel, and Member Hymas. Okay, so that item on SOEP has been deferred, tabled till tomorrow. Back to you, Chair Norton. I think there might be one more. What? Yeah.
Okay, I move that the board consider taking the following actions related to the kindergarten program. Provide direction to work with legislative leaders on addressing the current age requirements for students that start kindergarten in another state and move to Utah.
Okay, any discussion to that? I will just say, and this goes to Deputy Jones's point, when the motion is to direct, provide direction to staff to work with legislative leaders on addressing the current age requirement, that doesn't necessarily say a particular direction that would go. And so that would generally authorize discussion. If a bill comes out, it would come back for us for consideration. Correct? Am I interpreting this right in terms of the nature of that direction? Okay. So it opens for discussion. Board members should feel free to be participating in that. It doesn't dictate a particular outcome, but there was a particular need it was intended to address. Member Klein?
Okay, so I don't know why we don't just put in what we want it to be and what we're recommending, and I would think that it would make most sense that if they come from another state and they were already enrolled in the state they were in, that they should be automatically accepted. I mean, I think it's kind
That
of a
could be a
no-brainer.
motion. That would be an appropriate
So if
amendment.
there's a way
As currently
to,
phrased, it doesn't
phrase
say
that up.
but well, I think that's the intent. The
So-
language is to discuss. So if you want to make an amendment, go ahead, tee it up. Yes, Deputy Stallings.
To Member Klein's motion, actually currently, if you're a student, or I'm sorry, a child of a military person, there is something in code already that does exactly what Board Member Klein just stated. So what the motion could be is that the board requests staff work with a legislator to extend the right for a student to enroll who comes from out of state for all students. And I can hurry and draft that if you'd like, if that's what the
That
motion is.
consistent with your intent, Member Klein? Okay. All right. We can see some clarity. Well, let's see what it is, and then if there's a second. Do I have a second?
I second.
It's been a second. Member Klein, do you want to speak to it, and then we'll open it to discussion. Member Lear. Member Lear, go ahead. Floor is yours. I asked, she declined.
I just have concerns with this. I've lived for decades with this discussion of kindergartners and when they're ready to attend school. And first, my primary concern is to decide something like this with no, and maybe the Finance Committee got more of this information as it was explained or suggested by Deputy Stallings. But we have no idea how many students that is. That adds a bunch of WPUs, a bunch of new students in schools, and we have no idea what that would add to the overall cost of funding public education. It's like suddenly going to all-day kindergarten without knowing how many students are involved. And I don't want anybody's guess about, this is just a handful or a few very precocious students, but I think we need more information to know where it would affect schools and how it would affect schools. Because I lived through the decades where parents took their children to Idaho for 2 days, enrolled them in school where the grandparents live, and then said they're already enrolled in kindergarten. Now I want them in kindergarten in Smithfield. And that sounds Machiavellian, but I actually saw it happen. And I think we need to discuss, because I'm very sympathetic to the student that moves in with the military often in January, sympathetic to that situation, students in kindergarten. I'm not sympathetic to the need for childcare, which is now all day, and that student started kindergarten someplace else, and now he's 3.5, or maybe he's only 3.5, and he's ready for kindergarten. So I think this needs more discussion, more analysis, especially with the school districts that are on the borders of other states, and see what experience they've had already.
Okay.
So I'm not ready to vote on this and propose this to the legislature.
All right, thank you. I think there was some discussion. There might be further clarification. Member Norton?
But it's not asking that, Norman. It's just making the turned 5 in that year. You know, maybe if they had turned 5 in the same calendar year, our state said you have to have that date done by September 1st. Maybe their state was September 30th or October 31st, but it had to be in that same calendar year, so it couldn't go, past December 31st. But staff's having a discussion right now. Do you want to talk to us about what the parameters are? I mean, are we talking 3 and they were in kindergarten in Iowa, or are we just talking about in the last couple of months?
Yeah, should they be? No. And I don't think we can judge whether or not they went across the board. Yeah, but she's saying we do care.
Okay. Christina Elegante, K3 Literacy Specialist. We don't have exact numbers, but I received about a dozen calls last year, and they were mid-year, January, February. What was the other question?
Go ahead, Member Lear.
those are the calls you received. We
Yes.
don't know if if the law were changed, if that number would change dramatically. We haven't done necessarily any research with the states that are on the borders of school districts, Idaho, Nevada. We don't. Right. So I'm just asking for a better understanding before we take on a bunch of new students that everybody had assumed were not eligible to start school. I think this is a bigger policy shift than I think we're understanding right now. And I'm not
Okay.
opposed to thinking about this. I just think we need to do it eyes wide open, understanding it will take significant more funding, or let's just be fair and say some more funding from the legislature.
All right, let's see how we vote on this, but let's make sure we're procedurally square here. There was a member Klein's comment, I think, initiate a motion, question whether we had it framed up and seconded.
Well,
We
I mean,
thought
I'm
we had a
just
second, but
reading my own motion to try and understand it, because I didn't really make this motion, so, and I think I get what you're saying.
did we
And-
have a formal motion then, or was it just a discussion?
Well, I just was commenting, and then it suddenly turned into a motion on the board,
Okay, so this was teed up, let's just, hold on. It was teed up as a possible motion in response to your question. So the question now is, do we have a formal motion?
Right, so,
You can make it, or
well,
or
I
choose
just
not
wanted,
to and just continue to discuss.
well, I liked what Board Member Norton said as far as just allowing it if they turn 5 within the calendar year. I think that's more direct. There was some confusion about the wording that a legislator, or that they would extend the right for a military student. So that's already in code. You're just talking about them amending that portion of the code to include all kindergartners, right? This is nothing new for the military students. Is that correct?
Okay.
Just to clarify the motion that's written on the board. Right, so, but people thought we were amending something about military students. But
So
that's
the-
just already existing. You're just referring to something that already exists. So
And-
just for clarity's sake.
Correct. And then applying it to all students.
To non-military students.
so,
So the question is whether you want a motion that says, if you're in kindergarten in another state, even if you're not military, you are allowed to enroll in kindergarten in the state of Utah.
Okay, so
Something to that effect, right?
I had another question as far as implications go with this. What does that mean for newcomers, refugees, immigrants, whatever you want to call them, illegal students, illegal immigrants? I know I'm going to get in big trouble every time I say that, but it's just their category. Anyway, what does that mean? What are the implications for that with the way this is written? Does that open the door wide open for?
So it says out of state to enroll in kindergarten. Is that it's your potential motion, I would say, Member Klein. And so whether you want to make it or not, you can frame it as you like. It could say from another state.
Well, I'm going to
Hold
withdraw
on,
the
I'm just-
motion.
Okay, all right.
And if somebody else wants to make a motion,
Okay.
they can. But I don't want this to be my motion.
Okay. All right, so no current motion on the floor. The question, from Member Klein, no motion to amend. The motion then is that the board consider taking the following action: provide direction to work with legislative leaders on addressing the current age requirement for students that start kindergarten in another state and move to Utah. Further discussion or motions on that underlying motion? Member Bogus.
So I actually like the original motion. I think it provides more clarity. It offers direction to the issues. I don't think we're going to see a deluge of students here. You know, again, the discussion led me to believe, and if I'm incorrect, then I can be corrected, but it led me to believe that we're talking about 20 or 30 students here statewide, maybe, that this would affect. But when they start kindergarten in another state and they move to Utah, that we would allow them to enroll in our schools. That's the Cliff Note version, and I think that we need to at least start the conversation. and we can choose to amend the legislative language if we don't like it. Maybe we say bring legislative language back to the committee if this is not a motion we like. But I would support this motion and ask others to support it as well.
Thank you. Okay, Member Carey. Nope. Davis, Carey, and Lear.
Yeah, I think it's tricky if you have a student that starts kindergarten, say attends for 2 or 3 months, and then comes here and then can't continue schooling and then has to start over again the next year. It seems quite precarious. I do think the word start is better than the word enroll, because I could see Member Lear's concern also that someone may go somewhere to enroll and then come here. But I think when you actually start a kindergarten program and you are attending, I feel like you should be allowed to continue when you move to another state.
Okay, Member Carey, and then Member Lear. And
Yeah, this is probably just, it's the same thing we did in the last. When we say legislative leaders, last time it was legislative experts. It probably doesn't make a difference, but just for consistency, should it say legislators?
without objection, done. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Lear.
Still can't. There we go. Thank you. I wanted to just clarify the point that Member Klein was, I think, asking and also commenting, and that is that per the U.S. Supreme Court, any child that's here, regardless of the child's immigration status, has the same right to attend school that any other child has. So if this opportunity to leave the state, become enrolled in kindergarten, and come back to the state applies to students that are living in Utah right now, it also applies to immigrant students who are living in Utah right now because of the Supreme Court's ruling, Plyler versus Doe, from 30, 40 years ago. So yes, any student who's here, any child who's here would have the same opportunity that Utah residents would have to seek to be able to go to kindergarten early.
So if they start in another state.
If they start in another
correct,
state.
Right.
Or if they start in another country. It doesn't.
Well, that's not what it says.
Well, I guess they have to start in another state, okay. But if they start in another state, which again, I've pointed out, you can enroll in another state if pretty easily. Not all states have the same residency requirements we do. So yes, it would apply to all children who live in the state to have the same opportunity if the law changes. And
So-
I don't think we know the implications of that. That is unsettling.
This has two issues. It goes to the age question and starting in another state. So just for clarity, there's a lot of other law swirling around out there about accepting, but this would address the question of age requirements as applied to somebody who moves in from another
From another state, which again,
correct.
You're right about there are different age requirements in different states and different
And different sources, but they have
October
to
1
they have
in
to
some
be here
states.
and have the age question. So if you're all right, I'm sorry, Member Hart. Vice Chair Hart.
So I've had this incident, this situation happen in my school, and the child had come from a state where there was pre-K, and so the child had been in school for a year and a half, and we were the local district said no, because we won't get any funding. So they came to my school. The child could read, was well behaved, just wanted to be in school. It doesn't matter to me how many it affects. What matters to me is the effect on the child. And for a child to have one or possibly even an additional year of being in school, and then for us to say no over some, what I feel is somewhat arbitrary reason, that's that parent's decision, and I think that's detrimental to students. I very much support this motion.
All right, let's wrap it up and take it to a vote. Member Green and Member Klein, I think. Yep, Green and Klein.
If I could direct my question to you, is this a big problem that exists in Utah right now? I mean, obviously there has to be things going on that would bring it to the table of here. Is this something that has caused a lot of problems in a lot of LEAs? Like where's the root of this problem coming from, and are there a lot of parents that are trying to enroll their children that are not 5, or is it a simple cut and dry? In the state of Utah, we have these dates that you meet or you don't. And if you don't, then you register the next year. And if you do, you can register. You say you have a lot of calls that are coming in mid-year. And is there a problem with that? And why does that problem exist? And would this help resolve that? It's a lot of questions.
Chair, would you mind if I answer that question?
Please.
Yeah, Christine Elegante, K3 Literacy Specialist. So to answer that question, we have, I don't have the exact number off the top of my head. It's about 11 other states that have a different cutoff date. That's later. The latest one happens to be December. So the kids have to turn 5 by, I can't remember what part of December. And so like I said, I had 12 calls last year, mid-year. I don't think it's a significant amount, but really in our law, the way that it's addressed in our law, it's very cut and dry. If you didn't make the cutoff date in Utah, then you can't continue on unless you have that, the military exception there. So they're kind of just stuck. Our recommendation usually is the same recommendation we give our in-state students who don't meet the age requirement. We recommend they enroll in a robust preschool program, and then they can work with their LEA the next year when their child's eligible to determine if they should start in kindergarten in Utah, or if they should, if their child's ready or eligible, depending on what the LEA determines, to move just straight into first grade. But for a lot of those parents, that's pretty frustrating when their child, like Vice Chair Hart said, when they've attended a pre-K program, I may have gotten that same call, a pre-K program all day, and then a full day kindergarten program, and then they come into our state and they're not able to continue on where they were. So.
Thank you. Member.
Even if they were 5,
Paul?
they were not able to. And can they be turned away because they won't get funding? Like, can they actually do that?
For age reasons, not for.
At age 5?
If they're not 5 at the start of the year, right?
Yeah, if you'd like me to answer that, I can.
Sure.
They have to be 5 by our state law.
Which is what date again?
Yeah, September 1st.
September 1st.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if they
Alright.
came in and they had started school in kindergarten, but their child had a birthday September 16th, so they were eligible in their state, not our state, they cannot continue on when they move into our state.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
So that was me. I started California age 4, turned 5 October 21st. If I had moved in November, I would have been out. That's my birthday. Thank you. Hey. So yeah, I was literally that kid. I was 4 years old. If we had moved, we moved the following year to Provo, and so I got in. But if we had moved mid-year, I would have been out of kindergarten here because I started under California's eligibility, and then let's see. I don't see any more lights, or do I? Member Lear.
Want to clarify one thing. I am not anti-kid. I am anti not understanding what we are taking on as we do this. That's what I really would like to know, what the financial implications are. And more than anecdotal information, I had a call from a friend that was working with a child who was extremely ready for kindergarten, and she wanted to go to kindergarten, and we talked about robust preschool options. So I'm not anti-helping these families or children, or Jim when he was much younger. I am wanting to know what the implications are in a more factual, data-driven way, as some people I know have been talking about making data-driven decisions.
Fair enough. Thank you. Good discussion. Thank you for our staff providing input clarification. Seeing no other lights, the motion is that the board provide direction to work with legislators on addressing the current age requirement for students that start kindergarten in another state and move to Utah. Board members, please vote. Got 3 more votes. Anybody else care to vote? Are we missing a couple? Missing Vice Chair Hart. Are we missing anybody? Or okay. That motion passes. 12 in favor, 1 abstention. Member Klein, 1 no vote, being Member Lear. Thank you. Back to you, Chair Norton. That may wrap it up. That concludes Finance. Thank you very much. Oh. Please.
I'm so sorry, Chair Moss. Upon our reflection, I realized I made a mistake when we voted on the second of the CT add-on regarding updates to R277911, and I had my wonderful assistant here, Vanessa, put the wrong motion up. So according to the voting records, you never voted that. So I'm wondering if we could just re-vote so that we have that record of that.
Do we know what the vote was? Just for board members to reflect if they know. So we had a vote.
It was one to work with a variety of LEAs regarding unintended or intended consequences of updating R277911.
This is on the indirect cost rate, correct?
Yes.
So this the
It was voted. It did
ICR
pass
question.
13 in favor, 1 abstention, 1 opposed. We just don't have.
But we didn't have the right language.
We
up
didn't
on
have the
board.
right language, so I
Okay.
don't have the actual record.
So we can take it back. We had 13 to 1 to 1. This was on the indirect cost rate question. Did we even read the right? Okay, so we read it correctly, just for board members' clarity here. We read it right, but we had the wrong language on the board. No worries. Thank you for grabbing it. So we heard the right thing. People presumably voted how they want, but we did not have the language on the board for the record of the votes. Yes, Member Davis?
It's the one that's highlighted up here right now. It's this one. You were a yes. You did vote yes. Okay. So are we re-voting right now?
I think we're re-voting because there was a lack of clarity on what was presented on the board, which then goes into the voting record. So at least if I'm hearing the parliamentarians right, we need to bring it back up for a vote with the right language up on the board, make sure we all know what we're voting on. It was read correctly, but on the board was different, so. Okay, so does that require just a technical clarification to put in the right language, or do you think we need to tee it back up for?
For the public on the website. It's up to you. I can.
So I'm sorry, save what?
Our voting records are made public on our website for
Right.
people to go back through and see how each individual board member voted on each motion.
Right.
If we don't do a revote on this, then I won't have that.
Okay, so you do need a revote. It's not
Motion
just a
accounted
technical
for.
clarification of the record. You need to revote. Okay, let's tee it back up then. Again, just for board member recollection, we've been through a few votes. This was 13 to 1 to 1 in favor. The motion as now framed up on the, yeah.
So the public record is accurate when it shows the voting record on it.
We do, but I think this was brought to the board for consideration of working with LEA leadership and then sending it back. I don't recall, to be honest with you, the underlying discussion, but I think the recommendation from committee was that the board weigh in on working with LEAs and send it back, right? Yeah. So, okay. Let's tee it up and take a vote so we've got it correct in the record. So the motion was that the board consider taking the following actions related to the CTE add-on program. Staff work with a variety of size and geographic LEA leadership to define the intended or unintended consequences if the board updated Board Rule R277-911 from unrestricted to restricted indirect cost rate and bring that information back to a future finance committee. Seeing no lights, please vote. Oh, is Vice Chair Hart's out? Okay. Well, hold on. Did she say to vote yes this time? I know, but we're making sure that people are looking at the right thing, and I think for clarity, we were just giving members the chance to read it and then see if their vote from before was what they wanted. We'll just follow. I think we can just take this vote as it is, unless Vice Chair Hart really wanted to vote on this. What's that? I don't know. Okay, I think all here have voted who wanted to. That motion passes 12 to 1 to 1. The abstention being Member Hymas, no vote from Member Klein. All right. And that should advise the public that our votes are public. If you are following along, takeaway, we are trying to be careful and making sure they're recorded accurately. Feel free to dig through and see how we all voted. All right. Chair Norton, I think that wraps up finance then. Okay. Let's move to law and licensing. The L&L barbecue. I'm just gonna for lunch by throwing a little barbecue out there.
Well,
my other favorite L&L after the committee.
After the committee, of
After
course.
the committee, of course.
And if we are in a place where lunch happens, we'll just split it, right? So, split the agenda. That's fine with me anyway. But let's jump to agenda item 5.2. This is Duchesne County School District Tabiona School Waiver Request Renewal. The committee recommends that the board approve Duchesne County School District Tabiona Schools request for a waiver renewal from R277-4194.
Okay, any discussion of that motion? Seeing no lights, please vote. Let's see, is that everybody? We don't have Vice Chair Hart. That's everybody. Oh, there we go. That's 14. That passes 13 to 1 with the no vote being Member Klein. Back to you, Chair Hymas.
Thank you. Agenda item 5.3, R277-603, Autism Awareness Restricted Account Distribution. This is a repeal. The committee recommends that the board repeal R277-603, Autism Awareness Restricted Account Distribution on second and final reading. And I know we're ready to vote. I just, for the public's sake, I want to remind that when we repeal these, because sometimes it's like, why would you repeal that? And I don't see staff. Well, maybe Angie can speak to it. I believe it's just been removed from a program has been removed, and so they removed it from us to the tax commission. So that's the reason for the repeal. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Seeing no lights, please vote. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Back to Chair Hymas.
Thank you. Agenda item 5.4, R277-473, Utah Computer Science Grant. The committee recommends that the board continue and approve R277-473, Utah Computer Science Grant Draft 2 on second and final reading.
Thank you. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, please vote. We're still missing one. All right, that passes 11 to 3. The no votes being Member Green, Member Bogus, and Member Klein. Back to you, Chair Hymas.
Thank you. Agenda item 5.5, R277-746, Driver Education Programs for Utah Schools. The committee recommends that the board approve the Driver's Education Manual dated October 2024.
Any discussion of that motion? Seeing none, please vote. Oh, Member Bogus? Yeah.
So I did not see anywhere in this manual where is this the same manual as they use in the Department of Motor Vehicles? I'm very, and why would they not be the same? I guess would be my question then.
Do we have staff available to address that?
Yeah.
Yes, Deputy Stallings.
Thank you. Could we get just clarification? So is the question whether the Department of Motor Vehicles collaborates on this manual or whether there's a separate motor? Okay.
Is it the same, similar, overlapping, incorporated, whatever, I think? Is that right, Member Bogus? Just kind of what's the relation?
So I don't have my notes on this one here. Either they didn't save or I didn't save them, but my question was, is this the same as the Department of Motor Vehicles manual? And if it is, why don't we just use theirs? And if it's not, what is the same and what is different?
So that's something Audra Uri would need to answer. This is not the same as the DMV manual, though.
I don't know if are you asking about a student manual that's given to the students?
I think so.
I know, but this is the mechanism for the school to know how to use the programming and stuff. It's not the yes, the teacher. No, I don't even think it's the teacher.
It's the driver education manual. That
Yeah, it's just the
students use in
parameters around. You
class,
have
right?
to have so many of this. You have to, right?
So is it the same as the DMV, I guess, which contains the legal requirements, right? I think that's kind of the question goes to, is what we're teaching in class the same as what the DMV puts out?
Ben Rasmussen, Director of Law and Professional Practices. This is not the same as any DMV manual. This is specific to the driver's education program in the schools. And so this is separate and implemented by our board staff.
I guess I thought the question was, does it get you instructed on the things that the DMV is going to require when you go get your license? Is that where that's going? Okay, not at all. That would be my question. Are we using in class the things that you have to know to legally drive a vehicle and safely drive a vehicle? It sounds like those are two separate things. I would assume there's some overlap, but okay, fair enough. Member Klein. Oh, let's see. Got her?
Okay, so I have another question on this as far as how, not necessarily on the motion itself, but in order to understand how the system works, how do we handle when there is a student taking driver's ed, presumably so they can get a license, if we don't know if they what their legal status is, and how is that handled, and are they able to get a driver's permit or license or a driving privilege card, and at what age? Are our schools facilitating that?
Did you hear the full question? I maybe missed part of it, but go ahead, Director Rasmussen.
I would not know the answer to that. The only change that was made at this point was incorporating some fee changes that were required by the legislature. I know they're trying to get Audra Uri, who's our driver's ed specialist, to join the board via Zoom, but I don't have an answer to Member Klein's specific concerns.
Well, it would make sense that if we have to take in all students, and this is I don't know, is this a required class or an optional class for them to sign up for? We should know the answers to these questions and how that works with our current law, and what is the current law around that.
Okay, my understanding would be, and Director Rasmussen, tell me if I'm wrong, a student can take the class, they have to separately meet the legal requirements at the DMV to get a license, correct? One of those being passing the class, I think, but others would be up to the state. We don't regulate that. In other words, if that's the question, we don't grant a license coming out of the class, but I think we do take anybody who signs up.
I think that would be accurate.
Okay, so
A follow-up.
all in, but that doesn't get you a license. In other
Does
words.
that allow them to drive out on the roads or just in like the driving range?
I don't
That
think
would,
so. They
that
don't-
would be up to the driver's license division.
Yeah, they control that, so.
Is that something that you could look into and send something out to us on so that we know exactly where things stand in that area?
Yes.
I think anybody in the class is not yet licensed, and so there are restrictions on where they can go while they're in the class. And then at the completion, you may or may not get a license, right? You got to go to all that stuff.
That's
so.
what I want to find
Yeah,
out
fair
is
enough.
what
Okay.
happens after the course. Are they now eligible to get a license or a driving privilege
Right.
card?
Yeah.
Or how does that work?
I think they have to separately meet state requirements beyond the course, but yes, please, that would be helpful. Okay, any other questions, comments to that motion? Okay. Any other, all right, seeing no, sorry, everyone.
This is just a technical change on page 1, and I requested it in our committee. It talks about the governing bodies, and it says legislators instead of legislature, and individual legislators are not a governing body unto themselves. So technical change, but I would like to see it changed.
Okay, without objection. Is this in the manual itself then, or? So that's our manual published by the state that we have the ability to tweak and correct, all right? Okay, so that's been proposed. Is there any objection to legislature? Hearing no objection. Member Davis?
Okay.
There you go.
No objection, but we probably, that is the word we probably should use in all of these other motions. Whenever we say the board will work with, we should always probably just say the legislature and not all the other things that we're saying, just the legislature.
So
Good point. Okay, Member
just,
Vice Chair Earl.
and I think Audra is online. Is that right, her name? That could ask some of those questions. But there are provisions in here for students with special needs, provisions for students, transfer students from out of state, homeschool students, transfer students in state. I mean, it goes through many different, which you have to meet certain criteria. Obviously, once you do, then you know, anyways, but I think Audra can maybe, if you can reframe your question, maybe answer that. I thought Board Member Clayton had a question that she needed to.
Did you want to present that question that met, to Audra?
Sure. So my question is around students where we don't necessarily, we know or we don't know their legal status and their participation in the driver's ed program and how that works when it comes to them after completing the course, getting a license, or are they able to get a license, or do they have the opportunity to get a driving privilege card, or can they not? We just don't know. That was the question.
And by legal, you're referring to immigration
Immigration
status, right?
Uh-huh.
How does that relate into legality of getting a license as it comes out of the driver's ed program?
Thank you, Board Member. This is Audrey, your driver's education specialist. We provide, at the public schools, we provide the driver's education requirement, which is a portion of obtaining a driver's license. There's several steps to obtaining a driver's license. The steps that you're referring to would be purchasing a permit and then getting a license at the end. Purchasing the permit and the requirements that are that you have to get the permit and to get a driver's license is up to the driver's license division. We're just providing driver's education, which is a portion of getting a license. So we don't make those judgments at the school level.
So
all right, thank you. Quick follow-up?
Yeah,
We'll
so the
take it to a
school
vote.
doesn't give the permit, but the student has to have the permit to be, as they're in the class, driving on the roads, right? Don't they have to have a learner's permit in order to participate
Audra?
in parts of the driver's education program?
That is
Audra?
correct. They get the permit from the driver's licensing office.
So they do give permits to students that may be illegal.
Well, the DMV.
That would be
That's why I said
the driver's
maybe.
license.
The driver's
the driver's
license
license
division gives permits to people that don't have legal status.
It sounds
Is that
like
a
that's
yes or
out of
no?
our hands. I think the answer is
it would be
that's
yeah.
not our decision.
If they have to be right.
I'm just wondering what the law is. Is that a yes or a no? Do you know if the driver's license division gives permits to
So that's
students.
not us. Right. Okay, look, that,
Well, I'm
Audra,
just wondering
thank
if
you.
we know the law.
It's
And-
not our law, so I think if we know that, we could answer, but I'm not sure we know it. We know what USBE is. Sounds like Member Green might have a
Does
insight. Go ahead.
Audra know?
I don't know. Who's that? Member Green? Oh, I'm sorry. Just speak up. Do you have this? Who do we got here? Audra. I thought, okay, I was looking at Member Green. Member Green's trying to offer some insight too. Go ahead, Audra. Thank you.
They have to have the legal paperwork and legal requirements to obtain a permit and to get a driver's license. It's the same requirements for a permit as it is a driver's license. So no, that would not occur.
Okay, Member Green. All right. The question is, we are to approve the driver's education manual, right? So that the question was raised. It was answered. Member Green. Okay, it may have been
Okay.
answered to.
So
Yeah.
on page 13 of this manual, it has learner permit, a permit issued by the Utah State Driver License Division to a person who has reached 15 years of age, passed the knowledge test required by the division, passed the physical and mental fitness tests, submitted a non-refundable fee for a learner permit. Then the learner permit entitles the holder to operate a motor vehicle only if an approved driving instructor, parent, or legal guardian who is licensed is occupying the seat beside the applicant, the responsible adult who signed for financial responsibility who is a licensed driver is occupying the seat beside the applicant, learner permit is in the applicant's immediate possession. That's what it says in the manual. And I do
Thank
think
you.
these are absolutely fair questions, and I appreciate the discussion.
Yeah, I think the question is, does our manual and our approval take care of the legal ability to get a license? I think it does not. That goes through the DMV, and if they get that, then they come into our system where they use the manual, and then they go out of the system where they go back to the DMV. That's at least my understanding. So to the question of whether the manual deals with this issue of whether somebody's here legally, et cetera, I think it doesn't. We follow the DMV, which has separate law. So last point, Member Klein, did you have another response that we need to tee it up for a vote? Oh, unless Member Reel wants to weigh in. And Member Green. We do need to get to some votes. Okay, I see questions, lights off. Member Green?
Well, and I just want to say, it's a fair question because we're providing a service for our citizens, and it's an educational avenue in which we partner with, another governmental entity where they can get a driver's license. The same would apply, say, if I were to get a driver's license in the Philippines. Foreigners can, with a valid visa, 6 months, can apply for a Filipino driver's license requirements, passport with a valid visa, entry stamp, original and a photocopy, proof of stay in the Philippines, medical certificate from an LTO accredited clinic, TIN or affidavit of exemption from TIN. The steps have 5 steps. This is just a very normal inquiry that applies worldwide. There's nothing nefarious. It's fair. We are providing education. We probably should quality check on what those systems look like. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I think we've learned in the discussion that the manual itself doesn't impose all the requirements for getting a license. That goes to the DMV, separate state agency, so they deal with some of those questions of immigrant status, et cetera. So I think it is relevant to what the manual does and does not do. No further lights. Let's vote. Motion is that the board approves the driver's education manual dated October 2024. Let's see, and it looks like we're voting for Audra. Audra, you're just on our vote screen, so we all approve. Thanks for your input. We're gonna switch to the vote screen, I think. Thank you. What's that? All right, let's see. Well, one more. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Back to you, Chair Hymas.
Thank you. Agenda 5.6, R277-746, Driver Education Programs for Utah Schools. The committee recommends that the board approve R277-746 driver education programs for Utah schools, draft 1 on second and final reading.
Bogus?
So, my question may seem redundant. However, as I look at this rule, it doesn't really say anything. It says we have the authority to write this rule. By the way, we have a manual. I'm wondering why we have the rule at all.
Question to the chair or to staff? I'll direct it to Deputy Superintendent Stallings.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Superintendent of Policy Angie Stallings. If a manual is not incorporated by reference into a rule, it does not have legal effect. So it's not a required or the law. If a manual is incorporated by reference into a board rule, it has the effect of law. And so instead of having, and I don't know how long this manual is, let's say it's 80 pages. Instead of having an 80-page rule with all the requirements of the program, instead we have a number of manuals that are created and then incorporated by reference for ease of read, to have graphics, tables, etc. So that is the why behind incorporating it by reference into the rule.
Thank you. Member Klein?
Okay, as a follow-up to Angie's answer, does that mean that all manuals that are not incorporated by reference don't have to be followed?
Deputy Stallings?
You, Chair. It's complicated because some manuals are a restatement of the law. So if you had a manual that states Utah code states this, or federal law, blah, 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 states that, they would have to follow the provisions included in the manual that are restatements of the law. But if it's guidance or it's a best practice, it's recommendations, then that's not a requirement, that it's not legally a legal requirement they have to follow.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further lights, the motion is that the board approves R277-746 driver education programs for Utah schools, draft 1 and second and final reading. Seeing no lights, please vote. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Back to you, Chair Hymas.
Thank you. Agenda item 5.7, R277-323, Section 1, Public Educator Evaluation. The committee recommends that the board approve R277-323, Public Educator Evaluation, Section 1, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, please vote. That passes 14-1, no vote being Member Carey. Thank you. Back to Chair Hymas.
Thank you. Agenda item 5.8, R277-301, Educator Licensing. The committee recommends that the board approve R277-301, Educator Licensing, Draft 2 on second and final reading.
Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, please vote. Let's see, we still need one. Missing one.
We have a
Yeah. Oh, we got it. Okay, that passes 13-2. Excuse me, 2 abstentions being Member Davis and Member Klein. Back to you.
Thank you. Agenda item 5.9, USBE strategic plan and goals. The motion for the board, or the committee recommends that the board approve the following goal language: improving educational excellence. Are we putting that up there? Yes. I just want to make sure, because this is with our goals. There's been some discussion on this. I just want to make sure it's on the board. So again, the committee recommends that the board approve the following goal language: improving educational excellence by 1, providing educator and school leadership development; 2, enhancing system effectiveness by creating, simplifying, and clarifying policy while maintaining robust data governance; and 3, providing for flexibility and monitoring in implementation.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Member Carey.
Just a question for the maker of the motion, and that would be this language. Is this supposed to be, or is the desire to have this incorporated into our strategic plan? Because I don't see that language in the motion, and if it is, I would just suggest that we include that.
Thank you. This, I guess I would defer to leadership on this, because this is a request from leadership to get a committee goal. So I'm going to defer. I know Member Vice Chair Earl has a comment.
I would really prefer that the maker of the no, go ahead, Jay.
I think that's fine. I'm not commenting about that, but I mean, the actual action item is strategic plan, so we could build something into it.
If we don't need to say it, we
Yeah.
don't. I just wanted to make sure that there was no confusion.
Okay, seeing no other lights.
Nope,
I'm sorry.
I have a light on another. You guys are gonna all hate me, that's all I'm gonna say, but I've looked at this over the last couple of days, and just what is it that law and licensing does? I feel like there's still some ambiguity here. I'd like to make a recommendation, and if it doesn't go anywhere, and we want to just go with this, that's fine. I just think, and let's see, who do I send this to? Angie, is this you? Ben?
Sure.
Yeah.
As you, Vice Chair Earl, I know as you're typing and reading, I'm going to ask you a question as well.
Yeah.
And expect clear answers.
Yes, you're gonna get that.
No. If you could help us, as committee members, understand where your concern is before we jump into, because we might be able to say, oh yeah,
Yes.
it's right here.
Okay, so like on number 1, while we may do leadership development, we don't have anything in licensing listed here. And that is a primary thing you do frequently. My recommendation would be high quality licensing programs.
May I?
Yeah.
Respond to that? And I don't want to get into a
Please,
direct
go
back
ahead.
and forth,
Yeah,
Chair, but we did try to keep this broad for a specific purpose, and I know I'm speaking for the committee, and if any committee members want to speak up, I'd be happy to hear from them or anybody else, but we did feel like providing educator and school leadership development encompassed the licensing portion. So we didn't come out, you are correct, we didn't come out and specifically put licensing in there. We felt like it fell underneath that first bullet umbrella.
Okay, and I guess I didn't read it that way, but if you feel like that's encompassing, then that's
Well,
fine.
it's in the hands of the board now, so,
Yeah.
you know.
Just a second. I'm sorry, I should have sent this a little bit earlier, Ben. I apologize. Just seemed to be a lot of moving parts over the last couple of days. And so these are just my thoughts. We don't need to, like I said, if the board just wants to go with what was there, I guess in my thought, it's improve educational excellence through which would keep that. It's clarity in policy, high quality licensing programs, but if we want to keep the languages there, it's transparent data with robust protections, and then increase system flexibility to meet needs of parents in Utah public schools. But if, like I said, you guys have debated it, so.
Chair Hymas?
No, I think that's great. We did have a discussion on data as well. And if I can point to Member Wood, she had some deep thoughts and good conversation on data. If I recall correctly, we felt like data is in every committee. And so we really tried to focus on what is it that we do. And we do get a lot of data requests. There's no question about that. But data is in all that. So that's why we put in there while. So we have all these, and we're looking at bullet point 2 now. And if we break those up, right, enhancing system effectiveness by creating, right, and then simplifying and clarifying while maintaining robust data
So Board Member
governance.
Hymas,
So
if I don't get a second, we just vote on your stuff.
No,
I'm good with that. And I appreciate the feedback. So
yeah,
I'm
and
just-
I'm not trying to
Yep.
sway anybody.
Nope.
Just trying to open up the thoughts or the mind of the committee.
Yep, so, I just,
All right, is there a second?
possibilities.
Do we have it
If
for
no
that?
second, that's great.
Is there a second?
In my view, it would, well, with one the way it is,
I'm good. I'm just good. I don't know the mindset. Yeah.
I'm going to second that.
That's in there. Robust data governance is in there.
Yeah, do you want to, Ben, do you have that? I know, thank you. And I apologize, I really should have sent it earlier. I just had forgotten until we got to the point, so my apologies.
Member Klein, did you have a suggestion while we're waiting? If it's not.
Okay, so when I read this, I did not understand that these goals were specific to the Law and Licensing Committee because it doesn't say that anywhere in it. It's coming from the Law and Licensing Committee, but nowhere on there does it say that these are the goals for Law and Licensing. So that may be something someone wants to add. I'm not going to.
So these are meant to be adopted as part of by the whole board as part of the strategic plan to then help guide the work of each committee that proposed them. So I think that's clear from the setup, but let's see if there's something that needs to say that.
Did I send all of
the board,
that to you, Ben?
Yeah, that might be a
that's-
suggestion, Chair Hymas.
There is a lot of talking going on, so.
Well, let me, hang on. To address Member Klein's,
There is.
it might
Can't
just
hear.
say the Finance Committee improves educational excellence. Or so I think Member Klein's question is whether the committee name needs to be in there somewhere. I can't recall. Does anybody recall whether? I think we did say the Finance Committee does X. Did we still not get to the Finance Committee? Okay, I thought. All right, we should probably have some uniformity. It's just a technical question, right? So.
All right, so Ben, if you want to, can you just, and I apologize, I'm switching this on you, just put up those 4 provisions and then people can consider those or not. So the one does have transparent data and robust protections. And maybe there's enough, like I said, if. Yeah, but it has creating, simplifying, clarifying. It has all these pieces. Thank you. So the one would just be clarity and policy, high quality licensing programs, but it's, I think there's a fair argument to what Board Member Hymas had said, but did you second it with that then, Joe Gary? I can take the high quality licensing programs and keep that initial one they had. And then just enhancing, do you have the one that says transparent data and robust protections, Ben?
There, amend to second line.
Mine's simpler than that. It's just transparent data and robust protections. Yeah. So if you just wanted in place of line, so it'd be the line 2 would say that in place of it. it wouldn't be the other information at all. It would just be transparent. Sorry, Ben, if that was confusing. Transparent data and robust protections. It's just simpler. And that would be possibilities. And like I said, if anybody was interested in any of that or not, I'm good either way. So, not trying to make it complex. Sorry.
All right, let's see. Is this all framed up as you'd like?
Yeah.
Then? Amend 1 to add clarity in policy and high quality. Well, you guys can read it. I'll read it before we get to the vote.
Ben,
is there any further
if you could
discussion
just
of the
leave
motion?
clarity in policy and remove the high quality licensing programs, and we'll just keep what's already in the motion from Law and Licensing Committee. Because it was more expansive. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Okay. Thank you.
So part 1 would say provide, am I doing this right here? 1 would be improving providing education and school leadership development.
And then adding clarity in policy.
Clarity in policy, so we'd have the word and. There we go, that's helpful. Part 2 would be changed to say maintaining transparent data with robust protections. Striking the rest of the language in part 2, right? It would replace, and then 3 would replace to say providing for increased system flexibility to meet the needs of parents and schools in monitoring and implementation. Okay. Any further discussion of that motion? Member Davis.
I'm just wondering, are we going to, in a different meeting, look at like the format of all of this? Because these feel like strategies to me rather than goals. In fact, I mean, what is the goal of the agency? Is there a goal? Is the goal for students to grow, student growth maybe, or something like what is our goal? And then these feel like strategies underneath, and because we're trying to fit them into, I agree with all of these principles that are here on the board, but I feel like because we're trying to squish them into 3 sentences or little points, what have you, is that it feels contradictory. Like in the same one we're going to create more policies, but we're going to simplify policies, when those could be 2 different, more clarified strategies where we have, and I really like adding in licensing, actually, that Member Earl had added in, but now it looks like it got taken out. But I like sort of the streamlined language in the Amendment 2, but on Amendment 3, I think there should be 2 separate strategies if we're going to look at, policies that help parents is one, but to combine them with monitoring schools, we don't monitor parents. And so it feels like they're 2 separate concepts that should be in different strategies under maybe main topic headers, or we should have like a couple overarching goals, but then strategies, how do each of these committees get to that goal or to make the organization stronger. I just need clarity on like where we're headed with a strategic plan and what is the formatting going to look like. Because, for example, one committee turned in, goals that are like 3 or 4 words, header kind of things, and this is lots of words, but they're kind of combining concepts. So
I have an image
where
for
are we
you.
going?
Well, let me answer, and then I'll get to Vice Chair Earl. I think we have a mission and vision with specifics on what we see as our vision. We're still talking about, we'll talk tomorrow about kind of overarching goals, focus areas. We had, competency-based learning, safe and healthy schools. These allow each committee to decide how they're going to focus their efforts. And then there would be specific strategies underneath those. So if their goal is to clarify policy, then they would say, okay, how do we do that? And so each committee, and in finance, we've got ours that talks about transparency, efficiency, and educationally effective, right? So I think the cascade would, maybe this is where Jenny's going to, but we've got our overall mission and vision. We've got our overall focus area of our board, and we've got each committee focusing on how they're going to carry that out. These are not SMART goals. These don't have numbers attached to them, but they would allow each committee now to say, okay, now how do we develop strategies to do those things we've decided are the focus of what we do as a committee to bring about organizational, educational excellence. I think that's the format. And it's a little bit weird because we still have to talk about what those top line overarching board goals are, but we've got some good substance on how the committees would go about that. Can I go to Jenny, or did you want to go first? Oh, sorry.
And then Davis.
So are these goals or are these strategies or what?
It's a focus area, I think. We've talked about goals, but goals can be smart. We've had 4 focus areas, I think. I mean, think about the 4 that we've had, right?
So what is the focus area? Licensing
That
or?
would be this. It's the law and
Teacher
licensing committee.
effectiveness?
They would focus on these areas: flexibility, monitoring. Oh, well, if it's amended, it would be slightly different, but this would be somewhat equivalent to safe and healthy schools, but in a committee context.
So I guess I'll just speak against the motions. I like all the principles in the amendment and in the original motion, but I think they need to be strategies, and I think they need to be separated into things that make sense and not combined into things that make less sense when they're put together.
Okay, Vice Chair Earl. I see these as areas that the committee feels are important. I loved the discussion we had in finance, and I think this is what law and licensing feels is important, and they would figure out what strategies would bring that about within their committee. So I think it gives them guidance as determined by their own committee membership. And I guess we've got 2 versions of that, but it helps to focus the work of the committee beyond just looking at the top line goals. This is how are we getting there. So I think we have the motion teed up from Vice Chair Earl. Oh, I'm sorry. Help me. I'm losing my sight of lights. Member Booth.
I spent 2 days in Alexandria since our last meeting. I left right at the end of the meeting last month, and we were with NASB, a team of board members from across the United States, and we were talking mostly about results, result-driven leadership, result-driven goal setting, and strategic planning. It was very intense. It was very specific. I've got a lot of material I'd love to share with you. And we have a follow-up meeting in Louisville in a couple of weeks to solidify the training that we received. I think we kind of get caught up in terminology, whether it's a goal, whether it's a SMART goal, whether it's a vision statement, whether it's, what were you calling it just a second ago? Well, whatever we're calling it. I think the leadership, our leadership has a clear vision of vision, mission. They wanted each of the committees to contribute to what, since this is the work that we do and we spend a whole day every month working, so in that work, what is it that we're trying to accomplish that is important to us, and safe schools and maybe additional areas that are already in place, maybe adjusted slightly, but they would be inclusive in those overarching goals. And then I think it's so important that the people that are where the rubber meets the road, our staff, our agency, getting input from LEAs, from USBE, from ULead, I mean, just all of those entities are involved or actually take those overarching areas that have been identified by the committees and selected as specific goal areas like safe schools. Then they break down to achievable goals that we're going to really work on and follow up on and require some accountability for out in the field, as they did last time and as I'm assuming they're going to do this time. I don't know that the board has to continue on down. I think we can react to those goals once they let us know, you know, because I think they're aware of what needs to be happening down at that lower level and what can be achievable right now based on what we've already achieved in recent time. So anyway, I think we're headed in a good direction. These are all good discussions. I think we can clarify a little bit more as to whether we're talking about goals or overarching value statements or whatever we're going to call them. But I think that all of these discussions have been needed in order for now the staff in each area to dig deep into what are the specific goals that we're going to be reporting on a regular basis and pushing forward as we accomplish the big ideas. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Booth. Okay, with no further lights, let's vote on the amendment as on the board from Vice Chair Earl. I know. Sit next to me. You're not sitting next to me. She can. All right, we're missing one. Okay, that fails. 9 opposed. The yeses are Member Green, Member Carey, and Vice Chair Earl. Abstentions, Member Straight, Member Klein, Member Bogus. So the underlying motion then comes back, which is the motion that the committee recommends the board approve the following goal language: improving educational excellence by providing educator and school leadership development, enhancing system effectiveness by creating, simplifying, clarifying policy, while maintaining robust data governance and providing for flexibility and monitoring in implementation. Light from Member Reel.
I'd like to make an amendment to the motion. I can send it now. And for clarity, we don't need to play the wordsmithing game, but I did work on this a little bit after I read the goals, and I thought that I had a little bit of a different take on it that brought it back to the work that we do and the work that this committee does. And it's more in the language of what Member Davis was saying. So I'll send it to you right now, Ben. Is it still Ben? Yeah. Oh, me. So my motion would be to adjust the language to improving educational excellence by 1, providing educator and school leadership development, 2, enhancing system effectiveness to minimize educational barriers, 3, maintaining robust data governance to support strategies, and 4, providing support in implementation to increase the presence of highly qualified educators for every student in Utah. I took the original goals that I think I had similar thoughts as Member Davis. They felt like there was some oxymorons in there, and Member Lear and I have already argued about that enough on the side here. And then added in some language that brought it back to not just like the actual structural pieces, but also made it more goal-oriented.
Can you add app protections into the data?
That's robust data governance.
But we're doing it for strategies, not for protections. That's, yes, but not, it's only supporting strategies, not protecting student data or data.
Let's see. Do we have a second? First of all, second. It's been seconded. Do you want to speak to the motion, Member Reel?
Second.
there. I did before the second there. I apologize.
enough.
And
No,
and
my
I'm
fault.
just throwing this out here there, open to any suggestions. This was my draft one, but
Discussion to the motion. It's been framed and seconded by Sterl.
I just want something in there about protecting data also, because that's what we do a lot of. We ask a lot of questions around data protection. So I don't know if it needs support strategies and protect data. What's that? And I kind of agree to support strategies. Maybe that doesn't need to be there, and it just needs to be the other two, because the data is already used for strategies. Well, you'll have to ask if that can be amended without by acclamation.
Let's see, that's a proposed friendly. It's been accepted, I think, by the maker, correct? Any objection? Okay. That'll be accepted as a friendly. Governance and protection. One question. There's no mention of simplification or flexibility. Is that by design, or is that something that could be part of that?
it wasn't intentional. It was just, it felt more, because it talked about simplification and flexibility, but also monitoring and, improving, and those just feel like a lot of nuances within that, but it wasn't intentional to remove that.
Gotcha. Well. Do you have something to say? Do you have a suggestion? Member Davis?
I'm just wondering if on, you could add that in, Chair Moss, on enhancing system effectiveness to minimize educational barriers and streamline what you had said before, add in what you said before.
And provide second on two. So perhaps educational barriers and provide flexibility? That, I was kind of trying to pull what was in the initial number 3, providing for flexibility, so maybe just bring that language. That friendly, any objection? Well, do we need to make it as a formal? I think we're going without objection if the maker accepts it, okay. All right, who's next on our, Member Lear, okay.
I wasn't on. I agree that I thought, and this is the crux of Sarah and my sidebar, was that I think flexibility and monitoring are both important roles of law and licensing. I gave the example of the 4-day school week. Yes, we reviewed the proposal, said flexibility is good for these reasons, but we need to follow up on what happens to students. And I don't think they're contradictory words. So I don't know if this would be an acceptable adjustment to that, but I would suggest and provide flexibility and monitoring, because I think that's inherently important when you provide flexibility. If you're not following the rules, then somebody's got to follow up on the exception in order to. So I don't know if that's a friendly amendment.
Friendly to me. I guess the question is for Member Reel.
Sarah, do you accept that as friendly?
Yeah, I mean, the maker would decide if it's friendly. We'll see if there's any objection.
I don't agree with Member Lear, but I'm also fine with that if her in her vast and much deeper experience in law and licensing
me.
feels that it is an appropriate thing to add.
Could it be appropriate flexibility in monitoring? Would that suggest the need for
I like
balance?
that.
That's fine.
Member Lear, I mean, I agree with you. It's a balance. We want people to make decisions with some accountability, yeah.
You've got to be able to, if you're going to make exceptions, you've got to be able to follow up to see if those
Right.
exceptions,
Right.
sorry.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
No objection? Okay. Member Davis, who do we have here? Member Davis.
No.
Member Carey, sorry. Oh, you got the red, that's okay.
Yeah, if there's bandwidth for a motion, I'd like to make a motion on 3, and that would be just to strike to support strategies. And the only reason I think it's redundant in the sense that when we look at our governance policies and the protection of data, I think it's implied that we're doing so in the context of, oh, thanks, Matt, sorry. May I speak to the motion? Yeah, and then if Board Member Reel would take it as a friendly.
Oh, I just have a question. I mean, we do use data to try to make healthier decisions. So I mean, that seems, but if everybody understands that's inherent, we don't only have data just to protect it. I mean, there's a reason that we have it. So, I mean, I'm fine with this, but strategy sounds a little ambiguous.
If I could make one comment there, well, I don't know. We've referenced that in finance because it kind of goes to an ROI. So we analyze data to influence strategies. I don't know what the right answer here is. I get your point. Maybe it's already assumed and covered. Remember, we've got a potential additional friendly. I mean, feel free to object and bring this to formality if somebody wants to. Is that a proposal for a potential friendly, Member Davis? To support decisions rather than strategies, that goes to Member Carey. Is that friendly as to your, if it were to switch strategies to decisions rather than striking?
Yeah,
Okay.
To me, that's fine, acceptable. Thank you.
Any objection? Okay, so that's, and that was accepted, I think, as a friendly instead of Member Carey's motion then, correct? All right. So now Member Wood. All right, we got a couple friendlies on to you, Member
I just
Wood.
want to speak to the data governance part because this is something I brought and is very important to me. We get a lot of requests for data in our committee, whether it's from some university or another state, but we don't have really good policy in when we say yes and when we say no. And so I wanted a top level policy or this focus so that when someone comes to us, we can say, okay, how does this impact students of Utah? How does this impact the work we do? So whether it's a decision or a strategy, how does this make a difference for the kids of Utah? And if it doesn't, why are we giving our kids' data away? So it does. I am just saying, I just wanted to
More of a
clarify
comment,
why,
clarification.
because we seem to be starting to
Right.
kind of mincemeat this thing. And I want it something, a top level thing that says, okay, we're sharing data so that we know whether our programs are working. We're sharing data so that we can improve access and for our students. And if we're not sharing it for those reasons, we shouldn't be sharing it.
Good point. And I think we do have 2 committees that have weighed in on that. There's law that influences student outcomes, and there's money. And so each of those committees has kind of looked at that question. What do we know about what's working on the funding side of the policy side? Member Hymas?
Sorry, I don't see any other lights on here.
Oh.
But I do want to, if we need to chew on this and chew on lunch at the same time, wordplay.
We can vote. I see no other lights. So, well, unless you were
No, I'm just saying
suggesting
if we want to spend additional time on this, I don't want to rush this. I want to make sure we get it right. I know
We've had a
things
good
that have to happen
discussion
today,
here,
but if
unless somebody feels differently, I think we can tee it up. Member Lear?
Just in the spirit of wordsmithing, which I just complained to Emily about. Could we begin the sentences with, instead of maintaining, can we just use the simple verb maintain, provide? Does that
To Chair Hymas, I guess that
accomplish
goes
the
back to
same
the.
thing, Chair Hymas?
We could even say the Law and Licensing Committee provides, maintains, whatever. What do you think?
I'm just saying, we just have to wordsmith, because the first says improving educational
Improving it
excellence by.
Yes,
So
you're
it's got to
right.
be the
I
ing word.
couldn't see the top. Never mind, we'll just
All right.
leave those.
Never mind. Member
Adverbials.
Wood, comment?
I do have a question to the maker of the motion in terms of number 4, providing support and implementation to increase the presence of highly qualified educators. I don't know that we support an implementation specifically only for highly qualified educators. Like, we support and implement programs for our students. So just a question in terms
that
of
a-
why have we just narrowed it down to educators?
Good question. Is that because that's one of the focuses of law and licensing, in the sense of, Member Reel had a, it's a subset of that
Yeah,
overall
it goes to the licensing
idea.
part of law and licensing.
Okay.
And the educators, and I think bringing it back to that talks about our educators and also talks about how that impacts our students through licensing and the educators that we have in our classrooms.
So if we're all
And a
trying
lot
to-
of those pathways for leadership development, administrative development, licensing development, all of that comes back to that too.
All right.
So I want,
Yeah.
can I make maybe switching that for what was out of committee and adding, so it would say providing high-quality educator and school leadership development in place of number 4, because then it keeps that broader focus on development. It keeps, and if we're using development as that licensing piece that you were talking about, high quality instead of, so.
Is this 1 or 4? What
This
do
is
you-
4. Oh, hang on. So why do we need,
That's up there, so. Support and implementation.
I guess we wouldn't need 4 if we just put high quality up in 1. I apologize, I thought we struck that. And then it would keep it down to those
So
3.
the suggestion would be to
My
modify
suggestion,
1 to
yeah,
include part of
high
what was in
quality.
4. Is it licensing or also teacher supports around licensing?
Well, we may have to make some motions then,
there a
because I think I would
suggestion?
rather
Well,
keep
let's-
1 and get rid of 4.
Well, does it matter what the number is if the concepts are combined?
Give me something
maybe
palatable.
let's see what people are interested in and whether there's an objection. No, it's.
Let's hear it.
Can we get rid of number 4 and then on number 1 say providing high quality licensing, comma educator, comma and school leadership development to increase the presence of highly qualified educators for every student in Utah?
It might be a friendly we're seeing here. I think there's. Member Reel, is that a friendly in your view? Have you seen it framed up?
It's the same as number 4 at the bottom, to increase the presence of highly qualified educators for every student in Utah.
Oh, that's
And
going
then
up.
we would drop number 4.
Is that an amendment or a substitute? Does this actually just substitute the entire underlying motion? Just an amendment? No, I'm sorry. I meant your motion overall. It's a substitute. Okay, so we're currently dealing with potential friendlies to Member Reel's motion, which is in the nature of a substitute, meaning it replaces the underlying if it passes. Okay. 4. All right, let's see here.
And then delete 4, number 4. Please. If it's friendly.
It's friendly. Any objection? Hearing none. It's friendly. It's accepted. Okay. And we just chop the and at the bottom because
Thank you.
we've killed the and. Okay. All right. Seeing no additional lights, let's vote. Member Reel's substitute motion is to amend to read improving educational excellence by providing high-quality licensed educator and school leadership development to increase the presence of high-qualified educators for every student in Utah, enhancing system effectiveness to minimize educational barriers and provide appropriate flexibility in monitoring, and maintaining robust data governance and protection to support decisions. I think it looks great. Let's vote. I'm just telling you my vote, but it's open. Boy. Let's see, you got 3 more. Okay, that motion passes 9-5. The no votes being Member Carey, Member Green, Member Norton, Member Hymas, Member Klein, and Member Bogus.
Restated, it's 6.
Why am I stuck on 9-5? Okay. All right, that passes. That was a substitute motion, so that disposes of that item, and we are concluded with law and licensing and off to lunch. Thank you, Chair Hymas. Lunch is here. We're a little behind. Let's see. Do we have time for a full half hour? Do we need to bring it back? Sorry? That's true. We never come. All right. 30 minutes. We'll be back at 1:10. Correct? 1:30? No. 1:10.
1:05.
1:10 is 30 minutes. So let's do that.
Every time you say we're ahead, it gets jinxed.
I know. Maybe if you say something like Angie, then people will know what it means. I'll throw it in a little frame tonight. Give it to her tomorrow. Okay, let's see. We're missing some folks here.
Kelsey.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Let's see. Oh yeah, maybe if we could. We're gonna get rolling.
Matt said he was going to be late. He's got something.
Yeah, I had to talk to Chantel, I think.
I think my son just came out of surgery.
Oh, geez.
Hey.
Let's give it a couple more minutes. We'll get our crew. Hey, let's see. Huh, we might not. Do you want to run things for a little bit, or do you need to run? Do you need to go?
No, Mason's in surgery.
For what? Is he in trouble,
his other
or?
shoulder blew. He is now on his 3rd red shirt.
Oh.
He will be in college until he's 28.
Oh.
So.
Are they still in the middle of their season? Is it?
He does the season that doesn't count, but then the season that does count, he
He's a red shirt. Oh,
But,
goodness.
I would run it, but
I'll run it.
I can do it.
Well, either whatever. I mean, I can do it.
You want to do it?
People are tired of me blabbing about ULead.
I know.
And it's
That's
up first, so maybe.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. First on the agenda, we're going to switch up the agenda. We have a time certain that we certainly still didn't make the time. And so Megan Everett is here with ULead, and very much looking forward to your quarterly report. So take it away.
Yeah, I'm trying to share my screen. No, it sorry. It's there, but it's not.
Here, click out of it, because I just, on the,
This?
go, click on the browser again, and just, because the code changed.
Oh, sorry, the code changed. Yes.
Obviously recognizable that someone is sharing.
Sorry.
Oh, here comes the cavalry.
Jerry, help.
Show anything.
Well, I just want to share this, and I didn't have. Is this a USBE computer? Yes.
Otherwise, I really will act like a creeper. Unless you guys have, I can do that. I'll ask him and then we'll do it later. Yeah, he should have it.
Would you like us to? Yeah. Randy, what have you got for finance? I mean, standards and assessment? Oh, never mind. We were looking at Plan B and.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, board, we've got a presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for asking me to report back on some of the things that we've been doing in ULead. Megan Everett, Director of ULead. And I hope to share with you just the tiniest of reminders about what ULead is and does, and then tell you a lot of the things that we've been up to. So ULead stands for Utah Leading Through Effective, Actionable, and Dynamic Education. And it was created with these 4 things in mind: to research the things that are going well in our Utah schools, curate those together along with other current research, connect people to those practices and to each other to support innovation and collaboration in a variety of ways, and then to report back on those practices, and very specifically around removing barriers to implementation so that other people could hopefully have the same experiences. So our process looks a little bit different from what maybe traditional research might look like, because we start with what do the data tell us is going well. And so we use skilled scores or growth over time or a variety of measures to look for those positive outliers. Then using higher education partners, go and look at what qualitatively is telling us about those outliers. So what are those practices that contribute to doing well? How could those be adapted or replicated? And then share and connect people with those. So this is a good example of what that looks like. We really focus on our participant identification to make sure that we're kind of taking all things into account. It's very easy to look at the top math score, but it can be a lot trickier if you start considering, well, what are other factors that might be influencing things at this school or in this LEA? Our partners go into school and they look for details around those practices because, as I'm sure you can imagine, PLCs are a great example of this. Almost everybody we know probably does one. And if we go into a school that's being really successful, they might say, oh, our PLC process is the magic. But then a school that's being not as successful is probably going to say, yes, and we also do PLCs. So we're really trying to suss out those details of why it's working in this place. Again, how that could be adopted. For example, if somebody has used a program that their success they attribute and relies on that program, well, somebody else would have to have the same funding for that then, right? And so what else could you do? And then we share and connect in a variety of ways. So we hope people read the research. We hope people engage with it or go a step further and make appointments or see other schools. But we try to foster that as well. So this is an example of a webinar we did that brought together teachers, district leaders, researchers, and USBE staff to talk about those practices. That was both live and recorded. So in the ULead legislation, it says that the way that we're going to report on these practices is an innovative practice report. And there are particular components that have to be included. The executive summary, the outlier methods, like how did we get to these participants, the review of research so that we can say, yes, this is a practice going on here and in a school and how it works, but oh, by the way, there is evidence or not, as the case may be, of what this looks like in the broader field of research. And practices for success are the main part of what we want to get to. What does this look like in your school, in your classroom? We talk about replication, limitations, provide resources depending on the school that might look different, but maybe they give us their PLC template, for example. And then we include a video to help people kind of understand and make sense of the report. Also, maybe that's something that fits their learning style a little bit better. All of this is driven by our steering committee, and I want to recognize that the board has a place in that as a co-chair of the steering committee to direct. Their main purpose across the steering committee is to direct the focus priorities that we investigate, but then also help guide activities. What I think is most important about the steering committee is that we have representatives from both charter schools and traditional public schools. We have teachers, coaches, principals, superintendents represented, and then we also have business or citizens represented. And so we have this really kind of broad group making recommendations. So now I want to tell you about a few of our reports. I'm not going to go super in depth on all of these. I will show you where you could go read all of them if you're so inclined. But I want to tell you some of the things we've been working on. So one of our first reports was on attendance strategies, and we actually partnered with Utah Fellows. One of the fellows is a data scientist in Jordan District, and they found outliers in these 5 districts and went and talked to the people at the schools about their practices. They found that in attendance, those relationships with parents and students, having an accurate way to track and making sure that happened every day, timely communication and parent education were the biggest factors kind of influencing improved attendance outcomes. We're also excited that we've had other work going on around attendance and continues because this constantly comes up as one of the top interest areas in our steering committee. So Utah State University is currently working on another research project focused in high school attendance. We've created fact sheets, which is one way that we engage our research partners around these things. We've had the panel that I mentioned, and then ULead, myself, takes an active part in our USBE attendance team. Another report that we completed recently was with Utah State University. They wanted to look at particularly math teachers in middle school that were having success in Title I schools specifically. And so they ended up interviewing 7 teachers, 3 of the districts represented there. Not all 7 teachers in this instance wanted to be identified, and ULead does try to always identify them, so there were some other districts that aren't named there. They found 8 different strategies under these kind of 3 buckets. So what they were doing in instructional planning made a difference, what they were doing in delivering the instruction, and then what they had going on in assessment. We also had a video with this one, and we were lucky enough to partner with UEN and their SciTech, and they had classroom footage and talked to the researcher, talked to our data scientist, and put together a really lovely video. And what's great about that partnership is then it gets shared to a broader audience through their networks as well. This is one that is very recent, supporting the science of reading. And this person wanted to look at those schools in K through 3. They had a relationship with the Washington County School District, so they focused on outlier schools within that district. And what they found was it was really instructional design clarity. So they really set out to look at how science of reading was being implemented, but came away saying that instructional design clarity made a really big difference. And so some elements of that were that the student learning was student learning oriented, it was goal oriented, they had continuous collaboration, and they had robust school district supports. We have an upcoming webinar for this one, so that's exciting. It's on our website, and you can register live, and you'll get the recording, or you could see the recording later, where we're talking with some of the teachers and the researcher that took place in this practice. And then this report, I'm going to go into a little bit more detail on. I do want to point out that Todd Johnson with Wasatch School District was highly supportive of creating this partnership with ULead, and had come to the board and requested a data sharing agreement to initiate this process. So, and thank him for being here. So, BYU has the public school partnership with these 5 districts, and their professional development coordinating council was really interested in finding teams that were doing really well in areas of concern. So one of those was in first grade literacy. So they looked for effective outlier teams. And one thing really interesting about the way they identified their teams was everybody on that team had to be successful. It couldn't be one teacher's scores pulling other teachers' scores up. And they found consistent use of data to inform the instruction, high team efficacy and collaboration, and then student goal setting and monitoring. So I want to show you a little bit about how this meets our innovative practice report model. And all of these reports do, but this is a fun one to look at. So this was the research team, and you can see that it was pretty large. We had representatives from BYU, but then also all the different districts. The executive summary, if you ever want to know what's going on in a report and you don't want to read the whole thing or don't have the moment for it, that's where you should go. We do 2 different kinds of participant identification in our reports. So one is that like really robust metric on how do we identify these outliers. The other is giving you a picture of what the school district or the school site looks like, because we think that's really important to people to say, oh, my school kind of looks like that too. Here's the review of research, and in this instance, it was included in 2 ways. So they provided some background research, what does the field say about high-functioning teams? And then within each theme, highlighted some big things that were going on in research that were relevant to that theme. So, you know, what is the research saying on high team efficacy and collaboration, and how we know that works? And then the practices for success. Like I said, this is the bulk of the report, and, you know, depending on the topic, this comes out in different ways, but these are a couple examples. So here in the light green, each school told us very specifically what their intervention system looks like, how much time per day, how they rotate, how they use their teachers for that. In the Westridge Elementary gave us their success structure. So this is how they have collaboratively come together and said that we're going to attack this topic through our Acadians data, our Tier 2 interventions, and our PLCs. Another example is they talked about some of the professional learning that they had and what that meant to them and how they implemented it. So those are just 3 of the practices. There are a lot of specific practices throughout. And then replication. In this instance, these were their 3 big themes. They had some key takeaways for each of those. And what I kind of love about these in particular is some of these are things that a teacher could do tomorrow, right? So they talk about their students by name. They call them out by their first name. It's not my students or her students, it's our students. And then other things are systemic. They're going to take a little bit longer, you know, developing a clear understanding of learning trajectory. You can start that work, but certainly not going to happen just on Monday. And they provide the limitations. In this instance, the biggest one is that a lot of this was rooted in this collective teacher efficacy, so how they were able to work with each other, and that's a culture piece. It's hard to replicate a culture piece, and it's something that's going to take time. You can't purchase this as a product. Resources. In this example, here's one of the phonics continuums that they shared with us. In one of the other literacy pieces that I shared, they actually included their Excel spreadsheet of how they keep track of their students with no real student data in it, but another teacher could take that and input their own information and have that already figured for them. And then hopefully we can play this. So this is a piece of the video. Now, most of the videos are talking about the research, what they did, their practice. This one specifically talks about the board and ULead, and so I wanted to pull out this little piece.
That we already had a tight collaborative group with the 5 districts involved with BYU. We thought it was a perfect place for us to do a study. And then we were fortunate enough with the data sharing agreement that had been reached with the state, some work we'd already been doing with ULead, we were able to pull ULead on this project as well. ULead is a fantastic resource, probably an underutilized resource when it comes to the state. And I think this project shows the power that ULead can have in helping to influence education throughout the state.
So mildly self-serving of a video, but does speak to having that relationship with the board and being able to access the data that they needed to then begin their investigation.
That we already have.
So in terms of some of the upcoming reports that we have, and this is not exhaustive, but some of the larger ones, we have a certified teacher librarians report. They were looking at how some of the practices in successful literacy environments were being supported with their certified teacher librarians. Early literacy classroom practices, that's actually a partner to the other literacy report where they had looked at how teachers were planning and preparing and being supported, and now they're going into the classroom and actually seeing the teacher in action on that side of it. Principal job satisfaction, so we have kind of a sneak precursor to this that's not in IPR form yet, but it takes the data that we learned through the survey and kind of highlights how principals were feeling. And you'll be glad to know that Utah principals by and large are pretty satisfied. But then we're following up with those that were most satisfied, had the least amount of exhaustion to see how that was able to happen for them. The high school attendance report that I mentioned, and then the BYU PSP partnership, similar to the one that I just referenced that was first grade, is repeating that process this upcoming year, looking specifically at 6th grade mathematics success. And our first school visit for that is tomorrow, so very excited about that. We have other projects going on that I'll mention briefly and hopefully in the future dive into more deeply. We're working with the student services team and their innovative improvement initiative. These are just some pictures from the start of that. They're doing kind of a long-term project to kind of reimagine what MTSS could look like, but we helped coordinate with the Stanford D School around futures thinking, because if you really want to change a system, you have to be able to do that really innovative thinking and dreaming big. And so we've initiated that process with them. We had an in-person meeting, an online meeting. We have a couple more onlining. The groups that are involved, I believe there's 12, will get individualized coaching support for that. And then that sets them off on a trajectory to rethink their systems along with Dr. Voorhees' team. In middle grade mathematics, we also have an innovation cohort. We put it out there to spark innovation and collaboration. Then middle school mathematics became a topic, and we thought, well, let's focus it. So we've brought together 9 teams from across the state. They have an opportunity to meet together. We've done in-person visits to their schools. This is a little different. Instead of waiting for people to be amazing, we're working with them as they're being amazing. So they've selected some research practices that they have made a plan for and are implementing this year, and more like a practitioner inquiry, we're alongside them as that process goes. So that's been really fun. One of the big things you may or may not have heard about is our innovative education program. And I say ours because ULead kind of manages it, but it is a legislative thing, and it's approved locally. So local schools, a teacher, a classroom, a counselor could propose an alternative curriculum or schedule. They seek local board approval, whether that's their school board or their charter board, and if approved, they can access up to $5,000 per innovation class and grant funding. We've had about 40 of these to date, but last year they modified the legislation so those funds don't expire. So there's $2.5 million put into that account, and it'll sit there for people to access. So you can see here somebody was exploring 3D calculus with augmented reality, and those funds were used to purchase some of the augmented reality materials. Or one of my favorites is this creative side of business, where they took traditional art class and business modeling and put them together to create art that would support industry. big picture fast look at some of the additional things we're doing. We're working on a COVID recovery report, which is in collaboration with a report that was already created for USBE through the National Center of Improvement of Educational Assessment. To see those schools that did recover and recovered really well, what they did. We're helping to coordinate the study from the board around the vulnerabilities facing our boys and then also the vulnerabilities facing our girls and kind of their role in our society. We've worked with the student services team in CEDAR, which is the Technical Assistance Center, which has representatives from across teacher education to think about how we're supporting our students with disabilities. We have a connection to the Science of Reading panel, and we've assembled the early literacy repository and worked on that for quite a while, and those materials are out there and available through UEN in their learning hubs. We've created research fact sheets that we share to try to prompt our researchers to want to be invested in the same topics that we're invested in. And then really exciting is we're working with the Utah Council of Education Deans to prepare a research ed conference. And that focuses on what we know from research and getting it into the hands of practitioners. And so that'll be next fall. Locally too, it's in SLC. And just to wrap up with our focus priorities, you heard a lot of different topics there. These are, again, driven by our steering committee and people working in education. So student attendance, job satisfaction. We do have a report on principals. We really want to get to that teacher perspective. Strategic engagement with technology. So how are we using that to its best advantage without over or under hitting the mark? Middle grade mathematics, which you heard. Multilingual learner achievement we know is very important to people. Now, across the board, we look for academic success. So these are our focus priorities, but sometimes you hear some other ones in there because they do contribute to student success. And then we have a few additional priorities that are under review. Every time we meet with our steering committee, we troubleshoot on issues that for whatever reason are not gaining traction with our researchers, or maybe we need to know what's out there before we can make a commitment to get started. You can find all of this and more at schools.utah.gov/ULead. And specifically, if you're looking for the reports, there's a reports tab. You could also get there through the repository tab. And that is a really fast look at ULead.
That is a very good overview. What questions do we have, board? I don't know how we would have questions after that thoroughness. Okay, Member Lear will.
I just was wondering, and you did say these things very rapidly, bless your heart, that was great. But I was wondering, it sounds like you're working more with USBE staff and also some different organizations in different pockets of the state. Is that what you do more than you work with legislators? Is that how it goes?
I would say yes. I think if in the ULead legislation, it's designed to draw upon the steering committee and particularly work with those higher education partners to unearth these practices and then report that back to the legislature.
Oh, yeah.
And report, I think, specifically around what are the barriers. So, for example, if every school that we were investigating is saying you have to have a content coach, then reporting that back to the legislator that, like, hey, supporting funding for content coaches is going to be a really big deal here because that's how we're finding the success. Yep. So I think that's the relationship to how we report with the legislature.
So, just a quick follow-up. So it's a report back primarily relationship.
That's what I understand it to be, yes.
And I'm just thrilled that you're working with practitioners. I think you're super accomplished, read your resume, but I also think that we all can learn so much from those teachers who are there every single day in a classroom doing lesson plans, et cetera. Thanks.
Member Davis?
Quick question. I might have missed this. And how many people are in your department?
2. There is myself and we...
Whoever's back there laughing is the other one, I'm guessing.
I hope so. And then about a year ago, we brought on a full-time, like what would be equivalent to somebody in our data and statistics department, but is a data scientist that works with us.
So 3 now?
Nope, just the 2. So the data scientist and myself.
And you. Oh, got it. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Comment. I'll be short. Look at this. Molly's giving me just a quick one. You guys are tired of me saying how much I appreciate Megan. I helped write this bill 7, 8 years ago, whatever it was. We put it together with a lot of input from stakeholders and teachers. This ULead idea was you, the teacher, who are doing outstanding things in Utah. You're the leader. How do we find out what you're doing, share it? And so I got to tag along recently on a couple of these visits to the outliers that Jordan helped find. And it was just phenomenal. First of all, they didn't know they were outliers. We showed up, and Dr. Sudweeks at BYU is there to lend the outside analysis, and Megan's guiding the whole thing. Districts that are interested in learning are there, and these guys are the spotlight, and they're drilling down, okay, you jumped off the page, what did you do? And their first answer, one of them was, we did what? I didn't know we jumped off the page. And then they said, well, but here's some things we did. About 5 years ago, we started doing this, and we did this. And then that's what you see in these reports. So I just think it's a blast. I just want to, this will probably be a lot. My last part here was seeing a quarterly ULead update. So I just want to say thanks. And I think they're doing a lot to put the best of Utah education in the spotlight, and also with really rich understanding of how they're doing it in a way that can move the needle on student success and bring it up how we all want it to go. So it's one piece of the puzzle, but they're finding those gems that are really kind of shedding light on what it takes to be successful. I truly think any problem we have is usually solved by somebody already in Utah who's figured out how to do it well, and that's what ULead's spotlighting. So anyway, I just wanted to say thanks. It's fun to see all of this, making our great educators the stars of the show.
Thank you.
And-
Any other questions? No. Any other questions? Any other? Okay. Thank you very much for
Thank
coming.
you.
And thank you to the, who is your data and research scientist?
Yeah, Jordan.
Jordan Green.
Okay, so Department of Two, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, next up, we have standards and assessment. Chair Booth?
Thank you. I wanted to just mention, as we move to our action items, that we had a wonderful opportunity to celebrate and recognize our CTE Safety Committee, as we recognized members of that committee in our last meeting. And they are doing some great things. And when you think of CTE courses and the breadth of and the number of students in so many different kinds of settings, the safety committee is just really accomplishing some great things and keeping our students safe as they explore so many amazing possibilities, which will impact their future in a positive way. There are many information items that are very helpful, slide decks that I hope you will take the time to acquaint yourself with. And we'll now move to our one agenda item. And that agenda item is, let's see, number 4, let's see, I don't even know the number. 6 point, actually, on the agenda it is 6.4. To R277462, Comprehensive School Counseling Program Amendment. And this is just simply a very simple update, which adds a data project submission deadline date of June 15th. And this was recommended by an internal audit. So it adds that date, and the committee recommends that the board approve R277462, Comprehensive School Counseling Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion's been made that the committee recommend the board approve R277462, Comprehensive School Counseling Draft 1 on second and final reading. Seeing one light. Member Bogus?
Yes, so as I read this, it causes me to ask the question, are we trying to turn our schools into mental health facilities? And, and are we asking people without appropriate training to do things that are outside the scope of their job responsibilities? And so I'm a no on this. I would amend it till the cows come home, but I'm just gonna vote no on it. But I think we do need to ask ourselves, what is the proper role of school? Are we, if we're really genuinely as a board focused on academic excellence, is it appropriate to ask people focused on academics to engage in these kind of processes with kids? I'll leave it at that, but it just seems to me to be so far out of line to put these kind of things in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Carey.
Yeah, and I don't know who to address this to, Vice Chair Hart, but I just want to confirm that the only change it looks like we're making is we're just adding a date to line 62. Is that, I see several heads nodding.
I see nodding.
Okay.
Okay.
That was, I just wanted to make sure this, thank you, Chair, Vice
Yep.
Chair.
All right. Seeing no other lights, are we ready for a vote? Okay, go for it. Let's vote. Two more, please. Who is it? Okay. That's it. Vice Chair Earl is out at the moment. That passes 11-3. The three being Green, Klein, and Bogus. Thank you, and that concludes your committee report. Excellent. Jim, I think you have to do this one because it's audit.
Okay. I will take the wheel back. Next up, audit report. This is item 8, and I think we
I will do. Yeah.
defer to Chair Hart.
Sure. The motion is that the board release the technical assistance audit report and the board leadership assign the released report to a standing committee of the board for further consideration. Any questions? Seeing none? Dave, is this a question or are you getting in line? Okay, go for it.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that to make sure to read all the parts of this because, look, usually our folks are pretty deferential and like, thanks for the feedback, we'll implement right away. And there's some serious discrepancies in perspective on this whole thing. And, I'm a little nervous sending it to the public because those discrepancies could create a bunch of misconceptions. So, I don't know. It's going to be what it's going to be, but I have just want to make everybody aware that there's discrepant perceptions on where this is and what it says and any meanings behind it. Thanks.
Sure. Thank you. All right, are you ready? All right, let's vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Member Norton.
I'm just wondering if anyone from staff wants to make any additional comments regarding this audit in light of what was, in that management report and just the overall statements that were made or not.
So, just for the benefit of the group and the public, when an audit is done, both sides have the opportunity to weigh in. Therefore, if a member of staff wants to, by all means, but that is an opportunity afforded as part of the audit process. So without bright lights, I think we are ready to vote. I think we need one more. Oh, I think we got one more. No. Now we're good. The vote passes 13-1 with the no vote being Davis. All right. Do you want me to move on? I think you do. All right. Now we are to the superintendent's report. And first up would be the student work. Come on up.
Hello, Lori Bayevsky, your Fine Arts and Beverly Taylor Sorensen Arts Learning Program Coordinator. And as always, it's a privilege and an honor to stand before you every month and share in tangible detail the impact of integrated arts education in our elementary schools. And we heard this morning, before I get to the art being displayed on our walls this afternoon, I did want to give a shout out to Kelsey James and her team for highlighting our blue ribbon schools. And those would be Bella Vista from Canyons, Edgemont from Provo, and River Heights from Cache. All three are Beverly Taylor Sorensen Arts Learning Program schools. And this corroborates with our research being done last year with UEPC that indicated for every year in the BTS Arts program, we have increased academic achievement in mathematics and reading. And so, bravo, Kelsey. Yeah. And the art today is brought to you by the BYU region. And we have two schools represented on the front walls on both sides. We have Brookhaven Elementary, which is in the Alpine District. And these are two representations from the visual arts teacher, Dana Koch. And these are 5th grade and 1st grade. And I'll start with the 1st grade art just to give you all some time to decode the alphabet soup from our 1st graders. And they were dealing with CVC, consonant, vowel, consonant words. And you'll see in numerous words that are scrambled and included in different colors and manifestations on that wall over there. And so they had a really fun time both exploring vocabulary as well as arts foundations. On the left-hand side is our 5th graders, and they were looking at Navajo culture, traditions, patterns, colors, and history. And then they did some paper weaving that you'll see that is not reminiscent, but it is actually based on different Navajo patterning. And so you've got some mathematics in there as well as civics and culture and history. And speaking of culture, I know in ULead, the ULead presentation talked about culture being so hard to measure. And if you look at this wall in the yellow, we have our final presentation from Elisa Cook is our BTS Arts teacher at Davis Elementary in Uinta. And this is from last spring. This is a school-wide May Day celebration and celebration of both cultural heritage through dance, movement, and community. And that's all we got this month.
Well, it's beautiful. Thank you. Next up, we have the superintendent's report, and I believe you've got a guest speaker.
Sort of. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We are going to hear the bulk of my time. I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Superintendent Darren Nelson to talk about assessment. But I do have a couple of slides to share with you. So first, I want to talk a little bit about some work that is going on, as I'm sure you'll hear about it. So I wanted to give you a preview, and then we'll have more to come. We have been engaged in what we're calling the first credential group, and it's a spinoff of Prime, which is a piece of legislation that enables more students to engage in getting a first work credential out of high school, so a stackable credential. It might be their CNA or a welding certificate, or there are a number of things that through career and technical education that they can get certification on, as well as some of our schools provide students an opportunity to get an associate's degree. So in addition to a high school diploma, they're walking away with a credential. And a group has come together at the behest of Senator Milner and Representative Peterson, who initiated the original Prime legislation, and looking to see how we might expand this to ensure that every student has the opportunity, not a forcing function, but at least providing the opportunity. So a group came together from there are a lot of education stakeholders. That's a steering committee. Vice Chair Hart represents the board on that steering committee, and the intention is to also create a larger convening where the entire board would be invited. So just wanted to give you a preview and let you know that this work is being done. It's very exciting work. We had a lot of really great, robust conversation. Porch for Graduate was brought up, and other initiatives that the board is engaged in. But by and large, it's really just trying to think about how do we engage with education, industry partners, and parents to provide these opportunities for students across the state. The second item I wanted to share, you heard me mention the Fab Five earlier today, and you see Sarah Posey in the middle of these five. And as I mentioned, I've been out visiting. Coordinator of Quality Instruction, Katie Hill, has been going on the visits with me. And we've had a wonderful time. I just want to highlight things that I learned by observing in their classrooms. We try very hard to be low key. I don't want the media in there or to make a fuss. Some districts are so excited they can't help themselves. They may or may not bring a little entourage. But I just try to sneak in and hang out with the teacher and the principal. It's super fun and very enlightening. So I want to highlight a few things. From Sarah, who works as a teacher of history at Northwest Middle School in Salt Lake District. The things that we saw her students doing and the things we heard were amazing. And they focus on, not just in her classroom, but the entire school, they focus on speaking, listening, reading, and writing. And they're becoming very good at it. And I always like to ask the students after I've observed teaching what they appreciate about their teacher. And they, usually with teenagers, you'll get a couple of word sentences, and the students were super articulate in using complete sentences and very robust thoughts. And it's because of the way they've acculturated themselves as a school into speaking, listening, writing, reading. Very impressive. And the room was just full of student work. They always support the Utah History Fair. You'll see a lot of their kids as winners and participants. But to see them deeply engaged in history was really exciting. From Andrew Jones, you'll see top left, we got to observe unified sports. So he teaches PE, and he had a class of students with a variety of both physical and intellectual disabilities. And in the unified sports class, he had players from soccer, football, volleyball, boys and girls from all sorts of sports groups and athletic groups, and to watch the kids passing off goals. So every student had to set a goal and then pass off the skill that they were working on. And it was great to see that they were being held to high standards regardless if they were a student with a disability or a non-disabled peer. And that was really amazing to watch. And they all praised Mr. Jones and love him. It was very clear that they love him. We then, to his right, we were able to visit Saeed Sharifi, and he works at Hart Vixen in Granite District, and the students he serves are generally the older students. We were in a class of students who are nonverbal, and he did not talk down to them, didn't water down the curriculum. He was teaching them about supply chains and specific to manufacturing, how there are some things that are done by machines and some things that can be done by hand. And then he had a skill box for each of the students that they had to work through given an amount of time, and then they had to stand up and give it to a peer, and they had to work through all of these different skill boxes. And they had a lot of support in their classroom, but it was amazing to see them. There was a young man who wandered a lot. He couldn't sit down, so he would just keep moving. And ever so often, he would look at Saeed and say, "I love you." And that's the only thing he could verbalize. And then he would work on his box and then move along with some assistance. But just, I was so taken by the high level of expectations that Saeed had for his students and the support and the love that he provides to them. On the front right, we went to visit Shari Payne, and she is from Wasatch Elementary in Provo School District. This school sits almost straight beneath the Y on the hill. And it's an old school. It's just adjacent to BYU campus, and they've had the opportunity for a lot of students to come and go and in the teacher ed program, but other students as well. So they have a high level of volunteerism. Their new school is almost ready to open. They'll be moving in during the break. And BYU has acquired or already owned the property where the school is. So there were a lot of rumors about, will that be where the med school is? So there was a lot of speculation, but the kids were funny. They said, we love our school and we don't want to move, but they've got this beautiful new school that is just south and east of where the current school is. In Miss Payne's class, she was teaching a reading lesson when we were there, and I was taken by the rich vocabulary surrounding this kindergarten room. So a lot of vocabulary words being used. You could see how parent volunteers come in and out of the classroom. There were lots of stations for the kids to engage in play and imagination, as well as the literacy work. When we left, the students were going to give us a cheer, and she asked them to choose which cheer they wanted to give us, and they all yelled out, "Cowboy!" And so as we were leaving, they said, "Yee-haw, thanks for coming." Tipped their little hats. It was very cute. But they clearly loved their kindergarten teacher. Who doesn't? But just to be in her room and see the vocabulary richness of what she was doing was really amazing. And then last but not least, we were able to visit Mrs. Settle from Juab High. She's an English teacher, and we were there during an honors junior English class. And the level of engagements the student had with text. So they had read a couple of pieces, and then they were comparing two historical figures in text and talking about rhetoric, perspective, and they had a set of questions, and they were just like the interaction and grouping and their level and depth and quality of thought and expression was really amazing to watch. And she loves her content and loves the kids. And they had so many wonderful things to say about her, including kids who said things like, "I never really liked to read until I got into her classroom," or "I never really thought about the things I was reading until we started studying specific authors." And so she really has embedded this love of literature and understanding literature in her classroom. So I appreciate being able to go out into classrooms, especially seeing excellent work and looking at our standards in practice. Now we're going to talk about how we measure standards. And with that segue, I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Superintendent Darren Nelson, whom we all so appreciate and admire for his work. And he's been very thoughtful and attentive to the way forward with assessments, but we also have some data to share. So with that, I'll turn it over to Darren.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the time on your agenda today as well, and Superintendent for sharing some of your time. My name is Darren Nielsen, the Assistant Superintendent of Student Learning, and I'm happy to talk about assessment results, and I think it is a great coincidence that Megan from ULead was on the agenda shortly before this conversation, because I hope you'll be able to, by the time I'm done, understand the relevancy and the way that these data are important for us to being able to understand and improve programs across the state of Utah. As we get started, I wanted to share a story to try to help our public understand the context that these assessment results are looked at the state level for sure, and to understand the purpose of those. So in November, I'll be going in for my annual health screening, which prior to becoming an employee for the state, I've never had received a health screening, but since it's part of our employment benefit here, I couldn't tell you who my last doctor was. I'm pretty traditional male that ignores his health generally. But these health screenings have become something I look forward to, and they don't take very long, and they give me a chance once a year to check in on some of my key health metrics. And this list includes all of the metrics that in a half-hour time that I'll be with a nurse, actually, they'll give me data points on all of these key individual health metrics. And none of these metrics are input-based. They're all outcomes. They don't indicate I don't have to report how much exercise I have been engaged in over the past year, but those inputs certainly affect the outcome or these data elements that I get to look at each year. The other thing that I think is relatable to what we're going to talk about next is every year I wait for these results to come out on a little printout and to sit down with the nurse who's going to talk to me about those, and I wait anxiously hoping that all of those are trending better than they were the year before, or that all of them are in a healthy range. It's unlikely for most of us that will be the case. We'll find some of these that would be in a healthy range, and others that would be close by, and we might have some of these indicators that show that we have some kind of health concern, which then causes me to reflect on behavior changes that I need to make to change the outcomes for these indicators the following year. So the purpose of statewide assessment is really clearly defined, and it's listed here, and I've put in bold some of the key language that can be confusing to our educators and also to our parents, because there's a variety of assessments that exist in our learning experiences. Most of the ones that are most meaningful to me as a learner are things that happen directly between me and my teacher. That's true when I was a child and an adolescent, and it's true as an adult learner. Statewide assessment, though, has a very specific purpose to help us measure and evaluate the effectiveness of programs. So that word's really important to attend to, programs. Even though the individual score reports for each of these tests are given to students, and we hope that they're sitting down with teachers and talking about what that could mean for them and what actions they could take before the next assessment a year away, the real purpose of these are for programs and to recognize excellence and identify the need for additional resources, which as a board you have several programs that funnel additional resources to schools that we believe, based on these indicators from this key educational system, health system, that we believe they need additional resources to move forward. So the other thing, anytime we start talking about aggregate data of our students, and I think Superintendent did a good job of humanizing this experience, as individual students, the assessments that we're going to talk about are very personal experience. The student sits down, they interact with that assessment, and there's often emotional connection to the outcomes and maybe even the experience of the assessment. But we're going to be talking about it at an aggregate level, much like Megan was with ULead, but it's important to understand description before inference and inference before evaluation. And I highlight that because, remember, evaluation was part of the purpose of statewide assessments. Also, the next slide is going to indicate some participation rates for our 9th and 10th grade assessments. And I've got a note here, it's important to understand who's participating and at what rates, because that can inform how much value there is in this data being able to be compared across time. So one thing that we have been aware of and been concerned about has been discussed in the Assessment Accountability Policy Advisory Committee for a number of years. We have a study that the board has supported with the Utah Education Policy Center on trying to understand why our community is less engaged in the Utah Aspire Plus assessment than we would expect. You'll see here that ELA in 10th grade was 81% of our students participating, and that actually, these numbers are actually down from last year, and they are down from the year before that, which would be an indicator that there's something about that assessment or the delivery of that assessment that our community doesn't value as much as they do our other assessments, which have a higher participation rate for sure. It also means when we look at the slides on our 9th and 10th grade data, we should look at it with some caution about being able to compare the results year over year, because it's not a consistent population of students groups that are participating. And we don't have some kind of a random process to identify who were testing. So let's look at the end of year proficiency. This is the Acadience reading test. It's administered now in kindergarten, first, second, third grade. There was a lot of discussion by this board in February and March of this year about reading on grade level. This is the test that is used to determine reading on grade level, and I'll talk about that here in just a couple of slides. But what you see here, especially in kindergarten, is you see some trends. If we're going back to our key health statistics, we see some trends there that would make us feel really positive, right? We would look at that and say, that's the trend that we'd like to see in all of our student outcomes. I'm going to move on to the other indicator that comes out of the very same test, but because Acadience is administered at the beginning, the middle, and end of year, those benchmarks, this assessment also provides a progress or growth metric. So what you're looking at here is what percent of students in each of these grades over these 4 years made typical or better progress. Again, it's not a separate test than the one we were just looking at. It's a different way of looking at that data, though. This one's looking at from a growth perspective. The next slide is our end-of-year proficiency for Acadience math, and you'll notice that that began in 2022. That was a new assessment that was introduced there. You'll see again trends in our overtime scores that have a general positive feeling about those. If people were to ask me, including the media, which is interested this week because we released the school report card on Monday, again, I would go back to the axiom, a description before inference, inference before evaluation. And when we're going to talk about evaluation, it takes a lot of time and resources, and that's where our partners like ULead come in to play to help us come to an understanding of the causes and effects of outcomes, whether they're positive or less desirable. Reading on grade level, again, this is still using data from the Acadience end-of-year benchmark assessment. On the school report card, there's an indicator that includes first, second, and third grade students who are reading on grade level. This has been adjusted to account for the change in the reading on grade level threshold or cut scores that were determined by our board in, I believe it was March or February of 2024. Again, you see some positive growth and trends. The legislative requirement is that the state is shooting for 70% of our students reading on grade level by 2027. So again, it would cause you to wonder, are we going to be able to make that? On the other hand, we see positive growth and trend that could be used to support the large investment of time and resources and professional learning into our early literacy efforts. Now I'm going to move into our RISE assessment. Remembering the RISE assessment is different. So the language arts assessment is designed to measure the breadth and depth of the language arts core standards. Acadience is measuring some key literacy indicators. Takes a few minutes to administer. The RISE assessment, because it's measuring the breadth and depth of the core standards that have been selected by this Board of Education, takes more time. This is a computer adaptive test. And you'll see the results over a 4-year time span for that indicator as well. This is the RISE mathematics test outcomes. Again, our achievement scores. You see some mixed areas where we see positive growth and trends, and then we might have some questions about some of that data as well. I'm going to move into the science. Again, science now is administered in grades 4 through 8 for the RISE, so you'll see that a third grade category is not listed here, and that's because that assessment is not administered at that grade level. Again, you see some information here or some results here that would cause you to have, most of us to have a positive reaction, and again, interest in understanding what some of the indicators or factors are that are promoting this growth and increase across our state. Now we move into the Utah Aspire Plus, our 9th and 10th grade assessments. This one you'll be discussing in a few minutes in the legislative request portion, and this is also the assessment that, again, we have participation rates as low as 81% and a continual decline in participation rates for this indicator as well. I'm going to highlight something here. This test and the 10th grade Utah Aspire Plus test is legislatively required for us to be able to provide students a predictive score on their ACT test. So this one is laid out in a very similar format to the ACT test, which I'm going to show you the outcomes for that as well. ACT test is an off-the-shelf assessment that we purchase, and all 11th grade students have the opportunity to take. Here's our 10th grade, Utah Aspire Plus. Again, we see some odd or unusual changes in outcomes. And again, I would cause us to question and wonder what's the impact of this on our participation rates as well. Let's take a look at our ACT 11th grade outcomes. And I will highlight that Utah is one of about 16 states that administer the ACT to all of their students in a grade level. This last year we had 89% of our students participate in the ACT, which is down a little bit from previous years. We typically will be just over 90%. In that outcome, the last several years, Utah, of the states that administer the test to that many students, Utah has been number 1 in the overall composite score and number 1 in each of the college readiness benchmark scores. The other thing that can be confusing about ACT is we have the 11th grade ACT administration, and that data is reported here. And then in the middle of October, on the 15th or 16th of October, ACT will release the graduating cohort ACT outcomes, and it will look a little different, and it can cause people to say, what's going on here? This one is simply the score for the students that took it in their statewide administration. The graduating cohort results that will come out later this month will be taking the students' highest score. And many of our students will take the ACT multiple times as well. However you'd like to do that. Sure.
If you feel like you can get
Stay
back
on
to your
time.
stay on your agenda with the interruption, then we'll go ahead and ask it now.
Yeah, that's dependent on the question.
Okay. All right, fair. Go ahead, Member Lear.
This is an easy one. You talked about administering to, or 89% of the students take the ACT. Did I hear that right?
This last year,
This last year.
89%. 100% of them are offered the ACT.
Right, of course. But how many? What's the opt-out rate for that? Is it as high, and does it vary a lot from around the state?
Great question, because it's difficult to answer because we don't require a parental exclusion form for that assessment. We don't track opt-outs or participation reasons. So all I can tell you is that we had 11% of the 11th grade students who didn't take the ACT for some reason. There are multiple makeups that are offered. And I would expect that it varies depending on the type of high school that you're going to. Like we have some early college high schools in the state, and I would be surprised if their participation rate wasn't close to 100%, if not at 100%.
But I'm just trying to figure out how reliable that is, because on some other assessments there's like a 20% opt-out in some schools. And
yeah, that 10th grade Utah Aspire Plus, we're missing 19% of our students on that last year.
And so, okay, and I'm just wondering, and this is maybe just last thing I'll ask, and maybe an opinion question is, do you feel like there's less of an opt-out in this particular ACT offering, or is it about the same, or do you have any idea?
Less than previous years?
No, less than other assessments.
Oh, yeah, there's more support for the ACT statewide currently than there is for Utah Aspire Plus, based on engagement by our student community that participates in it.
Helpful, thank you. Thanks.
I have a question.
Yes.
So if I were to, or if a board member were to want to get some sort of frame of reference, this shows raw score, so to speak, like the scores. Where would we go to get information on, say, other populations to compare this to?
Okay, so on the ACT, because that test is off the shelf and it's administered across the country to different degrees, that one we can get some comparative information. And then the NAEP test, which I'll talk about just briefly in a minute, is another assessment whose purpose is to give us information that allows us to see how we are comparing nationally, right? So if we went back to the health screener idea, there are some measurements that part of your report is how you fit into the normal range, right? I think that's what you're asking about. With the RISE and Utah Aspire Plus, those are Utah tests that have been created here especially the RISE test, items written by Utah teachers, and the standards or the proficiency cut scores have been determined, recommended by Utah educators and determined by the Board of Education. And you really cannot compare your state test to other state tests because of those variables. Some states will set their cut scores with less rigor, lower expectations. And one of the things I tell everyone I talk to I'm really proud about Utah is Utah educators in that standard setting process and the Board of Education who finalizes that have consistently established high but attainable expectations for our students. And I'll talk a little bit about that here in just a second as well.
Okay, thank you. Member Straight.
Yes, real quick.
Hold on. There you go.
Yes, I did go visit a school last year that gives the ACT and doesn't give the Aspire. Do we have any data on schools that do that and how that compares to what happens in 11th grade versus the Aspire versus the ACT?
Chair?
Go ahead.
If it's a public school and they're not administering the Utah Aspire Plus, they're in conflict with your rule and state code. They could be doing both, yeah. Yeah, and as a state entity, if they've signed a contract with ACT to administer pre-ACT assessments, we wouldn't have access to their data. So we'd have to leverage a relationship with the LEA or ULead or some other entity to do a study to get an answer to your question.
Okay, Member Davis.
Yeah. How do we have the conversation to reconcile the fact that on one hand, of all the states that administer the ACT to all of their kids, we're at the top of that pile. And we're at the top 5 in the nation on our AP scores. And we have so many top things. But then on the other hand, we look at numbers, and not just for ACT, but I'm going back through the RISE numbers too. And it's well, half of the students are at or above proficiency. And then that's really hard to have that conversation and to reconcile. And then you go back in history and remember, well, previously our kids were scoring 90%, and this board, before any of us were on it, lowered the cut scores significantly. And so on the very same test, the kids were scoring 90s on the year before they were scoring now in the 40s or 50s like we're seeing now, because apparently the previous boards wanted to get really real and say, look, we want to shoot for a very, very high bar. How do we help the public to understand all of this data and really know what they're, over 90% of parents, to my knowledge right now, choose publicly funded schools, whether districts or charters. How do we help them know what they're getting for their product, for their bang for their buck? With these kind of conflicting pieces of information.
Yeah, sure. I can give some comment and opinion on that. And I talked to Board Member Carey about this just earlier this morning. I think it's important to understand that what happened in 2014, what you're referencing, where the previous to that we had the CRT test, and then the board adopted college and career readiness standards. So 3rd grade, for instance, when we tell a parent that their student is proficient in ELA in 3rd grade, what we're telling you is that at this point in time, your child is on track for college and career readiness when they graduate from high school. And that can be a different story if our standards and thresholds are less than that. So the old CRT, I worked in a district that language arts used to be what we would be proud of. We would brag about almost 90% of our students were proficient on the CRT tests. And as soon as we adopted new standards and added rigor, these college and career readiness rigor, we dropped into the 40%. And so it took a change of reference point. When you were talking about reading on grade level last spring, and you had community members that were concerned with the reading on grade level cut score that had been identified by the Board of Education, and they referenced, I think Florida was one they referenced, which their cut score was half of what Utah has identified, right, as far as lower. One thing to consider in that setting is that their state also has a retention requirement, and so their students, if they can't meet the reading on grade level by 3rd grade, they're going to be retained, which is a significant consequence for a student. If our standards had those kind of accountability measures to them, you'd probably hear me advocate to lower our expectations so we could do less harm, do no harm to students. But I think we should be proud in Utah that we have these rigorous standards, both in depth and breadth of standards that the board adopted. You invest significant discussion and time around the standards, and a lot of thought goes into those. And I'm proud that we're able to develop assessments that measure how much achievement students have against those standards that you have invested so much time and energy in identifying. The other thing, and this is something, as I talked to individual parents back in my previous LEA, one of the hardest things, and this would usually happen with students who were on IEPs or had a disability. A lot of times they're early grade teachers, and I'm overgeneralizing, but I'm thinking of a specific example in my mind, where it's just the child tried so hard, and I just can't not score them well, and so they're going along through elementary school. And it usually would be middle school. They'd hit middle school, and all of a sudden the expectation changed for the student. And it caused all kinds of disruptions because the parent and student were believing they're on a certain track, and all of a sudden they're getting information that tells them, no, you're not prepared for success at this level. And that's the other side of that coin, which is, I think, a much worse place to be in, both as a parent of children in the education system and as an educator who communicates with parents and children.
Kind of very quick follow-up.
Okay.
I mean, we've set this standard very high in our state. Is it realistic to say we're going to get to 70% with this high standard we've set by, what is it,
2027.
2027? I mean, that's in 3 years. I mean, is that realistic?
So it's a great question. I can tell you that we have places in the state that have met that now, that we'd have to bring our literacy folks in, but as I've talked to them about the same question, we have places where we're seeing 70% of our students, LEAs, schools where we're seeing that be achieved. So setting that bar, which it's a challenging, I think in the state code it actually says a rigorous goal of 70 or challenging goal of 70%. It acknowledges this is going to be really hard. I think that's helpful for us as a system to strive for that.
And letters and such are putting in structures to help us get there. You think it's realistic? You don't have to answer that. That's really putting you on the spot. But it's something to think about.
Yes. Member Carey?
Superintendent says yes.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. I just wanted to say, I wanted to thank Deputy Norman, Assistant Deputy Nielsen, and I'm sorry that
Sydney McCarty,
and they were kind enough. Sid number 2. So they were kind enough to meet earlier today just to go over these questions. And Board Member Davis, I had the same question, which was, there was an event sponsored up in Weber by a third party, and they invited the local school district representative and their state school board to go. And these numbers came up, and one of the teachers who was attending just got very emotional, and she said, these numbers don't measure passion, they don't measure the love I have for the students, they don't measure all the time and effort that goes into what I do every day. And my question this morning was very similar, which was, well, how do we balance that, right? How do we do better as a board to make sure that our teachers aren't just feeling that that weight, that this should not be viewed as this means you're successful, this means you're not successful. And maybe that's something that we can look at best practices that other states are doing, but to see that reaction and to feel that she may feel less effective because these numbers aren't where we've set them as a board, I think is it's a weight that no one should have to carry. So to the extent that we can look at that, maybe best practices in other states, I think that would be well worth our time. Thank you.
Member Klein and then Superintendent Dixon. And then Member Norton.
Okay, and just my question is to Darren about or how much involvement does your department have in developing the content of the Aspire and the RISE test or assessment, and have those assessments undergone any substantial changes in in the recent, I don't know, or how recently have they undergone substantial changes, and what do those look like?
Okay, Chair?
Yes, please.
Respond. So the involvement that the USB staff has in the development of these assessments is substantial in our role of recruiting educators from Utah to come and help us with the item writing, the content review, the data review, the bias and sensitivity review. There's several steps. I think we have about 7 or 8 steps, and then some of you have been involved in the parent review, which is towards the end of that process. Those are all part of the RISE assessments, so grades 3 through 8. Every item that is on those assessments are reviewed by our Utah educators, and the vast majority of them are written by Utah educators. We also have other states that lease some of our items that we've created here in Utah that they don't have the capacity to do that. In terms of assessment changes, that's always related to or tied to standards. So, for instance, next year when we bring these results to the board, you'll hear me say, well, it'll be delayed because this time next year you'll be discussing the standard setting process, and you'll set the standards for the new 3 through 10th grade ELA assessments because you adopted new standards. We've been writing items. Those will be assessed this year on the new core standards for language arts, which means we establish new cut scores and makes it difficult or unwise to draw comparisons from that point backwards unless we do some kind of a concordant study. The science standards have been adopted. They're the ones that have been most recently adopted out of what you're looking at on the screen this year. And then, as you know, mathematics is in the middle of that process. And so it's going to come on the tails right behind the ELA. So when I meet with other states, some of those states go through changes at a more rapid pace, and the cost of that to them is they lose longitudinal comparisons for their data, and it makes it difficult to measure growth or progress. We've been fortunate that in reality our ELA standards have been consistent since 2014. So when I say fortunate, there might be a whole argument of why that should have been changed sooner, but from a data perspective, we've had the ELA standards consistent since 2014. The math as well, there were some minor changes around 2017 on the math, but in reality both of those data points, which is other states have some envy for Utah on that regard, but we're going into a cycle, Board Member Klein, where there'll be significant changes based on updates and changes to the core standards. Because remember, the assessment, all it does is measure the standards that the board's adopted, or attempt to measure those as well as possible.
Okay. Can I ask one more?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so recently the College Board recalibrated their AP test scoring metrics to help increase the passing rates. Has the staff here at USBE engaged in similar type measures
with
or adjustments?
With Utah assessments? No, those when that happens, that comes through the Board of Education. So the next one that'll happen is about a year from now, where you'll be talking about standards and you'll have the opportunity to reset. So to Board Member Davis's concern she voiced earlier, the board that is here at that time could make a decision to change the level of rigor or expectations on the standards. Okay. Or keep them the same or even make them more challenging.
Okay, and then just on one of the previous slides, you mentioned that the old data had been adjusted to for the new cut scores.
Oh.
So we don't have the old data anymore?
We do.
It's been adjusted and so that it works with the new data?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. What I'm showing here is the reading on grade level, which again comes from the Acadians end of year benchmark. And there's a scale score. If you remember your discussion from February, March, that assessment provides a scale score. And for simplicity, let's just say it's 1 to 100. That's not the scale, but let's say it was. And the cut score for each of those grade levels, let's say one was at 75 and one was at 70 and one was at 82. What the board did back in, what you did back in February and March is you aligned that with the cut score on the assessment for well above benchmark, right? So for today's presentation, these slides you're looking at here, the data doesn't change. The student score on that, each student individual score on that assessment hasn't changed. For today's presentation, I've adjusted it so that it's not showing you 3 years on one cut and then also now we've got another, which makes it easy to misinterpret whether there's been growth or not. Does that make sense?
Yep, thank you.
All right, Superintendent Dixon, please.
Thank you. This is in response to both Member Davis asking the question of is it an attainable goal of 70%, and then your very apt description from the teacher. You saw me shaking my head. Yes, it's doable. It's doable because we have pockets all over the state where it's happening. We have it in Wasatch, for example. There are many places where it's happening, and the board has taken 2 significant steps that are already showing huge promise. One is the investment that you supported and continued to make with carry forward funds in our teachers around letters. And just in general, the science of reading. Former State Superintendent Larry Shenwa used to use the anecdote of a teacher who was given materials to teach a language class. The language class happened to be Spanish, but they were given the materials of French, and then wondered why their students couldn't speak Spanish. And I often reflect on that as a teacher myself. If I were to go back in the classroom today, I would need significant retooling in the science of reading. And our teachers, for many of our teachers, they have been passionate and amazing and wonderful and haven't always had the right tools. When you look at what Megan presented in some of the things found in ULead and some of the testimonials that you've heard, it's a systemic approach. So we heard it from the Blue Ribbon schools. It's culture, it's professional learning, it's supportive teachers, it's the way they collaborate, it's having high quality instructional materials and high quality instructional cycles and bringing the parents in as authentic partners. It's all of the things that make it work together. And when that's happening, we see a difference. The second thing that you've invested in is full day kindergarten as a policy priority and a funding priority for early learning. And that investment in early learning is paying off. In just 2 years, we've seen an 11% increase in this state in students in kindergarten hitting the proficiency mark on Acadians. I hope I got that metric right. I think that's the latest thing I saw. Julie, you're nodding and thumbs up. It doesn't mean that children who are in a half-day kindergarten classroom can't achieve that same thing. I want to be really clear about that because our parents have choice. But because more students are engaged in full day K, and for those especially who need it, we're starting to see a significant increase. 11% is hard to get in 1 or 2 years. So those are investments that the board has focused on and made that are making a difference for teachers, for our families, for our kids. So I'm always so appreciative when the board really targets things that matter, those things that get right to the classroom and the teacher, because we can see it pay off in the data. So yes, I do think it's attainable because we've seen it happen in all sorts of schools and all sorts of demographics across the state.
Thank you. There seems to be a lot of questions surrounding this. If board members would like a study session so that we can ask more of these questions, that would certainly be something that we could look at doing. We have 2 more questions. Member Norton, then Member Straight. Hold on. Sorry.
I don't actually have a question. I have a comment based again on Board Member Davis and Board Member Carey's their questions and comments. And I'm not even close as academic and intelligent as Superintendent Dixon. So you're going to get kind of the down home plain girl here response. But yes, every teacher, no, not every teacher, but the vast majority of the teachers in the state are feeling that very heavy pressure right now. I know this has been 2 of the hardest weeks I can remember in a long, long time. And a lot of that is it's a new year. The newness is over, and now you're just down and dirty in the trenches, mucking it out and marching on. And it's hard. Every single day in a classroom is hard work. And I don't think people understand how hard our teachers are working for the tiniest of growth, the tiniest little bit of growth. You ache for those kids because they want it more than you do. And it's a team effort. And right now you don't see it. Right now I just got in kids that feel like they are 5 years younger than the group that I just graduated on. And they're not. They're only a year younger, but it feels a big, big, big difference. But the thing that brightens my day, and I had a conversation with my principal about this, and like I said, Dr. Dixon, this is not as fancy as her discussion, but the Major League Baseball season is just going into the postseason. And there's not one of those teams when they started the season that did not plan on winning the World Championship. They were all going to win it, and they didn't. I'm a Braves fan. We had a Cy Young Awards winner. We had the $180 million invested in our first 4 batters, and they are all sitting on the bench with injuries. They barely got into the playoffs, and it was a huge celebration. So sometimes, yep, you have to adjust those celebrations, and you're so happy to see growth. And I remember how happy I was last year that one of my students in my grade, in my school, our goal is 70% of our kids are in blue and Acadians, and that's really hard. And I had a student last year that went from red to barely green, but it was a celebration. And so we start out looking for blue. We start out looking for 100%. We start out looking for 4s on those tests, and you work hard for them, and you plan on getting them. But sometimes you don't make it, and then you find the growth, and then you appreciate the work that they've put in and the work that you've put in, and especially the work that the parents and all the teachers around you have put in. And you come back again the next year and try again.
Member Straight.
Yes, first of all, I'd like to answer the question, would we like a study session? I can only speak for myself. I would say the answer on my part would be a yes. From a very positive standpoint, an observation is that the Acadians assessment, it immediately impacts instruction. Very positive. It's easy to look at the scores and see where improvements can be made. And that, I think, becomes the nemesis of the Aspire. And so, in my experience, and this doesn't apply to the Aspire, but it does apply to the rest, like the ACT, students want to know how they can improve. They want it to inform their understanding. The score, and I know it breaks it down a little bit, but a score itself is not as useful as something that informs instructions. Teachers themselves, they would like to know where their weak points are. They would like to see the aggregate for their school, for their class, for them specifically. Where am I failing as a teacher? But the way it is now, it puts the pressure on without a feeling of how can I inform instruction to improve the proficiency of my students. And I think that becomes the real important point, because Acadians does that, but we don't have anything in the secondary level that really hits upon that to the extent that would be useful to educators and their students.
Thank you. And back to you. Oh, well, in a minute. There you go.
Okay, thank you. And I'm gonna wrap up. I think I've taken more time than I was allotted. I do want to just highlight, Board Member Klein mentioned ACT. ACT just recently announced their information. You can see here from 2019 to 2024 what Utah, we'll get some technical support here, so we're not aligned. and I can generally talk about that. What you'll see is that in Utah we've seen an increase in the number of students participating in advanced placement program. We're seeing an increase in the number of tests that are taken by those students, and then we're seeing an increase in the percent of students who score a 3 or higher. Remembering the AP test is on a scale or a range of 1 to 5, and a 3, 4, or 5 is considered a passing test, and generally can help the student attain college credit, depending on a number of other circumstances, of course. But so again, you see upward trends in this area as well. NAEP, which is the nation's report card, and it has a very specific purpose because there's no other tool that's designed to allow you as a state to be able to compare progress over time. This test has remained stable since 2002. And so you've got some longitudinal data that's available. Those results will come out in January or February 2025, so watch for that information. It's also, I mentioned there in the text above, Utah is considered a top truth teller, and this is by a independent entity. You'll see a link there to honestygap.org. You can go and understand their description. This organization is concerned with what we talked about earlier, that states are misleading their parents and to make them their system feel healthier, right, by changing the cut scores or proficiencies. And so this one uses the NAEP results, which is this nation's report card, and compares those proficiency outcomes against each state assessment. And there's a tool on there that's pretty interesting to look at, to see how other states, what their proficiency rates look like in comparison to the NAEP. And then finally, it's important for you to understand the data that we've been discussing today is available to our community, both our education community and our general public in a number of ways. On the left there is the parent resources, which you'll take. There's links to the school report cards, which again were released this week, and I'm very happy to say that our team was able to release that a full month earlier than in 2023. It seems like we should be able to do it even faster, and I think we will, but the people who worked on this accomplished some great work to get to that spot. And then on the right-hand side, those are tools on the data gateway that are available to all the public, but there's also a login credential there, and for educators, this is where they can log in and drill down and look at individual students' classroom results. They can look at the outcomes from the students that they have assigned to them this year that were in another class the previous year. And so there's much more usable data behind the password protections there. But there's a number of tools that you provide to the public to try to make this information transparency. And as complicated as it is to understand, there's efforts there to try to make it consumable. And then finally, good data is a prerequisite to good decisions. It's just a good thing to think about. So things that we can do that can improve the quality of the data that you use and need to make decisions, the better off the system, the health of the system is. So thank you for your time today in talking about this. And don't hesitate to reach out with individual questions as those come up.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you have any further comments for your report? Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Deputy Jones, you're up. Folks, if you need to take a restroom break, just go ahead and go. We're just going to need to make up some time. It's going to be added to backup, yes. Oh, did it? Okay. All right.
Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones, who's driving? Greg? Okay, so if you'll pull up the monthly budget report, right, ma'am? Monthly budget report, yes. Yes, okay. I don't know what else I'd be up here for. But
Yes,
yeah,
monthly
okay,
budget
monthly
report.
budget report.
And then discretionary funds.
Right. So I can attest to the Utah State Board of Education is in a sound financial position, able to meet all its known obligations and commitments. So we're early in the fiscal year. Actually, October starts the second quarter of fiscal year 25. So we've completed the first quarter, and all indications are we're on, once again, a good glide path, able to meet all our financial obligations and commitments, all the known ones.
We did provide last month a tool or a different view of the budget, more of an interactive. So if we could pull that up again to show. Yeah, I think so. Guessing. Oh no, yeah, it's the COVID one. Yeah, right there. Yeah, sorry. So here's the format that we've introduced to you. We feel that this is a value add and a lot more user friendly for both you and the public to basically, without having to scroll through multiple pages. This is a typically 1 to 4 page report. You just simply select any one of the buttons that you're interested in on the left-hand side for any of the programs, and the system will take you to that particular status of funds for that particular program, offering detail on expenditure rates, where we're at revenue-wise, et cetera. Madam Chair, subject to any questions or concerns about the report or the monthly budget, or the budget as a whole, that concludes this portion of the agenda item.
I see no questions.
Okay.
We can move on.
Next up is the discretionary report, so if we could pull that up. So as you recall earlier, board members and the public, the board took action on the discretionary funds that were recommended to you by the Finance Committee earlier in your day. So this report will get updated to show that the board has approved what you did approve earlier today, but if we could go to the report, please. A key takeaway with this is even with the amounts that you approved earlier today, I orient the board members and the public to the upper right-hand corner. This is where you can see where there's remaining balances of funds available to you as board members to use at your discretion, of course, approved or at the direction of the board. But there will be funds still available even after the approvals that you made today. So as we update this and move together through the fiscal year, just please keep in mind that we'll continue to update you on the status of funds in the upper right-hand corner should you have a particular project that you are thinking would be a good and allowable use of the funds, and staff will certainly support you. Subject to any questions or concerns on this particular report, on the discretionary funds report, Madam Chair, that concludes this portion of the monthly budget report.
Member Wood?
This is actually on the budget report. Can you explain to me what dedicated credits are?
Sure. Can I phone a friend and have Deborah come up here and help with that? But as she's approaching the bench or whatever here, so I will tell you that the dedicated credits are a source of revenue that is not typically from a appropriated source in the sense of, well, it's appropriated, but we get it from another entity by way of, whatever agreements we have with them or what have you. So Deborah?
I think she is not in the.
That's great.
She's
okay.
not behind
so
you.
yeah.
You could forward that information to us.
Okay.
It'd
Yeah.
be great.
No, that's basically the gist of it. Is a dedicated credit is something that we get, like the liquor tax or those types of things.
Great example.
Say again. I would have to check on that. I believe the federal mineral is not necessarily a dedicated credit.
Okay.
It's a revenue source. So, is it federal mineral level? Yeah. Go ahead. Tell them what a dedicated credit is.
Deborah Jacobson, Assistant Finance Director, or Assistant.
Something.
Assistant Superintendent of Operations. Dedicated credits are basically collections, like whether, if we charge fees for any kind of an activity. Sometimes we charge fees for conferences that we put on, things like that.
Is a liquor tax?
Liquor tax is considered.
See, I was right about that. So liquor tax is a dedicated credit because we collect that. So yeah.
Federal mineral lease is its own funding source, its own revenue source. So.
Yeah. Does that answer Board Member Wood's questions, Madam Chair?
Yes.
And we do appreciate the question too. Thank you. So that others have that same question too. So.
Okay. And I see no other questions about the discretionary funds. So now it's time for the October economic update.
Right. And if you could recognize Sam, Yuri, and Dr. Rodriguez Nestor, Dr. Nestor.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Mr. Yuri and
For
Dr.
this-
Nestor.
Yeah, for this particular presentation.
Sure. And I'm excited because this is the second time I'm hearing this, so I'm hoping to understand more than 20%.
And while Dr. Rodriguez is coming up to sit down, we also presented this in the finance training to the field on October 1st. Well, actually, this is an abbreviated version in the interest of time. So we did go much deeper with the field. So what you're about to hear here has also been shared with the field as an update. So.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for being with us today. Whenever you're ready. Is your light on, Dr. Nestor? There you go.
Hi, good afternoon, board. Nestor Rodriguez, economist. Nice to be here. How's everybody doing? Hope your year's going good.
Go for it.
Yeah, okay. So, hi, everybody. So I'm going to go over the economic update, and so go ahead and go with the slide there. So what seems to be major importance is the preliminary year-end estimates we just got from both tax and from the LFA, but the finance section. They present us with TC23s and summaries. I'm going to go over that, just general and income tax overviews, projected ongoing funds for 2025. And then really quickly, there's a lot to go in there about the macroeconomy. But I'm going to focus mostly on the economy, on the general economy, which would be the gross domestic product. But more importantly for most, I bet, would be the interest rates, where interest rates are going and inflation. All right, next slide. So these preliminary estimates, as I mentioned earlier, come from tax and LFA Finance, or budget division, and their budget reports. There's details there. I make a quick WP to income tax fund comparison and then projected ongoing funds for fiscal year 2026. Slide. And so in summary, what we've seen is overall revenues were at 11.4 billion. Year-over-year increase, year-over-year change, there was an increase of negative 0.8%, so just a little bit negative than the target rate, which is negative 0.4%. Slide. The income tax fund revenues were 6.226 billion, which represents a year-over-year change of negative 3.0%. Again, a little more negative than the target, which was negative 2.6%. Slide. And then this is really important to sort of look at, is that if we compare, we're looking at 22, 23, and 24, and those are the fiscal years, the numbers. And what you're seeing is 2022 was a bonanza, if you will, relatively speaking, compared to the downturn in 23. You see those last 3 months, April, May, June, that's actual data that's listed, publicly available on both websites I mentioned earlier. You see that trend compared to 24, it's moderating. It looks like it's going down. It's becoming less negative. And they do mention, I believe in the last summary, that income tax change had moderated considerably in June of this year. Next slide. And so you could barely see this here, but I'm just comparing. That green is suggesting, as they do too, in that revenue snapshot, above target range. I'm assuming the bounce back from what had happened during COVID, these revenue levels being so high. Compare that to the next slide. In 23 is where we see this decline. And what it seems to look like is this was the low point. This is what we're seeing. Because when you compare those numbers to, next slide, 24, those declines become less negative. And although they didn't make their target, it would suggest that things have moderated. To be optimistic, maybe we've passed the bottom. But again, and if you look at where that first arrow is, we're hitting, and we did this in 2023 too, we're hitting the middle of that range. That's a range that they're forecasting. We're kind of in the middle of it. So we're not too low, we're not too high. We're kind of just right, if you will. And it happened in 23 too, although albeit they were more negative. Next slide. So these numbers are just looking at changes, real changes. So these were adjusted for inflation. So the websites, both websites are great with regard to data. Forgive me for not being able to change in R, the program I use, in the sense of making this in sequential order in line with the fiscal year. What you're seeing is they're reporting. They don't report. It seems to vary from year to year, but in July and August, seems that when they submit the same information, sometimes it shows up as July, sometimes it comes in as early as September, so forgive me for that. But if you see the trends there in September, you see that low point, that is basically when the collection cycle sort of is updated anyway. It begins before that. And it goes all the way up to the end, to June. And so we're seeing here is the general fund, which encompasses sales tax. I would point your attention to, these are real prices, and what I'm seeing here, I believe is, you see that dip there, that's what those arrows are. That was when we had that high inflation event, if you will, in 2022, and that slowdown. And what I want you to note here is, if you see this is the general fund. Next slide. You'll see the income tax fund. There was a more drastic change there. And though there's been a bit of recovery, again, note that this goes, as it increases through the year, this acutely affected the income tax fund compared to the previous slide you saw. And then last but not least, in the transportation fund. Next slide. You see that it really was so drastic, it dropped below the average and those are months for all those years. In other words, that first September or October number, all the Octobers from 2019 to 2024. And so they all seem to correspond to that 2022 event, if you will. So I just, out of curiosity, if you're thinking in terms of tax revenues, what kind of happened. Next slide. And these are just WPU changes versus, it's been pretty steady, about 5-6%, or 6% year to year. Next slide. Compared to income tax fund changes. And again, 2022 was a big year. That 53.3% change was because of how low we were before that. So behoove us, I think, to think along the lines of that with something we won't see again, and it was just because of how bad things were before. Next slide. And this is just a graphic showing the changes between the two. The average WPU change is just under 6%. The average income tax fund change was 14%. I think a lot of it's weighted because of what had happened 4 or 5 years ago. Next slide. Yes. Income tax fund. Sorry. I'm sorry, I'm maybe going too fast. It's just there's just a lot of slides here, and maybe have questions. Here we're looking at projected funding, and we're looking at what the past tells us based on what's already happened. Sorry. And so in the past, we had in fiscal 24, we had requested the board. USBE had requested about $1 million. The legislature, we have this data because this is what happened, appropriated just under $1 billion. In 2025, again, the WPU value inflationary adjustment and the statutory enrollment growth ongoing, those are by statute. We had requested with that $590 million. The legislature, and that's what that right arrow is showing, appropriated $796 million. So, in the ongoing, the statutory enrollment. The request was for $451 million. The year before that, the request had been $857 million.
And if I may, Madam Chair, if we could just pause on this slide. I think this is, all of it's important data and important information. But if we look at, you'll hear terms like deja vu or, the trends are similar to what we experienced last year before going into the legislative session. There might be some correlation of what we can expect as far as new money for public education. So are there any, Madam Chair, through you, are there any questions or concerns about this? Because of all the deliverables or key takeaways, this is probably the most important slide for you as decision makers to be informed about, what the trend is, or what we're seeing, and how that, in association or conjunction with the WPU data that we gave you, what we can likely expect to see as we, enter into the legislative session. So.
I don't see any questions. Every board member can articulate what the slide says? I'm just kidding. Member Straight.
Yes. Do we have any idea what one-time money might look like, or is that just not possible at this point?
Sam Uri, School Finance Director. We do. If we can go to the next slide. Okay. So next year, our projection for one-time money is $509 million. That is coming from the Public Education Economic Stabilization Fund. And based on those formulas, that's what we're projecting is that $509 million. Obviously, the part that we're most interested, or that has the most variability, is the ongoing piece of it. So I'll let Nestor explain. We have a low and a mid and a high range estimate here, and I'll let him continue.
Thanks, Sam. So, very important to understand, there's a lot of details here. We are available for you. There's a bigger spreadsheet. It's just, you won't see it. I mean, you won't be able to see. This is cuts of that spreadsheet, so we're more than happy to share it with you at any time, so you could see really where this is. This bunch of stuff, that bunch of scenarios are on one spreadsheet, if you will. So we assumed the WPU increase. We assumed the 10% because of what had happened the year before that and the year before that. And statutory enrollment, we assumed to stay the same at 48 million. So the total would be 225 million that by statute would have to be accounted for. And so we gave ourselves three scenarios: 200, 250, and 300, sort of equidistant from each other and the like. And so it at a new ongoing projected of $200 million, the additional spending available would be a negative 25 million. And that would mean that the legislature would have to find somewhere else to cut with regard to, in order to meet what's in statute. In the next scenario, next slide, which is 250, there's a little bit more wiggle room, if you will, of 24 million, but that's again assuming that new ongoing projected is a little higher. And again, this is in line with, we're keeping everything the same. In other words, the inflationary adjustment was 10%. The statutory enrollment growth was 48 million for all three scenarios. So the next slide, at 300, then the additional spending available would be just under 75 million dollars. Questions?
Questions?
Yes.
What was the inflationary adjustment last year? Do you remember?
3.8%.
Yeah, it was 3.8.
And it's 10? You're projecting 10%?
So a 10% increase on the 3.8.
No, so can you give me apples to apples? So what was the increase last year, not?
So it's a 5-year rolling average.
Okay.
I can pull that up.
That just seems really high. And
It is.
And you're right. And if you go 2 slides back, are you on?
So, yeah, it is a little bit higher. The year prior, I believe, was 3.4%. So we went up to 3.8. We are actually projecting, and we just pulled the core CPI number today. So we're actually projecting that it may be about 3.9% for fiscal year 26.
Oh, that's a lot different than 10%.
Well, so it was 10% off of 3.8, which would be about 4.1. So it was, so the 3.8%, which we had last year, it was a 10% increase to that 3.8%. It was the assumption here with the
So 10%
projections.
increase last year also. You said 10%.
Just
from
a small 10% increase on the 3.8%, on the total inflationary factor. which was $161 million.
It just, again, without making all those leaps, it seems high, and maybe it's because of the unrest in the country and the election, and maybe
It's a little high. We've actually seen it come down. So our number from our last number was 4.1% in September 2023. September 2024, we're looking at about 3.2%. So it's coming down a little bit. But just due to that 5-year rolling average where we had 6.6% in September 22, that's why it will still go up slightly to about 3.9 is what we're projecting.
That's
I
one
want,
piece, too.
Yeah, I want to make it clear for the board that all of this is projections at this point. Nestor's doing his best with his crystal ball that's mostly spreadsheets, but so I do want to make that clear, but we are trying to give the board kind of an idea of what to expect, and just based on the revenue, we may not have a whole bunch of available revenue to go much higher than that 3.9% on the inflationary increase. So.
Thanks.
Do we want to?
Member Norton.
Yeah. Member Norton.
On that 5-year rolling average, so it's been going up. Has it been going up all the 5 years that we're using now? Has it been going up all of those 5 years, or have we started into the adjusting back down a little bit?
Yeah. Great question. So it has 6.6%, again, I mentioned in September 22, then down 4.1, again to now is 3.2. So we would see it kind of be pretty similar for the next few years, just depending again on.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think it's important to note though too that we do back out energy and food from right, and so those are typically your two highest inflationary components, I guess, of inflation overall is energy prices and food prices. So that is backed out of the equation, I guess, to arrive at what the discretionary amount percentage is. So.
Yes.
Right.
Very good. Do you have more?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Oh, no,
if I
it's
may,
okay.
I'm sorry about that. Yes, as a matter of fact, with regard to board member Straight's comment, we do the opposite, if we will. We do exclude food and energies because they're volatile components of inflation, to get a sort of a more steady number. But with that said, next slide, sorry. Yeah. In line with that discussion, it's maybe important to look at what's happened in the general macroeconomy. This is all publicly available data, whether LFA has got a great budget or report that I wait for in the middle of September. They use publicly available sources and then from the federal government. As far as the macroeconomy is going, according to our data, it's suggesting that the economy is growing at a steady rate of about 2 to 3%. We will get a third quarter preliminary update sometime in the middle of this month for the third quarter just passed. Next slide. All right, so this is usually just graphics. I really wanted to highlight one particular slide so you could keep going. Sorry about this. Right here. With regard to interest rates and or where inflation is going, we are in the throes of what we call the expectation cycle, if you will, or stage with regard to inflation. What we've seen, and you see in this data here, 2022 was an extreme economic event with that high inflation. We hadn't seen rates of inflation like that in approximately 40 or 50 or so odd years, the 70s and 80s. So that was, relatively speaking, for many, an extreme event, and we're coming down from that. Forecasts have been in line. Expectations are more the issue now. You need not look any further, and there's a graphic I have here for you, than what's happening in the media, the unrest There's a couple of strikes right now, work stoppages. This is where we are now. We are in this inflation expectation. And what it is basically, in a nutshell, folks are demanding higher wages to make up for the loss associated with what's happened a couple of years ago. So if you look at the next slide here, thanks. This right here, that hump in the middle is where you see inflation. That purple line was higher than wage growth. That is from the past, it's lagged, but that's what you're seeing now, is although wages, the growth in wages has surpassed inflation recently, you're seeing it just with work stoppages, but the like in general, folks are trying to recoup that. And so that's what's happening now. As far as inflation goes, it looks like from the data that we're seeing that inflation is starting to go back down to that 2 to 3% range, which is what the Federal Reserve, the central bank of the United States, aims for. Coincidentally, that lines up with what you're seeing with the economy, its growth rate. It happens to be about 2 to 3%. This is sort of this happy medium that exists between the economy, inflation, interest rates, etc. So the overall goal with regard to interest rates in this interest rate cut cycle that the Fed is going through now is to be in that 2 to 3% overall long run range. And with that said, I think there's a whole host of more information there, a lot of slides, but I just to save time, if you want to ask anything else, by all means please do. But if you want to ask also, this is available on the website as well. But there's a whole host of other slides, housing, labor in general. If you have any questions, please ask. But yeah, I'll stop it here to save time. And if you have any questions.
There was one slide that I remember seeing, and it talked about the Utah economy. I think it's one of the ones you skipped. That was a good slide. Can you go to it?
Sure, go back to that slide. And so something else to keep in mind, you passed it, and this is in general. There are pockets in the country where the economies tend to be resilient, and Utah seems to be one of them. We saw this with COVID a few years ago. In the relative scheme of things, the Utah economy, everything went down, but it wasn't as bad as some other places. Some other parts of the country were rather drastic. And LFA, alongside myself, and others have suggested that this is what we're looking at now. It seems like this economy is very resilient compared to other parts of the country. So something to keep in mind.
Yeah. Sam, will you go to slide 32?
I think it's
32.
I think.
That one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That one.
that's what I'm iterating. I
Yeah.
didn't want, but we saw it with COVID, and we're anticipating seeing it again in that relative to other parts of the country, it seems like this economy locally is very resilient. The Federal Reserve is aiming for what's called a soft landing. This is a very large economy, that being the U.S. economy. To sort of control it with a gauge, if you will, if that's the interest rate, the Fed funds rate, is very difficult. And so you can imagine trying to maybe steer a locomotive with a mouse. That's kind of what it is in a way, in a manner of speaking. And so that's what this soft landing is, to sort of land the economy softly, getting rid of inflation, and at the same time continuing to grow. So it seems the economy in Utah seems to be positioned to fare better if the situation tightens. In other words, if inflation reignites, which a lot of folks are not anticipating, or if the economy slows, which is what is a major concern of the Federal Reserve now, which is why we're in this interest rate cutting cycle, because they would like to lower the cost of capital to help companies start to invest, in anyone, for that matter, in invest and the like. To answer your question.
Thank you. Yes.
Mhm.
Thank you so much. I just want to say that you both have a remarkable ability to make those slides understandable. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Just one more thing.
Oh, sure.
I'm gonna supersede you, Scott. You don't know. I would like to, on a regular basis. Sorry, I'm jumping the chain.
Yeah,
here.
no, you're good.
Chain of command. I would like to on a regular basis, so these aren't as shocking to meet with you on a regular basis. I know we got the holidays coming in session, but even then, maybe March or April, because there are developments. The TC23s are actually very good for a publicly available source of information, to give you updates of what's going on macroeconomy and locally too. I would like to do that. That way, you're more up to speed of what's going on. If that's okay, obviously I have to clear with these two.
That
but,
is
yeah.
wonderful, and
Yeah.
we're having
That's great.
Sybil put that on, make a note of that. Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're welcome. Thank you.
Next up, we have USIMS.
USIMS, yes. So if I could swap out these great players and pull some more players out of the bullpen for USIMS, that'd be great. Katrina, Madam Chair, if you're okay if I call their names up and just have them. come.
please.
Katrina and the program managers, Tim, Don, Mark, Jared too, if he's up here. Jared's better dressed than I am today, so. Do we have enough chairs?
We're missing one chair. If we have Jared.
Oh, okay.
Jared can just, it's fine.
He has to sit on my left. So, Madam Chair, members of the board, at the PEA meeting next week, we're providing a USIMS update as well to the Public Education Appropriations Committee of the Legislature. There's a lot of questions about where we're at with USIMS, what the investment amount is thus far in it and what return on the investment we're getting. So we're going to demonstrate all that to you here as concisely and quickly as possible, but as substantially as possible, because I know there's a lot of questions and there's some interrelation between USIMS and the ongoing discussion about the benefits outweighing the costs of one SIS across the state. In the 2022 general session, then Senator Andrig and Representative Lisenby ran an amendment to the school information management system that basically extended the due date for the capabilities and requirements of the USIMS system to July 1st of 2024. So without going into the details about what those requirements are, because we're going to demonstrate that we meet the July 1st, 2024 requirement or capabilities of USIMS, I would call the public's and the board's attention to code 53E, as in echo, 3-518. There you can find what the legislative or legal requirements or code requirements were for. Am I like Donald Trump mute mic here? So, okay. So thank you. No, that's all good. I'm good. So, okay. So the 53E 53E 3-518. Thank you. So that's the applicable code. I also would call your attention to, even though there were requirements and capabilities that we have on July 1st of 2024, even in that code are capabilities for July 1st of 2026, right? So what you're going to see in this presentation is the definition of done up to July 1st of 2024. Hey, we've had the capabilities in place to meet the code. Are we pulling data right now? No, we're not doing that, but the capabilities are definitely in place, or we're there. We're there for July 1st of 2024. An example of the July 1st, 2026 requirement is the capability to transfer digitized, for example, IEPs from records from the student domain across, right? That's a July 1st of 2026 requirement. Records, right? Student records, because we still currently exist in different types of SISs. So we are building the infrastructure to try to beat those requirements all the time, considering all the different disparate systems we have. So with that, if we could pull up the presentation, we'll get started. So different from this presentation is provided to the Finance Committee members and to the public in the Finance Committee every month. We do a deeper dive, especially since we were drawn so close to the July 1st, 2024 date. The little bit of a difference here is that we're putting the financial information up front so that you can get, in case you're asked for information on that. Yeah, will you tell my mom I'll call her back? Sorry. So, I am so sorry. My evaluation's an executive session, isn't it? Yes. Okay, so the USIMS is coming up here. All right, so here we go. what's different about the order of this presentation? I know, I can do the stand-up part. So, all right, thank you, ma'am. So, all right, so here's the topics, right? Here's the agenda. Here we go. There's domains, okay, within USIMS. There's 3 of them. There's the educator, student, and financial. So that's the next slide. Greg, help me out here, bud. There you go. Okay, so there's the domains, okay? So now what I'm going to do is change the order a bit from what we do in Finance Committee and talk to you about the funding that went into USIM. So next slide. That's the roadmap, okay? This is, the direction we were on, where we're headed, what we done, in a nutshell. Next slide. Okay, so here's the financials. So the USMS codes that you see there, so that number in front of USMS is the year, is the fiscal year, and USMS is state funding. The other codes that you see there are ESSER money or ARP money, okay? Before COVID, you can see that we did start using state funds a little bit, or, went into state funds to start off the project back in 2018 timeframe. When COVID hit, we saw the opportunity to use ARP ESSER funds to get to what right is with the USIMS infrastructure and meet the code. So the board at the time voted to support using ARP ESSER money out of the state education agency's 10% set aside for this endeavor, for this purpose, for this project. So that's where you see the expenditures in the 2 codes related to ARP/ESSER. I'll call your attention, the public's and the board's attention, and the many legislators who are also interested in this, to 20 USMS, that is state funds. You can see that the 17,200,000 has not been touched yet. We haven't gotten it there. So no federal or state funds were harmed in the making of this USIMS. What it is that we did our due diligence in using the available funds, the federal funds, to get to where we are to meet the capability requirements of USIMS for July 1st of 2024. Now, with the additional requirements, one of the examples of many requirements that we have for July 1st of 2026, we have to start using that $17,200,000 of state funds. We have to use that because we've exhausted, and rightfully so, because we have to close on the ESSER ARP funds. So that's what you see in that chart in the lower right-hand corner. The pie chart, the bar graphs, those are important as well, but I think your key takeaway, if you have questions about the funding and what was spent and what type of fund source it came from, this is your ideal piece of information or slide. So next slide. You can see the trends there. We track dollar for dollar. We do that in every program through the great leadership of Deborah Jacobson, the staff here. They do a very good job of staying within budget, utilizing the funds for their intended purpose. Next slide. Same here, some more detail on our expenditure rates throughout the years or duration up to the July 1st, 2024, what we're using. And then, of course, we'll track this going forward. Next slide. So here we go. What I would like to do is turn the time over to Katrina, and then each one of the project managers, or product owners, I should say, for the 3 domains, educator, student, and financial, will take you through those. The key takeaway from this, if you have to, or you get asked about, well, what difference has USIMS made? You will see on the slides that, and I asked the staff to do this because the military does this, well, where were we before and where are we now, right? So you'll see before USIMS, after USIMS, but you'll see it broken down within the components, and I want to make sure too to tell you that this is not all inclusive. There's so much more that's available, but because of time and because the degree or amount of slides that we would have to use to put everything of the benefits that USIMS is providing or has the capabilities to provide in accordance with the law would just take up a lot of slide space and a lot more of your time. So Katrina, go ahead.
Thank you, Scott. Katrina Brinkley, Chief Product Owner and Program Manager for USIMS, which is the Utah Schools Information Management System, just in case y'all forget that because it's kind of long. But I am actually not going to take much of your time today. If I may, Chair, may I turn the time over to Tim Davis, our Product Owner for the Educator domain.
Good afternoon, Board. Tim Davis, Educator Domain Product Owner, State Employee for 24 years, 10 years here at USBE.
Could you hit your microphone, please?
Help me with sort of where you are in the system. I mean, what does product owner mean to those of us who are not so informed?
So product owner, we're responsible for the educator domain. So our primary responsibility under 53E-518 is we're consuming legacy system of Cactus. We're responsible for taking. What's my job role?
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
you're a private, let me just say this back to you. Are you a private consultant that's been hired to?
No, I'm an FTE.
Okay.
So, but the other two product owners are contractors.
Okay. Who are developing this for the state board, is that right?
Right.
Okay. Right-ish?
Yeah, I'm still former President Trump.
Do you want mine?
Okay, so.
So these terms, oh, go ahead.
It's not the most true you've ever been. The most right you've ever been.
Oh, I'm back.
Probably the
Okay.
most right you've ever been.
All right. So great question, because where's the money going, right? Tim is the so 3 domains, educator, finance, student.
Okay.
Tim is a state paid employee over the educator domain.
Okay.
Mark is a contractor for the student domain, and
Okay.
Don, who should be on, Don. Hey, Don, Texas, right? Hook 'em horns. They do. He's a contractor as well. So different pots of money pay for that, but yeah, Tim is our product owner that's state funded.
Helpful,
so-
didn't want to disrupt, but
Right.
that's really
But-
helpful.
But that's another piece to this too, is Don is a contractor who lives in Texas.
That's, we don't care.
Oh, okay, all right, okay, yeah.
Don't tell me about his family, Scott.
Member Lear, these are project management terms. You're,
Right.
Scrum? Is it
Yes.
Scrum? They're Scrum terms, so they're just they are the managers, not just managers. But it's just the lingo.
And that's fine with me. I just wanted to know where they fit into the hierarchy of
If I may,
doing their
Chair,
jobs.
may I clarify, USIMS is using, we only have 3 USBE FTEs on our project right now. We are supplementing that with a majority of contractors, but the long-term plan is to pull on USB FTEs over into USIMS. We just need to transfer some knowledge and some experience before we do so. And if I may turn the time back over to Tim. Okay. Thank you.
It's fine. So just as a reminder, Tim Davis, not Chief Product Owner, that's Katrina. I just promoted myself. Product Owner for the Educator domain. So this first slide that you see is when I transitioned from being on the Cactus help desk team to being a product owner. So what we've done in USIMS is the slide on your left is the world that would be if we didn't have USIMS. So for those of you who are around, we had Utah Interactive, which was a third-party application where the educator would go in and do individual transactions. There's 7 of them listed on the slide. So basically you would have to go in as an educator, you would have to do your ethics review, you would have to do your background check, you would have to get a copy of your license, which we call the duplicate license. You would, if you had an expired license, you would go to Utah Interactive to renew that. But then those of you those educators that could renew their professional license, they could renew their license through Utah Interactive. And then university recommends, and the last thing you could update your contact information. But that was 7 individual transactions. You couldn't do it all at once. You'd have to, basically for every transaction, you'd have to type in either your educator ID, your date of birth, your social. With USIMS, we've basically consolidated all of those transactions into your USIMS account. So as an educator, they log into USIMS, they're presented a task checklist that has these items on it that they can do anytime they want. We would still be using those legacy systems, which we have Cactus, the teacher lookup tool, University recommends the Cactus Application Programming Interface, also known as an API. Our LEAs use a remote desktop service and educator evals that back in the day was done through the RDS. Sorry, RDS was the remote desktop service, sorry. And then we have our Utah Education Network, which is a third-party provider that provides their educator data. And then we have Midas Uploads, Canvas, and Utah Interactive. And one of the issues with Legacy Cactus is it does not allow educators to be assigned to multiple LEAs, which was a state law that was passed, I believe, in 2002, something like that. I'd have to look, but that's the code is listed for you. So with USIMS, I already mentioned we took those 7 functionalities, put it inside it from Utah Interactive to USIMS. But then the educator domain becomes the system of record for educator data and processes, and then we will provide the following infrastructure functionality inside of USIMS. So you can do a new license you're awarded. You can do a license maintenance activities, renewals, data updates, etc. UPAC, I have what UPAC stands for on a different slide. I don't. Utah Professional Practices Advisory Commission, and then other educator business processes. And then on the slide or the column to the right are positive improvements. So some of these are still a work in progress. Some of them we have accomplished. So USIMS will improve the administrator's ability to effectively and efficiently manage their educators inside of the educator domain. USIMS infrastructure analyzes and interprets data sent LEAs for educator reporting. It's basically a one-stop shop for educators, LEAs, and administrators for educator licensing services. And then the big thing is in Cactus, most of you are aware, every year in June, we kick out the LEAs and educators for 2 weeks to do a rollover process. With USIMS, we won't be bound by that limitation. We can do things based off of school year, active start dates, end dates, those kind of things. And then the biggest thing is this removes legacy system integration and interoperability inadequacies. Next slide, please. So our July 1st, 2024 deadline, this is what we've accomplished this past year. So the Bureau of Criminal Investigation, BCI, background check and fingerprint process, we would call that the CBR, so criminal background review. So that was mostly a manual process of background check and fingerprint data with BCI, your live scan locations here at USBE. Teaching and learning relies on the legacy system Cactus for that information, the CBR BCI results. I'm sorry, this is without the USIMS educator domain. And then your educator preparation program, formerly known as your university recommendation professional license. So that was a manual. So with educators who had expired licenses, to reconcile that license with a recommendation, it was a manual process. And recommends were done through the remote desktop service and through teaching and learning as needed. And last but not least, our Utah Professional Practices Advisory Commission puts their their investigations in an Excel spreadsheet, and there's the manual entry of that case creation in an Excel document. And then for positive improvements, so USIMS is a source of truth, and we move towards sunsetting the CBR BCI features in the legacy system. We provide an automated process that saves manual entry hours and errors. USBE is now one of 4 state agencies that has real-time connection to our CBR BCI service, so that's updated 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The framework of educator license data lives inside of USIMS. Recommends for expired educator licenses are now done in USIMS and not manually in the legacy system, and remove inherent risk associated with Excel files being lost or corrupted. And then UPAC reliance on manual spreadsheet capture is reduced, data access and management is secured and audible within USIMS. Okay, thank you. And so our last slide here is through our kind of like what Scott's alluding to, things we're still working on. So this slide is we're with CBR, BCI, we're automating a wrap back process is where educators who are eligible to renew their RAP back, which is every 5 years. Right now, that's a manual process through the BCI website, and so if someone here at USBE has to go in manually and either renew that subscription or they cancel the subscription. So we're working with BCI to automate that. We are also providing the information from CBR BCI directly to teaching and learning. And then we're working on assignments. So we've met recently with a lot of the LEAs to talk about how they handle assignments inside of their Cactus application, their SISs, their financial systems, their HR systems, their whiteboards, those things. So we're looking at incorporating the assignment process from Cactus inside of USIMS. And then we are also doing more, so it's actually on the next slides. Yeah.
Can you hold for just
Yes.
a minute? We've got a question for Member Carey. Member Carey?
Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. Yeah, just the BCR and the CBR and the BCI systems, they're both related to criminal background checks, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And could you explain the two different systems and why we need access to both?
So it's all housed under BCI. So when educators are obtaining their license here in the state of Utah, they have to have a background check, which is done through BCI. So BCI owns that process. So the educator or the individual will go and get their fingerprints done. Once the fingerprints are recorded, they search the record, and then the result, the teacher or the person passes the record. That data is then passed to us, so we know that they've passed that criminal background review, and that they're eligible to have the professional license in order to teach in the state of Utah.
And so with this real-time access, then we are getting the latest information available on that system?
Yes.
Okay.
And so sorry.
No, please.
So if, for example, if we get a cleared record and something happens to, some new information has popped up, BCI gives us a status of like not cleared, and then we can change that, and then it's passed to TNL, so they have that, and UPAC as well, so they have that information in real time.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Do we facilitate the individual LEAs having access to that, or do they do that through a separate channel?
Right now, it's through a separate channel. It's just through teaching. So teaching and learning is right now the only one authorized to have the CBR BCI results. One of the things we're working on is we are going to provide the tracked or not tracked status when you're in the RAP back process, and so that kind of informs the LEAs that they know the educators within the cleared process system.
So we give LEAs the ability to use REPEC?
No, so inside of USIMS, we'll provide
Okay,
the
so
status
it's going
of,
to be inside
yes, so we'll be
USIMS.
providing the status of tracked or not tracked, which
Okay.
hopefully we'll educate them, train them to know that it means that their record's cleared. But because we're constrained by BCI requirements of who we can provide the background check to.
Okay.
The educator can request that the information is cloned. And so that was just recently done, so that will be part of future enhancements inside of USIMS.
This is I don't know, you probably hate this question. When does Cactus get turned off, like drop kicked?
It's a great question. So the way we're doing things is we're running things in parallel. So as we're assuming those features and functionality inside of USIMS and we get stakeholder buy-off that everything's working as intended, then we can start turning off those. We can't just turn off Cactus because it's so intertangled, unfortunately.
Yeah,
I
know.
that's not the answer you want to hear. But
I know.
Cactus data is sent to a lot of subsystems. So
Okay.
I think it's in this chart, the spaghetti chart of.
So we still don't know?
The goal is to, within the next 2 years. But, yes, but pieces are being dropped off. So actually, like on the next, so like when we talk about, so this slide, I'll just summarize. So this is kind of our current status. Just for board transparency, at one time the educator domain was in a red status just due to the issues we were having with our previous work with the Utah Interactive Consumption and our progress being made towards our goal. But then we got together, huddled, and we quickly turned things around, and we're in a green status, and we're moving fast and furious towards our deliverables for the future. But we were able to accomplish our July 1st, 2024 deliverables. 25, thank you. So this is kind of our roadmap, our goals for July 1st, 2025. So as I mentioned earlier, so just quickly I'll highlight things. Our Bureau of Criminal Investigation, BCI, the background check and fingerprint process, our big things, like I mentioned, is automating the wrap-back process, providing the CBR, BCI results to teaching and learning so that they don't have to go through the BCI system and or rely on legacy Cactus, and then providing the LEAs, the tracked or not tracked. Then assignments, as I mentioned, the big thing is we want to provide a mechanism where LEAs, SISs can provide assignment information with USIMS to eliminate manual dual entry. And then we also want to provide a mechanism where teaching and learning can manage those assignment qualifications inside of USIMS, and that would subset some Cactus features. We have a federal or state requirement where we have to modify a renewal form process with our workflow on USIMS, so that's why that bullet's there. And then, as I mentioned earlier, with the Utah Professional Practice Advisory Commission, we're looking at integrating the UPAC hearing process. So later today, when you guys meet with Ben, Director Rasmussen, and you guys determine your investigations for those educators who've done something that needs corrective action, we're looking at incorporating your decision-making process into what they do in the legacy system inside of USIMS. Next slide, please. And then for those of you who are not aware, so talking about sunsetting legacy or Cactus applications, some of you might know it as the University Recommend process. What we call it is the Educator Preparation Program. So that's those educators, individuals who've gone through a college program here in the state of Utah, and they've graduated and they've been recommended to be an educator. So we've launched that into production. We have currently 4 universities that are using that application, and we've had a few results. It's less than 10, but the reason why is most universities, their program won't complete until December, and then we'll see those numbers increase. So those universities right now are Westminster, Rocky Mountain, University of Utah, and Utah Tech. Once we've seen the data and see how the system responds, we'll move to our second phase of incorporating Utah Valley and Weber. And the phase 3 is basically our larger universities who have large programs for the educator prep program. And the reason why we're saving them for last is because we're going to treat them individually so we don't break them, the system, or their processes. And then we'll be incorporating any changes as needed throughout that process. But by July 1st, 2025, the goal is to have every university here using the USIMS educator prep program, and then we can sunset that program inside of Cactus. And then we will be consuming a third-party provider. So earlier I mentioned Utah Education Network. So Utah Education Network has issues with keeping that information up to date, following best coding practices, and they've asked us to take over that, providing that information inside of USIMS. And so that's what we hope to tackle next spring. And then last 2 is, so we have the LEA school directory. So for those of you, basically what that means is just the maintenance of opening LEAs, closing LEAs, changing that information as needed. And then we have our LEA specific licenses is not part of USIMS, so that would be incorporating that license type inside of USIMS. And then last but not least, or 2 more bullets, sorry, we have our educator licensing USIMS data reporting. So we actually demonstrated part of this Tuesday in the focus working group, which some of you are invited to. Basically, so everything that the educator can do inside of USIMS, we're providing a report to teaching and learning so they can see like how many people have accounts, what step they're on, what they've done, like if they've renewed, if they've completed an ethics review, if they printed a license, if they obtained the background check, if they've acknowledged their fingerprint instructions, those kind of things. And the last item is as we've developed the features and functionality in USIMS, we've acquired some tech debt, And this is just for transparency purposes, that we acknowledge that we want to improve our technical debt that we've kind of not necessarily neglected, but we've, due to priorities, though it's just low on the priority list, but we acknowledge that these are things we need to do.
Ma'am, at your direction, we'll move on to the student domain. Okay, so USIMS, so that slide on this one should say without USIM student domain, with USIM student domain, and the positive improvements for the board's review. Next slide. So then on this next slide, which I'm having trouble moving mine, sorry. So what student domains improve is the backpack capability. So the student achievement backpack is in the code. It's required. And we have the capabilities now to meet the code and the requirements of the student backpack. So without USIM student domain and with USIM student domain specific to the backpack and positive improvements for your review. Next slide. So the USIM student current and upcoming work. So this is the student domain. Very important key takeaways from here is, as I said, it's an ongoing process, a perpetual process, and there are deliverables that are required by code in the out years, 2025 and 2026. I'll just pause here because I do want to recognize program owner or project or product owner, Mark Waddups, for any additional key informations or takeaways to the board and to the public on the USIMS domain, student domain. Mark?
Thank you. Mark Waddups, product owner for student domain.
Next
for
slide.
USIMS.
Go to the next slide so you can talk to the student backpack. My
Yep.
bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, so just to sum up for time, this is, as Deputy Superintendent Jones explained, per 53E-3-511, which is specific to the student backpack. This is the data that last year we created the capability, and this year it's all about making sure we can get real student data so we can start seeing the value of that, of what we built last year. Next slide, please. And then in addition to that, we're looking to expand data as well. So there was a reference earlier to IEP plans and the ability to be able to move that. That's something that we're starting to address this year, or as part of the scope for 2025. We're also looking at providing WIDA scores, as well as 504 plans and accommodations, and based off of priorities and the progress we make, we'll do that. The priority for expanding data is definitely IEP. And we're excited because we feel like the same process that we use for that could be used for, say, 504 plans and accommodations. Next slide, please. And here, this is just calling out the enabling functionality to allow us to share that information from one LEA to another. So if Johnny's moving from one LEA to another, the whole purpose is to make sure that that data moves with them, so that if Johnny or Sarah is now coming to the new LEA in a new school, that new LEA has access to just the data that they need in order to help transition them into the proper programs, and also to help them acclimate, instead of, waiting a month or 6 weeks or even 2 months before their files, their cumulative file, as it's called, makes it to the new LEA. That's basically the sum of that.
Right. Sorry, Mark. So that concludes the student domain. Subject to that, I'll move to the finance domain. So what USIM's finance domain improves, you see, orient you and the public to without USIM's finance, so the before, and now the after capabilities that we have with USIM's finance and the positive improvements. Now, again, these are not all inclusive of all the positive improvements out there. We're just trying to highlight some of the key aspects of the finance domain in relation to meeting the requirements of the code July 1st of 2024. Next slide, please. So I would like to call your attention to Don, or your direction, Madam Chair. Don is with us from Texas. He'll just do the current and upcoming work. and the definition of done on the finance pages. Don?
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Jones. Don Moody, USIM's finance product owner. Just want to highlight quickly a couple of the recent wins that the finance team has completed. We're actively coordinating with 6 different vendors used at many of the LEAs here in Utah. We've actually provided them with individual credentials for how they can submit budget and actual information to USIMS. We have confirmed with multiple vendors that they can submit accounts using USIMS to USBE, and we've just been able to confirm that here over the last few weeks, and confirming the functionality for USIMS. We've also shared underlying that information. We have with the focus working group, we have published the ability to search for accounts and account combinations rules related to financial budget and revenue transactions. We've included that we've shared that with the focus working group, and we're working to publish that information to the large LEA audience, to all LEAs. We've also been able to, gathering that feedback. As I mentioned, a big portion of our work related to the finance API. As we're automating budget and actual information, we are doing a lot of coordination with those external vendors. They've been very good about providing us different feedback. A couple of the vendors, almost too much feedback, but we're making sure to kind of evaluate all that feedback and prioritize. Okay, here's what we need to do to make sure that we're spending the right amount of time and resources to optimize in a fiscally responsible manner to optimize the USIMS Finance API. And like I said, we've allowed USBE. We're gathering feedback. We've shared this with kind of with the different LEAs that participate in the focus working group, and we're sharing this information right now, working to share this with all of the LEAs within the state of Utah. Right now, the finance domain is in a green status. I don't have like issues necessarily, but it's just the continued coordination with those vendors is always something. That's USB does not have control over what the vendors do. So there's a lot of conversations back and forth on what is and is not in scope, what they can and cannot provide.
Next slide, please. So here's the USIMS FY25 definition of done. Don, anything on this one?
Just real quickly, I mean, we've actually completed a lot of that third bullet on the managing accounts and combinations. We're just finishing up the UI, working to share that with the accounts here in the next few weeks with USBE. We're continuing to improve the finance API, and then we'll be able to focus over the next few months on the indirect cost component for those actual submissions.
Thank you. So next slide. Madam Chair, here's the upcoming events for situational awareness. Again, we've met the requirements of the July 1st, 2024 deadlines to demonstrate capabilities. We're on path or on target for the July 1st, 2025 and July 1st, 2026 as required by code and or rule. And these dates or upcoming events is just additional steps on how to get there. Subject to any questions or concerns, ma'am, this concludes the USIMS update to the board, and I plan on taking just as long for PEA next week. So
they will.
No, it'll be shorter.
They will enjoy that. I'm
yes,
quite sure.
It'll be shorter. But ma'am, I really do, in all seriousness, need to make sure that if board members have questions or concerns or any kind of issues, or you're hearing things or seeing things, then tell me. Right? Let me know. We'll answer your questions. We're transparent on this. We don't have anything to hide. It's making a difference out there. It's been tough. There's still some things we got to work through, obviously, but we will get to what right is and in accordance with the law and the code. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. And it's exciting. So thank you, team, for being here.
So,
and
ma'am, there's
thanks.
also the seats piece, and I can cover that real quick. So if we can pull that up,
Okay.
too, because there does seem to be some
There is some
concerns.
concern.
I've heard the statement that we have done nothing on seats. That is not true.
Okay.
And I will demonstrate that accordingly with the first slide. These are particulars that we've accomplished with seats since, or as a result of concerns that were brought to us with the particular system. Now, the full rewrite or the full redoing of seats was what was put on hold due to two factors. One, the consideration of one SIS. It makes no point to invest time, effort, and money into what amounts to an SIS of its own, which is seats. And the second one was what was talked about earlier with the legislative intent coming out of the legislative session to privatize the private and homeschool segments of it too. So the vendor would have to bring their own system to manage those as part of the RFP process. However, there does seem to still be some confusion that everything related to seats was put on hold. That is not correct. As you can see, and I'll orient the public, and hopefully some other individuals are listening to this on the seats update, on the left-hand side, we have been working on seats. We have been making corrections or updates to it. What we did not do is the complete, full takedown and rewrite of seats that was intended to be done as part of the overall USIMS project. But again, because of the two other developing situations on the ground that I just described, that particular piece was put on hold. And I would encourage anyone who says that parents are having access problems or to call me directly and let me know what that is, because I only want to help. I only want to help to make sure that all these things that we're hearing and all the problems with seats, we can try to correct and try to sustain. The things, though, the requirements that are wanted of seats would take a complete rewrite. So, we have held on that complete rewrite for the two reasons I gave you. Next slide, please. So here's the future of seats pending policy decisions or things like that. Staff will support the systems, will make the systems support whatever direction we receive from the legislature and or the board. So subject to any questions or concerns, ma'am, that concludes the seats portion of the overall update to USIMS.
Thank you. Are you planning on including that in your USIMS presentation
I
to
am. Yes,
PEA?
ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I see none. And board members, if you have any questions, please just call or email our lovely team. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience.
Yay.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have the general session legislative preparation. We're slightly behind. Can we please have Deputy Stallings and Analyst Cannell?
Good afternoon, everyone. Angie Stallings, Deputy Superintendent of Policy. We are going to present the first two items, and then Deputy Jones and team or others will be doing the funding requests. So the first item, 12.1, is a follow-up to a motion made last month that the board approved requesting staff compile a list of specific data elements that are collected, including references to a section of code requiring data collection. The motion is right up there, including elements that are collected through the early warning system, student data backpack, student discipline in school, or student safety data. And so this is just an information item, but wanted to bring it to your attention that the data elements were compiled and they are uploaded in backup. I do believe a version I saw was an Excel spreadsheet, I believe, and it does look like that when it uploaded to backup as a PDF, there might be a little easier version to read. So I don't know if the board would want that sent. I just noted that the PDF version has a little bit of formatting issues. So if you have additional needs, I think you can reach out to Greg and he can help you with any questions that you have related to that data compilation. So that was it for 12.1, was just a report back on those data elements. I don't know if anyone has any questions. If not, we can move to 12.2. Okay. 12.2 is the list of board approved requests for statutory changes. I did want to make mention or mention one error on the document that you're seeing there. This is my error. If you scroll down to the already or previously approved, you'll see that number 8, I inadvertently thought that that motion had passed last month, so we have removed it. It will be gone before we publish this again, but I just wanted to let you know that that one was inadvertently added to the list, and we'll make sure that it's taken off. Okay, well, you couldn't fire me. So now we'll go to the new ones. Thank you. I'm ready to go, I guess. So I guess you could do that today. There are 4 policy requests that we're going to share with you today. We'll start with the first one, which is we brought back additional information at the request of the board related to the policy request on grandma. You may remember that the recommendation from staff was that documents related to ethics complaints against board members be treated similarly to how similar requests or documents related to legislative or other policymaker ethics complaints are handled. And what that means is that these records would be protected instead of being public. What you requested last month is that we bring back specific language of what that could look like. And so that is there in the backup for the policy request. You'll see the blue language there is an option of what that statutory language could look like. I will say in this option right here, it states that if in the board bylaws, the board requires a summary report, that summary report would be made public. There is an option 2, and Greg, if you could go to the shared doc. In the shared doc, I've prepared some language that would state, give some more specifics in that section of code on what the summary report could look like. So it's right here, Greg's. Yeah, thank you. So this would just be another option that would just state that a summary report would be required, and then could create a subsection 4 that describes what the summary data report. This was modeled after the summary data report that the Legislative Ethics Commission prepares for ethics complaints related to the legislature. So those are the 2 optional sets of language. And again, if this moves forward, there could still be discussion about what that language looks like, but at least it gives you an idea of what that could look like in code if we move forward with the first one. So if there are no questions on that one, Greg is going to review the remaining 3.
Seeing no questions.
Thank you. Our next one is to amend Utah Code Section 53E-4-303 to increase the grade range for English, mathematics, science, and writing sections of the state selected standards assessment, and amend Utah Code to remove Section 53E-4-304. And this pertains to what Assistant Superintendent Nielsen spoke of in the testing when he gave his report on the tests. And that is that we're getting a lot of requests to make these tests more effective, and by changing the grade range, that would make those tests more usable to the schools that are interested in them. And then there is some outdated code, that 53E-4-304, and this would seek to amend it by striking that part of the code that's no longer needed.
And Greg, if I might supplement, the short version of what Greg just said is we would be eliminating Utah Aspire Plus and then just administering RISE. Instead of grades 3 through 8, it would be grades 3 through 10.
Another proposed request would be to amend Section 53G-7-1206 to clarify the responsibility of the USBE and LEAs and include references to sections of code for which the USBE has responsibility due to the increase of added trust land responsibilities. So this code has to do with our trust land, and since the legislative actions that incorporated the trust land and reduced the number of trust land employees or FTEs. There's been a lot of added responsibilities to trust land, but code has not changed. And so this seeks to improve the code by adding in who would be responsible for these new trust land responsibilities. And then lastly would be to amend Utah code to provide a repository and access to students who attended closed private schools to obtain copies of their records, including transcripts and diplomas. Currently, we receive about 1 to 2 requests a week from students that attended a private school here in the state of Utah that has since closed, and they're unable to access their records. Currently, code requires that whoever takes over the private school or whichever entity or law firm that is responsible for holding on to the records of the closed schools would be the point of contact, but that's very hard for students to find. And sometimes that doesn't happen due to records being in paper form and kept in cabinets and basements of buildings that are no longer used for school purposes. And so this would be to put somewhere in Utah code a way for private student records to be housed and accessed by those students that need them to apply for jobs or colleges.
And if I may just add a little bit more background to this, there was a time when the Department of Commerce was holding some of those records because the Department of Commerce licenses those private schools, but they no longer do that, and I guess it hasn't happened for a long time. So the question would be, what would be the right entity? And it may make sense that the State Board of Education be that entity, but it could also be another state entity that holds those records.
Okay, I see 2 questions. Member Bogus first.
Yes, ma'am. With regard to number 2, 53E-4-303, what's the price tag on that? I don't see it in backup.
That's a good question. Is Assistant Superintendent Nielsen available? The question is the price to change from Aspire Plus to Rise 3 through 10. Do you have an idea? Sorry, I just cold call you.
Yeah, no, that's right. Then here, just
Okay.
So I don't have the details on the cost. I can tell you generally, though, the 2 contracts that the state board has right now, one is with CAI that provides the 3 through 8th grade RISE assessments, and then one is with Pearson that provides the 9th and 10th grade tests. The Pearson contract is more substantial than the contract with CAI, which provides the test for grades 3 through 8. So there's a lot of unknowns there, but that's just to give you a sense. It feels to me like you would be able to be a cost-neutral decision on this, but again, I don't know that.
May I follow up? What's the cost to create the items for the new grade levels? Not just the contract itself, but the creation of the items.
Yes.
That's actually quite costly, and that doesn't seem to be represented in your answer.
Yeah, you're correct. So the items, especially because some standards have changed since the last time the 9th and 10th grade were included in our end of course test. So up through 2018, the state board developed items for the 9th and 10th grade. It was in 2019 when we switched because of this legislative request or requirement. So there are some items there. Obviously, not all of those are still usable. The carry forward money that you advanced this morning, there is a chunk of that money that it's noted that we recommend you reserve that money in case there are changes related to Utah Aspire Plus to address the development cost associated with that. So I believe that those carry forward funds that you reserved would be adequate to develop the item bank necessary to get the test up and going.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I have concerns about that final item, and I'm just ended up getting out of my system and trying to get back in. But the final item about warehousing or holding those records for private schools, I do not think that's the role of the State Board of Education. It's beyond the public school system for certain. And I can't see, I was looking to see what the cost of that might be, but I can also see it increasing because if students and their parents request those records, somebody has to be available to look for them. and eventually one person won't be enough, and then we'll need to digitize the records, and if those records are not available, what kind of recourse does the requester have, and will we have to set up some kind of a system? I don't think it is a good road to start down. I think the Department of Commerce is the more logical place, and I don't know who's requested that we do this, but if it's a board member, I just don't think it's a good idea. I let somebody else, and I don't want to sound, first I was uncaring toward kindergartners. Now I'm uncaring toward private school students. I just don't think it's the role of the body that has the duty to oversee the public education system.
Okay.
So yeah, board member, this request is actually coming up through my department. We get requests from parents or actual, usually adults who were students in one or more of these private schools that closed.
Yep.
And then they come back and they have no
And
way to access
Their cause is just.
their
It's just
transcript.
that
The
I
recommendation of who should house those, I don't have strong feelings. We just believe based on the interactions we have with public members, that there is a problem that needs to be addressed in some manner, that some entity has accountability
Sure.
for those
Which,
records.
Again, it should be the Department of Commerce or somebody else, but if we start raising that concern, then I'm sure there's a legislator out there who'd say, oh my gosh, are you offering to take this responsibility? And I do not want that. We're the overseer of a public school system. And that goes to individuals who chose the private system. And they, with all of those attendant problems. So I am sounding heartless again, but there you go.
Member Bogus?
I would just like to hear Member Lear and say, I agree.
I'm glad it rhymes. Do you rhyme all the time?
All right, do we have,
I have a comment.
okay, go ahead.
I agree with Carol. I just don't think when I look through these, I just don't understand why we need to be collecting and storing private school data. To me, that just doesn't make any sense. And where do we stop on that? If they can just be go to the private school. And I know it's probably a hassle. We have to give calls or whatever. But I just don't think this is a realm we need to be in. Closed private schools. Oh, after they're closed, they're sending them here.
No, they would. They might.
Sorry, I misunderstood, and I guess I was chatting, so I lost that.
What's that?
So they're closed private schools?
Yeah, these are closed schools, and then parents can't get records to send to colleges, to send to whomever they need, because the school is closed and there's no repository
Okay.
or local anything, any place for, there's just no, it's as if they weren't in school.
But they did come, they did initially register with the Department of Commerce. The school had to as a business.
I thought that went away.
Well, only because the Department of Commerce just decided not to do it, not because it was ever statutory.
I can clarify, the Department of Commerce still licenses the
okay.
entities. They just no longer collect the records. And so the question would be whether the code, and I just wanted to throw out there that an option could be that the board could request that staff work with either the legislature or the Department of Commerce to have the Department of Commerce be the one to be the repository, but that's my understanding.
Go ahead, Member Klein.
So I was feeling the same way. If these are private schools, the records should be not held in the public schools, by the public schools, just in that logic alone. So I would be in favor of putting it off onto somebody like the Commerce Department and having just somebody that if they come to us, that we can point them to where they need to go.
Member Bogus?
Yes, so my question is, why can't people keep track of their stuff? I don't know how else to frame it.
I think we need a training program.
So,
It's a genuine question. Are these people requesting maybe some sort of authenticated transcript to ensure that it's not fraudulent? What is the purpose behind this? Otherwise, like, I can send, what is it called? Whatever transcripts when I apply for things, and then they reauthorize it on the back end. I can what is the word for that? It's escaping me.
you
Maybe-
can request an official transcript from the
yeah, unofficial
institution.
transcript. There you go. But why is it that people can't keep that and then say, my school is closed? You can verify that it's closed through this, board memo or whatever, and they take care of it themselves. To me, it seems as if we are enabling people to not be responsible by taking on the responsibilities of individual citizens. And maybe somebody can disagree with me, that's fine. But that's where it seems we're headed with this one.
So can I ask a clarifying question? Did someone ask us to consider this? Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's my department gets requests. So to give you an example of one recent one, you have an individual who was attending a private school. That school closed. And remember, the private school can encompass a lot of different types of educational settings, from a youth in custody private school setting to one that provides services for special education students. Or the more traditional Juan Diego type schools. And the Juan Diego type schools, those obviously aren't at risk of closure or failure financially. So you have a student who attended a couple of grades there, they exited the school, dropped out, later wants to complete their high school diploma. They need a record to show what credits they'd earned previous to them exiting the school system, the private school system. They can't find anybody associated with that school because it's gone out of business and it's just disappeared or vaporized, and they have no idea where their records are. So those people typically end up, just out of instinct, I guess, and end up contacting the State Board of Education to seek some kind of path to get their records, thinking that the State Board would have all educational records, which obviously we don't. It's not in our authority to have that. And so we've just identified this problem and believe there should be some law that holds the private school accountable to archive those records, so the people that they provided business services to have a way to get the records that they're entitled to, even if they were to fail financially.
Hold on. Follow up to your original question?
Well, just to that, I think that should be the request. Just what you just said, I thought that's brilliant language, that the law holds the private school accountable for creating a repository and being accountable to those to whom they provided services. And that the state board doesn't take that on, the private entity takes that on. I like what you just said. I don't.
Okay, Member Straight.
So if this is being anticipated as a potential law, I think perhaps we need to look at it not in relationship to whether you agree or disagree, but how can we put our stamp on it to where we can control it. I'm sure, and I don't know this, but I'm sure that there are laws that regulate how much you can charge for an official transcript. I don't know that, but in most cases with government records, you can go and request many different types of government records, and there is a fee associated, which is also controlled by law. I guess we ought to think about that. Do we need to, if this proceeded, if this were to be debated in the next legislative session, under what parameters could we do this? Because obviously those records at these private schools could be stored, but I hear people say, well, they can store it. Well, they don't exist. So under what circumstances can these records still exist? And I agree. I don't think that's our responsibility. But if it becomes our responsibility, how do we need to frame it to where we can do it successfully, or yeah. But there's a value in that somewhere.
Okay, thank you. Member Carey?
May I ask a question to the assistant superintendent? How many of these requests do we get in an average year?
This is a broad estimation, because I'm not the one who takes the request, but the staff member who's involved in that does.
It's usually about 8 to 10.
Per year? Oh, good. 8 to 10 per year. That make it to our office, searching for their records.
There's no formal motion.
Yeah, we are looking for motions on any of these items. Member Reel?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion for the statutory change on, my goodness, I'm trying to find the exact one. The assessment one. Yeah, to amend section 53E-4-303 to increase the grade range for the English, mathematics, science, and writing sections of the state selected standards assessment, and amend Utah code to remove section 53E-4-304.
Second.
Okay.
Or number 2.
Okay, so the motion's been made and seconded for number 2.
Yeah.
It is on the screen. Any comments to that motion?
I do have a
yeah, you can speak to your motion.
I think it is a good idea to streamline these assessments, and I hope in the future this kind of work continues and we consider streamlining and further reducing the total assessments that we deliver to our students who should be actively learning, in my opinion. But I think that this is a good first step, and I spoke with my districts, and they all thought that it was a great idea as well.
Thank you. Did you have a comment? No. Okay. All right. Member Carey, is it this one or the next one?
Has this been seconded? Can we speak to?
It has been
Yeah.
seconded, and she just spoke to it.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to it as well. I'm going to support this in the sense that it's my understanding that with the options currently available, our Utah teachers will have more input into the test writing process than if we continue to use Aspire Plus. Can you address that? Is my understanding correct?
Chair, yes, as I mentioned earlier, the RISE assessment, those items are written almost exclusively by Utah educators and reviewed, and that full process is done that way. On the Utah Aspire Plus, as the name alludes to, there are Utah items, but also ACT Aspire Plus items. Those are purchased or included in our contract, but they're basically acquired from ACT to use for this case, and our educators don't have the ability to write or edit those items.
And Vice Chair, can I ask one other question? And again, this may not be apples to apples, but what is our student participation rate in the RISE portion of the test versus the Aspire portion of the test? Is there a way to report that?
Yeah, I don't have it right in front of me. It was actually on a slide I was going to include this morning or this afternoon or earlier, but I pulled it out for time. In third grade, it's the younger the student is, the higher the participation rate, but we're close to 97%, and then by the time you get to 8th grade, it's around 93%, 92%, so 10% higher, significantly higher than what we see just one grade later in grade 9 and then 2 grades, in grade 10.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. All right, the motion's been made, seconded. No further comments, so we'll take it to a vote. Member Davis?
Chair, I'm a yes. I'm a yes.
Thank you. Someone hit her button. We're not missing anyone, so there we go. With a vote of 13 to 2, that passes, the noes being
Member Bogus and Member Klein. All right, do we have any other motions? We have no other motions wanting to move forward? All right, then. Yes.
Just for your information, I am aware of other motions that people have sent me, so I did, but it sounds like we're done with the staff.
The staff
The staff
motions,
proposed,
right.
yeah.
So, don't everybody hit your button at once. So staff, board members, do you have any? Oh, yes. Okay, there we go. Sorry. It's okay. Member Bogus. I'm trying.
I'm blaming this guy right here.
Okay.
I apologize. I move that the board direct staff to work with the legislature to amend 53G-7-203 subsection 6 to repeal subsection 6C. And with a second, I can speak to that.
Do we have a second? Green? Okay. Okay, so the language that would be repealed would be to create a process for an LEA to follow when an enrolled student in kindergarten is found not to be toilet trained, including referring the student and the student's parent to a school social worker or counselor for additional family supports and resources, allowing a parent or the parent's adult designee to aid in toilet training as needed, and, when needed, reintegration of a student once the student has become toilet trained. And, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would, because context is really going to help you understand this. So if you read the code in full, some line items were added in the last legislative session that instructs the board to make rules beginning in this year. A is that students should be toilet trained before enrolling in kindergarten. The number B says that the board should establish requirements for LEA's kindergarten enrollment process, to include assurances from parents that the parent's student is toilet trained. And then D instructs LEAs to create exemptions from the requirement of subsection 6A for a student who is not able to be toilet trained before kindergarten because of a description, I'm very sorry, board, because of a condition described in an IEP or a Section 504 accommodation plan. So all of the pieces that need to be accommodated for are accommodated for. All this allows is for, I'm going to be frank here, roaming adults in school restrooms with young children without a background check. And this caused me overwhelming consternation during the legislative session as this has been implemented. I am not alone in my concern. Our teachers are overwhelmed, and logistically, this does not play out at all. Having random strangers in a kindergarten classroom waiting for a child who needs to use the restroom to be escorted to a public restroom that ultimately is multiple stalls so that the toilet is the size the child can use with a strange adult the logistics of it makes no sense. And so I would ask the board to support removing this language.
All right, questions, comments? Member Klein.
Historically, have adults ever been allowed in the restrooms, in the children's restrooms or student restrooms?
Well, yeah, teachers.
Teachers are allowed?
In a student, yeah, if there's
if there's an incident, but other than that?
Well, they use
Are they
the
able
restroom.
to go in?
They use the restroom too. It's
student
It's
restrooms?
a long way down, but
Okay. Oh, that just opens up a whole new...
employees.
Okay, well, I'm just thinking in some of our schools, and I'm trying to think about the bathroom bill that was passed, I guess, like a trans teacher going into an opposite bathroom. Is that covered in the bathroom bill. I know that's a different topic, but it's kind of related, so does anybody know?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I don't know that I can speak to the gender of an employee or a teacher because they wouldn't be using the restroom, but I will say this, that, and Leah Voorhees, Assistant Superintendent of Student Support, may be here. There are many students who have a disability who do require assistance of employees in the restroom. And I don't know that they're always the same gender. That's not the kind of information I know. But it is very common, I believe, for paraprofessionals or educators or other assistants to help students who may need assistance in a restroom. But I also understand, because I remember working with Representative Welton on this bill, that part of the reason he ran the bill is that, especially once we moved further into full day K, more and more students were having accidents and or needing assistance in the restroom from educators. And that was part of the reasoning. I think he heard from a number of educators and people who worked in the school setting that it would be helpful if the students were potty trained or toilet trained before they began kindergarten. So that's all I know. I don't know if there's anything else to add from the special ed side.
So you don't know anything about if a trans teacher can use the opposite sex bathroom, or just teachers in general being in the bathroom at the same time as a student, but maybe not in there to help. I always thought that's why they had faculty bathrooms, is so that the adults would be in a different bathroom.
Yeah.
So this is a common practice that teachers use the students' restrooms because.
Yeah. And in between classes, there's one faculty bathroom and all the faculty have to go. to
Okay,
it.
so nobody has an answer on the trans teacher.
I don't know the answer to that.
Sure, Board Member Klein, I apologize, but I'm not quite, I thought the original question was whether when students are using the restroom, whether an adult can be in the room. I am not, and I don't know the answer to that either, but if your question is whether an adult can.
It's just this mixed space
I guess
with
what
students in the, and adults is
Yes.
my concern, especially if it's especially if, but that's not the only concern, if it's a teacher of the opposite sex.
Yeah, and so that is, I'm actually not prepared to answer that question, but if you were to ask, does the law apply to an educator who may be trans using, the law would apply equally to everyone regardless of whether they're in a school and an educator or not, if that makes sense. I thought what your original question was about adults and students being in the restroom at the same time.
So,
But not to help each other. It's just a teacher and a student in there at the same time, but not going in together for the purpose of the system.
yeah. Member Hymas.
Thank you. I agree with what Christina has said here. I'm not sure, and you know, as we talk with lawmakers, and maybe they see something differently, maybe they see something that we don't see here. But I think that A, B, and D are sufficient. I am not sure. You know, when we look at C, I'm not sure what happens when, because what this does is it says, well, if you do enroll a student and come to find out they're potty trained, maybe because, I don't know, something happened in their lives, or maybe parents weren't as aware or something, you know what I mean? Maybe this is a safeguard to help them. I think there's other ways in which to do that, to get the help student, to help the student the way is necessary. But I think that C really does put it back on the school. And I could be misinterpreting here. C puts it back on the school, saying, well, A and B say you need to potty train your child. C ultimately, in my understanding, says, if you happen to get one that's not potty trained, school, here's how you're going to do it, right? You're going to work with family, yes, but ultimately you're going to take care of it. Here's how you're going to do it. And I don't know
maybe that's the intent of the law. I haven't sat down with these individuals, but I do think it's worth reaching out to them and saying, hey, we'd rather not. We'd rather ask parents to take care of this before it gets to us. Thank you.
Okay, Member Bogus?
Thank you. I think, I don't recall who said it, but I think we need to talk about, when we look at Section C, undue risk. I think we need to really consider, who is responsible, if you will. If you look at C sub 1, those processes are already in place. If you have a student who has had no issues for an extended period of time, and then their issues present themselves, let's say they enrolled in August and issues present themselves in February, for example. Those processes are already in place. 1 is not needed. 2, is it going to become the practice of Utah schools to allow any parent without being appropriately background checked or a parent's designee to come into the school and enter the restrooms of our young people to aid in toilet training? And logistically, how does that play out in real time? And I did speak with a legislator, and they said, well, if my child needs to use the restroom, they can call me. I don't know if any of us understand the ludicrousness of that statement, because if a young person, 5 years old, needs to use the restroom, usually I hear the gotta go right now, and the phone call home and the 20-minute drive and the walking in and giving your ID and checking in the office to take a child to the restroom is not logistically sound. It's absurd on its face. And we either want our children to be potty trained with the caveat that if they have an IEP or a 504 accommodation, that the school does its due diligence and it acts appropriately in that situation. But this, as it is written, is not logistically sound for schools. It's not good for kids, and it presents undue risk to our teachers. It presents undue risk to our students, and it presents undue risk to our system. And so I would ask the board to support the motion.
Okay. Take one more. Member Carey?
Thank you. If I may, to Deputy Stallings. So, Deputy Stallings, is there, if this is repealed, this section, is there anything preventing an LEA from enacting a policy? Because I'm assuming that they already have something in place, so repealing this wouldn't prevent an LEA from doing what they've always done, would it?
No.
How about there? You're correct. There's nothing that would prevent them from having a process or a policy, even if this were repealed.
And that policy could include every provision that we see currently outlined on the screen. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's move to a vote, please. Member Davis?
I'm a yes.
Yes, okay, it's a yes. Okay, we need a few more, come on, guys. It's okay. You deserve it. You deserve it. You too. All right, we've got the, I see her, she's trying. All right, with a vote of 14-1, with the one no vote being Member Reel, that passes. All right, any other motions? You have two? Oh, okay, go for it.
Thank you, ma'am. I move that the board direct staff to work with the legislature to amend Section 53E-3-511 to prohibit the board from measuring students' non-academic knowledge, skills, and dispositions as a part of the board's student achievement backpack data collection system.
You have the second? Klein has the second. There's a motion and a second. Would you like to speak to your motion?
So I think it is beyond the scope of public ed to start measuring dispositions and storing them in a backpack that's going to follow them through the PK20 pipeline. And I don't know if I need to go in. I think we all understand what is included in that information, but it's just not appropriate to be storing that and transferring it from location to location. The core information is there, and that's all we need to do. And I think we need to not just prohibit ourselves from collecting and storing, but prohibit our LEAs from storing that information as well.
Would you entertain a question?
Yes, ma'am.
From me. Are you wanting to limit it being kept as part of the student data backpack, or are you wanting to limit it being collected at all?
At this time, I want to limit it from being part of the student achievement data backpack.
Okay.
And thank you for the question.
Any other, Member Norton?
So a question that I would have is, if it's not in the student backpack, and yet it's something that probably does need to follow from year to year, because and I'm just thinking right now on safety, that there are some of the research that's come out has said, we need to be tracking some of this information about students that are dangerous at school, or whatever the case may be. So where would we, but it is still non-academic knowledge, skills, and dispositions. So where would we store it?
So that to me is behavioral data, which is part of the student record, and that would not be included in this. We're talking about, in particular, non-academic knowledge, skills, and dispositions. The behavior record would be exempt from that at this time.
Can I ask a question? Where I'm not seeing it actually in the law, unless you got a reference to it. Do you have it? I'm looking at the backpack law. We're not striking a line?
No, we're adding to it. It's not.
So it's not collected, but we're going to tell them.
It absolutely is collected. It's not currently required to be collected by law, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to seek.
Chair, may I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
Thank you. Just the motion, I just wanted to clarify, right now, the motion, the way it's stated, and I apologize if I misunderstood Board Member Vargas, but it actually doesn't talk about prohibiting collection. It prohibits the board from using or measuring student non-academic knowledge, skills, dispositions as part of the data backpack collection. So I just wanted to make sure this current language, the motion that you provided me, doesn't say the board may not collect it. It says we may not use it. Okay, as long as, I just wanted to make sure that was a, okay, thank you.
I'm just thinking about the portrait of a graduate, and where it says that these things are not meant to be necessarily meant to be quantified or measured. And yet they are, and we are collecting them, obviously. So that would include all of the SEL competencies, because that's basically what POG is. So we're not going to include any of that in the student backpack, right? If we pass this and they pass a law prohibiting that, then that would stop the use of any of the portrait of a graduate competencies in the backpack. How do you separate that when it's embedded in all the standards? they're already embedded in all of the academic standards. So if the academics are in the backpack, then they are necessarily in the backpack because it's all combined now.
Okay, Member Lear?
And I have a couple of questions for the maker of the motion, if she's willing.
Maker of the motion?
Well, since Member Lear's questions were not submitted in advance, I don't know if I can yield. I'm happy to if I
That's
can answer
okay.
them, ma'am.
I guess I'm wrestling with what non-academic knowledge, skills, and dispositions means I also am having a hard time wrapping my head around what USIMS will actually maintain. But if a student's, for instance, and then maybe these are just, I don't even know if these are yes or no questions, but if a student's suspended or in ninth grade, would that information be retained in his student record in USIMS? Or if a student is disciplined in maybe another way than suspension for bullying, would that be maintained in his USIMS record?
So yes, because those are discipline records. Those are not non-academic knowledge, skills, or dispositions. So that's a different record than we're talking about here.
For a clarification, can I just piggyback on that? Are you talking about like when they would do a survey of like a climate survey or a survey that leads to early warning systems? That's what you're talking about, correct? Not discipline data, not academic data, but when they are asked to do a survey or a climate something or something through the counseling, in the counseling program, you're talking about those types of things, correct? Yep. Yeah. All right. Member Lear, do you have another question? You said you had questions.
No, I'm just trying to understand the things that the board would be prohibited from collecting and using, right?
No,
measuring.
Keeping in the backpack. So if a child took a survey in the third grade, that isn't going to be stored so that a seventh grade teacher sees what a third grade student was feeling about their third grade teacher.
With that and clarifying information, I guess my concern remains that telling schools what not to do, we're telling the board not to do, can be a black hole of things we can't do, which I think that professional educators are going to have to work through those things a piece at a time, and I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Yeah. Just curious, would it be a friendly to say including rather than measuring? Does that distort it seems to me what we're saying is when you do these things enumerated in the statute, you cannot do these. The list includes very specific items, right? And I think you're trying to say, don't do these things, but it doesn't affect whether those things might be collected as a part of a safety evaluation or whatever. Would that fit the intent, or would that be off to just say we're not including these in the backpack as opposed to we're not measuring them?
To be extremely honest, I'm not tracking your question, sir.
The word measuring, right? So prohibit the board from measuring student non-academic knowledge, skills, and dispositions as part of the board's backpack. It seems to me what we're saying is you're not going to include any measurement of student non-academic knowledge, skills, and dispositions in the backpack.
Angie,
We're not
I'm
saying
going to
you
defer
cannot-
to you, but I believe that he has articulated something that would be something I would not object to.
I think that's where
to
some of the
substitute
confusion
including
was.
for measuring, because those may or may not be measured as part of a safety whatever system. The point is you cannot include them in the backpack, so maybe substitute
That if that
including
is a
for
word that
measuring.
can go without objection, sir, I would be happy to be amenable to that.
I think that I've heard 2 times that the intent is not to prohibit collection. And I feel like
It's
if you
including it in the
switched
backpack,
measuring with including,
not
you're now
measuring
saying
it.
they can't
I know.
collect it.
From what I understand, you're wanting to prohibit, you're not wanting to say a district can't, or a school can't do whatever they do for safety or for climate or for wherever, if they followed the procedures. You simply do not want it following the student, presumably for developmental reasons. They develop, that information is not needed by an 8th grade teacher, whatever the child answered on a 3rd grade survey. So it is not, has
Not
nothing
included
to
in the
do
backpack.
with what's done or what's collected. It has to do with it doesn't go in the backpack. It's maintained by the school.
Right, so
Is
replace
that fair?
measuring with included.
This only applies to the
Including.
board right now, meaning the board or board staff using those data. So there's nothing in here about limiting schools' use or collection.
That's correct.
And then the other thing that the current motion, the way I'm reading it, does not impact collection of the information. It's about the use of it, how staff would use it. So in the backpack, correct. Yep. So my concern, the reason why I'm even talking, and I apologize, maybe I should not even be talking, but if you switch the word measuring with including, to me that starts to look like it's saying the board may not include, may not collect or store the data. So that's
Supposed
why.
to pay include in the backpack. That's the intent of my suggestion. Is that not the, what it conveys?
It may
The
be
idea is you don't
included
include it
right
in the
now.
backpack,
It may
right?
be included right now. And so
In the backpack?
Correct, it might be. Well,
Okay.
this motion just came, we'd need to probably do some research and find out from staff what's actually included and how that, if you were to make this about collection and not about use, we may need to do a little more research.
I don't understand it to be about collection. At least as I understand the motion is whatever's collected, you don't include it in the backpack. Am I off there? Maybe I'm off in another universe, but I'm just asking Member Bogus.
Well, including it in the backpack is collection, to me, maybe.
Well, I don't see why. We have a lot of things that are collected. The statute enumerates certain things that go in the backpack, right? Yeah, the backpack's transferred, and it's got a number of items listed in... Where'd it go? Where did it go? All right, well, this is 511. So I was just looking at section 7. Oh, never mind.
No, the short answer is if we're trying to prohibit collection, that's going to be a bigger issue and a bigger discussion because we do collect these data through Aspire, through different systems. But my understanding is Board Member Bogus is really about prohibiting the use of it or the measuring.
It's prohibiting it going into the backpack.
And that is a broader question because the backpack USBE is a lot of systems, and we do have a lot of those data. So it would create data issues with respect to school safety requirements we have to report as a result of HB 84 and other things. So
Okay.
it's just a broader implications.
Member Bogus, would you be open to them doing some research and then bringing it back? Because next month would be November and we would still have time. Yeah, I believe. Statutory, yeah. That's me. There you go.
Yeah, so that is fine, but to be clear, I'm not trying to prohibit collection. I don't want that stuff following a kid around his whole life and being moved through vertical data channels.
Yeah. I understand. Member Klein?
Yes, I was just wondering if in the research, you mentioned many systems and programs or laws that require the collection of this specific kind of data. Is that something you could put together for us so we can see what all is requiring that collection?
Angie's going to say yes.
I think that might be what was produced in 12.1. I think that was already done.
There's an information item, 12.1. It was asked
Okay.
last month, and it's information so that we could consider it and then possibly act next month. So it's there.
I will look. Thank you.
probably didn't hear the question.
I would just move to postpone this item until next month's agenda.
Okay.
To formally put it on the agenda, and then staff and I can get together. And Angie, you might need to tell me who exactly that is, but we can deal with that offline.
Okay, we need a second for that. Second by Member Green, and let's go, yeah, we can postpone motions. It's on the sheet of paper. What? Oh, no, just her item. She had made a motion that was just about her item, not the whole statutory, the whole thing. So right now, we would be voting on postponing the motion that was on the floor that Member Bogus made until the November meeting. All right, please vote. Member Davis?
I'm a yes.
Member Davis is a yes. All right, with a vote of 14-0, that passes unanimously. Member Hymas is out. Let's see. Let's see, hold on, is there anyone else that had a motion? Member Bogus has one more. Okay, Member Bogus, go ahead.
I move that the board request staff work with the legislature to amend subsection 53G-6-8039A to add the following language. 4 is a computer adaptive assessment, or 5 is an assessment that an LEA or school administers in lieu of an assessment described in subsections 1 through 4.
Motion made and seconded. Second was by Member Carey. Would you like to speak to your motion? I'm sorry? Would you like to speak to your motion?
I'm happy to entertain questions or debate, but I think it stands on its own.
Okay. Just giving you the option. Anybody have any questions? Yeah, absolutely. I'm not going to.
I'm just wondering how it's different from the one that we failed last month. So that's what I need to look at. So before
Okay.
you run to a vote, please
Sure.
let us look at it.
So is it different than the one last month? Member Bogus says it's not different than the one that was here before. I don't know. I don't recall. Not yet. There were some people that wanted to read it. Yeah, Member Carey. Are you?
I'm like, I know I heard the voice, but like.
All right, did everybody have time to consider that, or nope, you're, okay.
One question.
Okay, go for it.
Is this meant to allow an opt-out from a computer adaptive assessment which an LEA administers in lieu of an assessment, or to allow an opt-out of any assessment the LEA provides once you've opted out of a statewide assessment?
Sorry, thank you, sir. I appreciate the question. So it would inherently, I think, be bifurcated. So any computer adaptive assessment could be opted out of, and an assessment, whether computer adaptive or not, that an LEA administers in lieu of the assessments described in subsections 1 through 4 could also be opted out of.
Understood.
Did I answer your question,
Yes,
sir?
thank you.
We did work through The USBE holds the definitions to computer adaptive and computer, and that language we did work through in previous months. But if you would like, I can email it forward and put it up there. So, but those descriptions are done by the USBE staff, and cover those things.
Okay, I'm going to have to grab the gavel up here. So I think Vice Chair Hart's got a boogie. So further discussion, lights to the motion, Member Wood.
So what does an LEA use to get feedback on how their programs or how their students are doing if we allow students to opt out of everything? My son attended Mountain Heights Charter for 2 years, and they use the MAP test exclusively because they have such a high opt-out rate. But it guides their data-based decisions through their school community council, which I served on. It guides their decision-making in terms of how they use their resources. So what does an LEA use if we start saying, I mean, there is a part of a system that we have to look at that we're held accountable to the legislature for funding, and what does an LEA use?
Is that a question to the maker or to the staff? To the universe? Anybody? The question is, what does an LEA do if there has been an opt-out under those terms plus these terms, I think, right? Under the statute is amended. Anybody want to address that? Looks like Assistant Superintendent Nielsen might.
I apologize. I'll need to have the question restated.
Sure. Member Wood, if you wouldn't mind.
So my question is if we allow a parent to opt out of all assessments, what does an LEA use in terms of making decisions for legislative, accountability? Right now, we look at testing as you talked about earlier, as a way to define where resources go, to define how our programs are going. And my son went to Mountain Heights Academy. They use MAPS because they have a very high opt-out rate of RISE. And that's how we use data-driven decisions for school community councils. What will a school use?
Yeah, that's a challenging question for me to answer for sure. I know that on our parental opt-out, there are descriptions of what can happen when certain decisions are made about parental exclusion, and that includes like the skills and industry-based tests indicate just a note to the parent that there's a consequence that goes along with excluding your student from that, or the civics test is another example. Now, the civics test doesn't meet this definition. I think what Board Member Bogus is trying to do here is target specific types of assessments that get put in place of or in lieu of the specific statewide standardized assessment that an LEA puts in place when they submit a parental exclusion for that particular test. But yeah, it's difficult. I'm not in a position to be able to answer what they would do in lieu of that.
Excuse me. Member Bogus and Member Carey. Looks like the list.
Go first.
Member Carey.
That's fine, sir.
Thank you. If I may, Chair, to Deputy Stallings. Deputy Stallings, does the language in the motion add any additional rights that HB 205 does not already imbue to parents and students?
Thank you. And when you say HB 205 or 53G, I forget the citation, it's the right of conscience?
Yes.
No, I don't. I mean, a parent or student could invoke the right of conscience and you don't even need this language, if that makes sense.
And that was my question.
Yeah.
So this is duplicative to the extent that a parent or student could already assert this under HB 205?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, further lights? Unless you wanted, did you want it back? Or, oh, I'm sorry.
Just
Sarah.
a quick comment. I'm going to actually reach out to my districts on this one and kind of get some more specific discussion from them. So I'm not going to be voting for this at this time if this doesn't pass. If it comes back next month, I'll have some more information for my specific districts on this, so.
Okay, Member Bogus, did you withdraw or did you want to?
Oh, no, I'm happy to let people vote on it. I would just offer that this doesn't prohibit all assessments. It allows parents to opt out of certain forms of assessment. And ultimately, if they wanted to opt out of all assessments, it was just confirmed they could do it through the 205 code. So if a child just wanted to come to school and never be tested, that is something that apparently they can do. But this says that a school cannot force a computer adaptive or any other assessment upon a student in lieu of their opt-out of the RISE test and make it a mandatory part of their school experience. So thank you, sir, for the time.
Okay, seeing no, Member Carey, nope, seeing no further lights. Motion then is that the board requests staff to work with the legislature to amend the section, add 4 is a computer adaptive assessment, or 5 is an assessment that an LE or school administers in lieu of an assessment described in subsections 1 through 4. Those references are to 53G-6-803. Okay, please vote. Oh, yeah, Member Davis?
I am a no.
Okay, Member Davis is a no. Does somebody have, who's got Member Davis covered here? Member Straight. Let's see, we got 3 more. Everybody, we lost Hymas and Hart. Okay. That motion fails. 8 opposed, 4 in favor, being members Bogus, Green, Klein, and Carey. 1 abstention, Vice Chair Earl. Okay. Other motions? Does that wrap it up? Okay. All right, that wraps it up. Let's see where we are here, and I'm getting a sense that we may need to have some things rolled over, but let's take a minute here. Are we losing some other folks that have to? We've lost a couple, 3, 4. All right, it's 5:20. We have left the monthly, nope, we did the monthly budget report. We've got the legislative session, consent, executive.
I do have a funding thing.
We didn't do funding, that's right. We did not do funding. I have a 20-minute board chair discourse with footnotes and references to the Talmud. Gosh, that's not even. Nobody even thinks that's possibly sincere.
I can do it tomorrow.
We do consent calendar tonight and then funding tomorrow with that staff.
Any objections to that? So do consent today when we've got staff here for it, and then any overflow funding discussion tomorrow? Legislative funding, that is. We handled policy, but we still have funding. Luckily, we did our ranking. We've got it into the governor's office, so we still have opportunities to add, adjust, reshuffle, whatever we want to do. But we've done the heavy lifting, so we could roll that till tomorrow. Any objections there? Okay, want to go to consent then? Okay. Let's go to consent. Any motions related to consent? Sure. 5-minute break.
We gotta go. I think we need to go because you've got 3 people going. We gotta leave. Oh, shoot. Okay, never mind.
All right. So if people need a break, step out. Okay, any motions related to consent calendar? Oh, I'm sorry. Gosh, I'm looking right at you and I'm forgetting I've got the control.
I move that we approve the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, any discussion of the motion? Yes. Member Bogus? Oh, I'm sorry. You are next, and I'm.
So, sir, I wanted
Still
to
getting
pull
on
some
it.
items
Okay.
here. I don't recall exactly what they were, but they seem to have, and so I'm going to ask. There were 2 $128 million contracts on here. They had an identical dollar amount, but they had different paperwork to go with them. They seemingly have disappeared. Is that a truthful statement?
Do we have somebody who can address? Deputy Jones. Slow one out. There you go.
Chair, to Board Member Bogus's question, I'm still showing the in the backup. So are you saying that is she saying that they were taken out of the backups?
I don't see them on my consent thing. I've got 3 items, and there's no 128 million of nothing. And so I can show you what I'm seeing on my consent calendar, but they seem to have disappeared.
Chair Moss, will Board Member Bogus repeat the question so Director Iwasaki can advise?
Yes, thanks.
Because I'm still showing him, but maybe he
Thanks,
did
Member
pull them.
Yes, so in the consent calendar, there were 2 contracts, both worth $128 million and some odd change in terms of thousands of dollars, but they were identical numbers, but 2 different contracts. And in the previous rendition of this agenda item, there were 5 items, and now there are 3 in what I'm pulling, and so I just need some clarity on that.
Okay, I'll tell it. Okay, Chair Moss?
Yes.
The answer is we have to just go with the 3. So I'm not sure the prior, what you saw, but all that we have in front of the board now should be just the 3.
And which
So
of
you're
these
seeing-
are $128 million?
I'm not sure. Yeah, we're not sure what
we know? Is
the
there
prior
something
one
of a-
was on that, unless it was in the review portion. So there's the
Okay,
approval
so-
portion and the review portion.
The 3 we have are Google ClassLink and Knowledge Services, correct? Am I in
Correct.
the right spot?
You are in the right spot.
Okay. And I don't see any of those with 100.
Yeah, they're gone now.
Okay.
Right. So I believe what Board Member Bogus is saying is that she saw those in the backups. I think it's either from last month or something to do. So,
Okay.
So
It may be
so
an underlying
I'm correcting
contract, it's-
myself
it's
in the
not-
sense that you should only be seeing 3.
Okay.
So-
More importantly,
okay.
nothing in there with $128 million in it.
Not for this month.
All right.
No.
Okay, then I would pull item 13.3.
13.3, the minutes, okay? Minutes have been pulled. Any
you,
other
sir.
motions? I'll move to approve all of the consent items other than the minutes. I guess the polling leaves that without needing to renew? Take your word for it. Okay, yeah, the remaining items. I thought we usually go back and do an underlying everything left motion. So motion is to approve everything except what's been pulled, which is item 3, approval of meeting minutes. Is there a second? Okay, any discussion on the motion? If not, let's vote. Member Davis?
Abstain.
I'm not sure. Sorry? Abstain? Okay, Member Davis abstains. And we're looking for 13, that's it, right? Okay. That motion passes, 10 in favor, Member Davis abstaining, 2 noes being Member Bogus and Member Klein. Okay, we still have the minutes. Is there a motion on the minutes? Member Bogus moves to approve the minutes. It's been seconded. Any discussion on that motion? All right, let's vote. We're voting now to approve the minutes. I don't know. Let's see. Right. Want to do that want to do that tomorrow? To do it tomorrow or tonight? Oh. A pretty small group to do executive. 5 missing, right? Okay, let's see. We need a few more here. Looking for 4. Member Davis? Abstain? I think. Okay, yeah, we heard abstain. Let's see, one more. I think we're missing Member Reel, maybe? Did you vote? Okay. All right, that passes 12 to 1 with 12 in favor, 1 abstention, Member Davis. So, all right, that concludes the consent calendar. We are trying to accommodate. We've got some folks we're gradually losing. Looks like we'd be down to 10. You guys come up with anything? Executive session, do we need to bump till tomorrow so we have more of a full group? Is that right? You have to go to the meeting and come back? Okay.
No, I'm not coming back, but I'm going to be online. I'm not coming back.
All right. All right. Yes, Michelle, AAG views.
here as you have it right now for the.
Okay, we've actually got a better crew now than on Friday. Okay. All right. So I think we have a committee, well, no, I can't talk about what we have, okay? All right, I think we need, it sounds like folks want to move into executive session. We've got a better group now than we will have tomorrow. And I think there's, at least to my knowledge, nothing on there that is sufficiently sensitive or urgent that everybody would need to be there. So I will entertain a motion to move into executive session, if there's somebody so inclined. All right, so the motion would be the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of individuals, and pending or reasonably imminent litigation. Member Booth has so moved. Is there a second? Okay, we'll do a roll call. I believe we need a roll call on that one? Yeah, okay. To go into executive, Member Reel? Yes. Member Booth? Yes. Member Bogus?
Yes.
Member Klein?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Member Green? Yes. Member Carey?
Yes.
Member Wood?
Yes.
Member Hymas, I think, is gone. He's not remote, right? Not hearing Member Davis. Member Lear?
Yes.
Member Norton?
Yes.
Member Straight? Yes. Vice Chair Earl?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hart is gone. Chair Moss is a yes. All right, so we will move into executive session. All right, we are looking for a motion.
Chair, I move that we come out of executive session.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded. Let's do a roll call. Member Reel, motion is to come out of executive session. Member Reel's yes. Member Booth?
Yes.
Let's see, who do we still have here? Member Klein? Yes. Member Davis? I assume we lost Member Davis. Member Green? Yes. Member Wood? Yes. Member Lear? Yes. Member Norton? Yes. Member Straight? And Member Moss is a yes. So we are out of executive session. We'll turn to Member Norton for business items.
In case number 2.
Oh, excuse me. There we go.
Okay, in case number 221839, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
All right, and we're all here. Can we do this by ayes? Yeah, we can do this all by voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes.
In case number 22-1876, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes.
In case number 22-1975, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes.
In case number 23-1981, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That passes.
In case number 23-1999, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously, as do each of the others. I should have said unanimously.
In case number 23-2000, I move that the board request that UPAC bring back. Oh, we're taking no.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
In case number 23-2042, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
In case number 23-2050, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
In case number 24-2070, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? One's going to be different, right?
Yeah, the next one.
All right, gotcha.
And in case number 24-2126, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
In case number 24-EH48, I recommend that the board issues a letter of warning.
Seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That also passes unanimously. Thank you. That concludes the UPAC business.
No, we've got one more. We've got consent calendar.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, I move that the board accept UPAC's consent calendar.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That also passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, 4 appointments. In the Student Advisory Committee for USEEP, Utah Special Education Advisory Panel, I move that the board recommend Tim Smith, representing a higher education representative who prepares special educators, for an appointment for a 3-year term.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
Okay, in, I move that the board accept the following representatives to fill openings representing parents on the Student Advisory Committee. Michelle Beck for a 3-year term. Heidi Robinson for a reappointment to a 3-year term. Amber Shepherd, appointment for a 3-year term. Amy Call, appointment for a 3-year term. And Missy Warwood for an appointment for a 3-year term. And Sarah Nichols as an appointment for a 3-year term.
Board Member Norton, this is the USEEP, not Student Advisory.
USEEP. So should I read those again for USEEP?
Oh, I think you've clarified.
Okay,
Yeah, we've got
clarified.
it right. Those are for USEEP. Okay. Is there a second?
Yes, second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Those pass unanimously.
Okay, and finally, for USEEP, we have Kevin.
I think those are deferred. I think you got them all.
Okay.
Did I get them all, Leah? I think we got them. Okay. Sarah Nichols being the last.
Okay, that's okay. All right.
All right.
So now we're on to Student Data Protection Advisory. Oh, did we vote? Yeah, we
Yes,
voted.
we got
Okay.
it.
It's getting late. It's getting later. Okay. For a parent representative, Sarah Hampton.
All in favor of Sarah Hampton for the parent role in SDPAG, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
Okay, Travis Cook as a licensed educator for the SDPAG.
Seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
For a local school board member, Ryan Despain, for the Student Data Privacy Advisory Group.
Seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
For district or charter school designated data members, we have 3, Caleb Olson, Kate York, and Robert Gordon for a Student Advisory, Protection Advisory Group.
Seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
For a district or charter school designated information security officer, Christian Draper. For student data privacy advisory group.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
For a representative or representatives of the Utah Education and Telehealth Network, Justin Brooksby and Troy Jessup for the Utah Data Student Privacy Group.
Is there a second? Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
And our at-large members with privacy experience, Jeffrey Johnson, Nora Curvosa,
I
and
think that's it.
that's it for the Student Data Protection Advisory Group.
Seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
I think that's
One
it.
more at-large member with cybersecurity expertise, I think.
Sorry, turned my page. Yes. Brock Giles for an at-large member with cybersecurity experience for the Student Data Privacy Advisory Group.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
It's not a
Any
protection.
opposed? That passes unanimously. Okay, congratulations to those folks.
I was
Found the
too
Randy
much.
booth.
We welcome you to these important panels
Well,
and look forward to serving, look forward to your service. Looking for a final motion, I believe.
It's different.
Motion to adjourn.
Right there.
Needs a second.
Second.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you all. We are adjourned. We will see you tomorrow for committee meetings and follow-up business and USDB.
Are we ever? You
I'm on
you
my phone, by the way.
You can come be.
I'll be on my phone
You can come be here in person if you want.
with my phone.
I think I'm going to